Chapter 1, Catching Someone in the Act.
In the room, there were tender, lingering sounds. Yian, who was standing outside the door, heard them. They pierced his nerves. At that moment, Yian felt his world collapse. His eyes were red, and he was shaking with anger.
An hour earlier, someone had sent him a video. In the video, his fiancée Li Shueqian and a strange man walked into a room together in a very intimate manner. He didn't want to believe it, thinking it was someone's prank.
But when he witnessed the scene in front of him, the last shred of hope in his heart was shattered.
Tomorrow was Yian and Li Shueqian's wedding. But today, his fiancée was with another man. And, in their wedding room, every piece of furniture and item in the room had been carefully selected and arranged by him. Clothes were scattered from the living room all the way to the bedroom. The door was even ajar, unable to close in time. This allowed Yian to clearly see the 18-plus content inside. He took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the anger surging in his chest. He took out his phone from his pocket and turned on video recording. He placed it in his jacket pocket, exposing the camera lens in a good view. What a wonderful show, shall I give you a round of applause?
Yian's voice was cold.
It wasn't loud, but it made the two people in the room instantly alert. Yian?
Li Shueqian noticed someone at the door and hurriedly pushed the man away, pulling a bath towel to wrap herself in. The man was quite calm, pulling a quilt to cover himself and casually lighting a cigarette.
Yian, let me explain.
Li Shueqian rushed over, her face still flushed with emotion.
Yian came back to his senses and looked at Li Shueqian.
His girlfriend of 3 years, his soon-to-be wife, was feeling incredibly strange to him at the moment.
He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the surging anger. Fine, explain.
It's not what you think. I was just trying out the wedding bed to see if it was comfortable.
I just couldn't resist. I won't do it again next time.
Li Shueqian's mind was also in a complete mess. An hour ago, Yian had clearly just left for an interview, so how could he have come back so soon?
Testing the marital bed? If Li Shueqian had said she had been drugged and forced, Yian might have believed her.
But she had made up such a lame excuse.
Li Shueqian, do you take me for a fool?
Yian's voice was cold.
Knowing she couldn't hide it anymore, Li Shueqian, exasperated, yelled, Yes, I cheated, but so what?
But it's your fault.
You're a blockhead, you don't know any fun at all.
3 years, not even one decent date. I was really blind when I agreed to be your girlfriend in the first place. As Yian listened to Li Shueqian's rant, his face grew more and more calm. Over the past 3 years, he had taken meticulous care of Li Shueqian. In university, he would wake up early every morning to make her a hot breakfast. Once, Li Shueqian had a cold, and he didn't even go to the exam, but carried her to the hospital on his back. This also caused him to fail the course and had to retake it. Just because Yian could not speak sweet words and did not engage in what others considered to be romance, Li Shueqian had actually betrayed him. It turned out that sincerity could not be exchanged for sincerity. It turned out that all along, it was just her own feelings. At that moment, as he looked at Li Shueqian in front of him, a chill rose in his heart.
Let's break up, Yian said coldly. What did you say? Li Shueqian's eyes widened in disbelief.
Yian had always been subservient to her, coming and going as he pleased.
Where did he get the nerve to actually break up with her now? Are you deaf? Or can't you understand what people are saying? Break up, Yian said firmly. Break up. Do you think I can't live without you? Li Shueqian was used to Yian's strong-willed nature.
She felt that Yian was just angry at the moment, and when his temper cooled, he would come back crying and begging for forgiveness. What's more, she was now holding Yian's life, and would not return a single penny of the 100,000 yuan bride price. Li Shueqian crossed her arms, slightly raised her chin, and her eyes carried a hint of provocation. On hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Yian's cold eyes. This 100,000 yuan bride price is Grandma's funeral savings. Yian's parents died when he was young, and it was Grandma who raised him with great difficulty. Now Grandma is old and has also contracted lung cancer. As long as they get married and register their marriage, Li Shueqian's family has promised to return the 100,000 yuan bride price.
Grandma, who was still lying in the hospital, will then have the money for the operation. Seeing Yian's expression of hesitation, Li Shueqian felt immensely gratified. So what if I cheated on you?
I can still manipulate you just the same.
Li Shueqian, you still want a bride price? Do you think you deserve it? Don't even think about taking a penny less than the 100,000 bride price, or I'll make a big deal out of this. Yian had completely lost his patience with Li Shuetian. His grandmother urgently needed this money to save her life, and Li Shuetian knew it. But she didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. What a vicious woman. It can be imagined that after the wedding, Yian's life will only be in deep water. He now only wants to cut ties with this scum and doesn't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Since you still want the bride price, just admit your mistake, and maybe I'll be happy. Li Shuetian subconsciously thought that Yian would compromise as usual, but after Yian's words went through his head. What did you say? Are you crazy? Li Shuetian looked at Yian's cold eyes and couldn't believe it. This time, she had miscalculated. Li Shuetian, if you don't like me, you can just mention the withdrawal of the engagement openly. I don't need you. The way you look now really makes me sick. Li Shuetian froze in place, not expecting Yian to dare to disobey her like this. Yian, stop right there. Watching Yian's departing back, she came back to her senses and was furious. However, she did not chase after him. Yian, you can forget about the bride price. I'll see how you beg for forgiveness when the time comes. Li Shuetian gritted her teeth. It took Yian an hour to temporarily calm down. Although his heart still ached, he had to take a part-time job delivering food to earn some money. He had just graduated and was still looking for a job, so now he could only wait for the results of the interviews. And even if Li Shuetian refunds the bride price and allows his grandmother to have the surgery, the hospital fees will still be a lot of money. Running a delivery business doesn't pay much, but every little bit helps. He changed into a yellow shirt and walked over to his moped. Yian quickly took the next order and set off on his moped. Fongjin Avenue was full of traffic. This is one of the busiest places in the city. Yian sped through the traffic. The image of Li Shuetian entangled with a man couldn't help but reverberate in his mind. Just as he was in a daze, a sports car suddenly turned out from the intersection ahead. The body of the car was smooth and dynamic, as if it were a moving work of art. As soon as the sports car turned, Yian's moped shot straight past it. Oh no! Yian, who had come back to his senses, instantly paled. Bang! The moped had a close encounter with the sports car. A beautiful woman got out of the car. This delivery boy is in trouble. This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, worth tens of millions. Just a casual paint job will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And the taillights are all broken. The crowd around him cast pitying glances at Yian. A delivery boy had crashed such a luxury car, and the compensation would probably take him a lifetime to earn. Ding Xinhui walked to the back of the car, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. The crash had been quite serious. Then she looked at Yian, and a trace of unnoticeable surprise flashed in her eyes. Yian was very anxious. I'm sorry, don't worry, I'll pay the full price as compensation. However, Ding Xinhui interrupted him, I don't want you to pay. Yian froze. Don't want me to pay? Did I meet a kind person? But the next scene left everyone standing still. Ding Xinhui pointed to the back of the car and said, Look, what's that? Chapter 2, Go get your license with me. Yian was taken aback, and then looked at the back of the car. There was a sticker on the back. Older single woman, rear-end collision and you will get married. Of course, Ding Xinhui didn't put the sticker on herself. Otherwise, her cheeks wouldn't be slightly flushed at the moment. What does this beauty mean? Yian didn't react to what the sticker meant. Of course it means what it says. Ding Xinhui said softly. Ha! You rear-ended my car, so you have to do what the sticker says. After Ding Xinhui finished speaking, everyone at the scene froze in place. They couldn't believe their ears. No. Are you serious? Many female drivers have pasted these stickers, but they were just for fun. Who the hell is actually getting married? Someone at the scene already pulled out their phone and started filming a short video. Family, this is a bombshell. The delivery boy rear-ended the beautiful Ferrari owner, but not only was he not asked to pay compensation, he was even forced to marry her. Yian looked stunned. The beautiful woman in front of him was smiling at him sincerely. His mind simply could not process what was happening. Ding Xinhui had a pair of fair, slender legs that were visible beneath a short black skirt. Further up, there was a face of exquisite beauty. She's a beauty. Are you serious about this beauty? Yian couldn't believe it. How could such a good thing happen in the world? He rear-ended someone else's luxury car worth tens of millions, but not only was he not asked to pay compensation, he was even able to marry such a beauty? Moreover, being able to drive such a luxury car, this beauty must come from a wealthy family. Do I look like I'm joking? Ding Xinhui smiled as she walked towards Yian, took his hand and got into the car. Yian, who had been shoved into the passenger seat, was still not able to react. Today had been full of twists and turns, and his mind was in a complete mess. Fasten your seatbelt, Ding Xinhui reminded him softly. Yian, who had already lost the ability to think, did as he was told. Ding Xinhui slammed the accelerator. Boom! With a roar from the engine, the LaFerrari quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Only the shocked crowd was left behind. The sports car. Ding Xinhui made a phone call to have the accident site and the electric scooter dealt with. Did you bring your ID card? Ding Xinhui looked at Yian with a smile. Yes. He always carries his ID card with him. Besides, you don't need a household registration book to get married anymore. Good, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now, it's still a while before we finish work. Yian. This is serious. Hey, beautiful, don't kid around, we just met, how can we get married? I'll pay for the repairs to your car, no matter how much it costs. I'll work for the rest of my life to pay you back. Yian looked serious. Although he was poor, he was not short-sighted. This was a lesson his grandmother had taught him. In that case, let me do the math for you. The taillights, sheet metal, and paint repairs for this car will cost almost 1,000,000 yuan. Ding Xinhui smiled, looking like she had Yian all figured out. 1,000,000 yuan. Yian's face turned white. With so much money, he could never earn it in a lifetime of hard work. He didn't mind. But his grandmother was still waiting in the hospital for money for an operation. But if you marry me, you'll be my husband, and you won't have to pay for the car. What do you say? But Yian still hesitated a little. After all, this was too fast. They were skipping the steps of dating and going straight to the marriage certificate, and just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Seeing Yian still looking hesitant, Ding Xinhui smiled and said, Don't worry, you and I are just going to get a certificate, and then we won't interfere with each other's lives, which is a marriage of convenience. I only thought of this solution because my family is pushing me hard. Of course, as compensation, I will give you 500,000 yuan every month. 500,000 yuan every month. Yian was shocked. Just go get a certificate, do nothing, and get 500,000 yuan every month. It means I don't have to work for the rest of my life. I can just lie back and relax. I can even pay for my grandmother's surgery. At that moment, Yian had to admit. He was tempted. Who says that good things don't come to those who wait? They just haven't been lucky. At that moment, Yian was filled with emotion, but he didn't show it on his face. Ding Xinhui noticed that Yian hadn't said a word, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, she slammed on the brakes and the sports car came to a halt. What, do you think I'm too old? Ding Xinhui turned her head to look at Yian, her eyes narrowed slightly. A dangerous aura filled the air. Yian felt a little nervous when she looked at him. The accident just now happened so suddenly that he hadn't had time to take a good look at Ding Xinhui in front of him. After observing her carefully, Yian couldn't help but be surprised. He had to say it. Ding Xinhui is very beautiful. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, her skin was as delicate as porcelain, and her eyes were deep and bright. Her eyebrows were like a crescent moon, her nose was high and straight, and her red lips were moist like jade. She was tall and well-proportioned, with a slender figure and graceful curves. She exuded a mature feminine charm with every move. You look at most 25 or 26 years old. I don't think you're old, Yian explained. At the age of 25 or 26, if this were in their rural village, the child would have already married. But this is a big city like Shanghai. At this age, you're not considered old, you're just entering your prime. She laughed. Ding Xinhui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yian was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? You really don't look old. I'm already 34 years old, didn't expect it, right? Younger than me? Yian was shocked. Good guy. Good guy.
He himself was only 22 years old, fresh out of college.
At 34, he was a full generation older than himself. He had no problem calling the other person auntie. So Yian knew why Ding Xinhui was so happy. Women care about their age, and there was no wonder why his words had made Ding Xinhui laugh. Moreover, Ding Xinhui looked even more beautiful when she laughed. She was more beautiful than all the women he had ever met. Li Shueqian was not even half as good as her. No. Not even a finger.
Ding Xinhui gave him the feeling that everything else in the world paled in comparison.
The more he looked,
the more Yian was enchanted and the more he marveled. Perhaps, in the past, the girls he had met could only be called girls. Only Ding Xinhui in front of him could truly be called a woman.
Realizing that Yian was staring at her, Ding Xinhui couldn't help but ask, "Do I look good?"
Yian then came back to his senses and said, "Quite good looking." In fact, what Yian really wanted to say was that Ding Xinhui was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. However, he was a bit awkward, so when he spoke, it became a mediocre compliment. But it was just such a mediocre compliment. After hearing it, Ding Xinhui felt very happy and sweet.
Have you thought about it? Do you want to get married? Chapter 3, You're good looking, and I like the way you look. So, have you thought about it? Do you want to get married? Ding Xinhui looked at Yian with anticipation. Yian needed money more than anything else right now.
Li Shueqian's cheating had also made him realize that making money was the most important thing.
Love? Screw love. Now all he needed to do was get married, and he could just sit back and let the money come in, and his grandmother could get the good treatment she needed. And it's just a marriage of convenience, each getting what they want, and afterwards life will return to normal. What reason is there for him to refuse? Yian nodded. Let's go get married. Great.
Ding Xinhui stepped on the accelerator and the sports car sped off.
Slow down, it's still early. I'm happy to. 15 minutes later.
Yian and Ding Xinhui arrived at the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Perhaps because it wasn't a special day, and it wasn't a holiday either, there weren't many people registering to get married.
At that moment, Ding Xinhui's phone vibrated.
She glanced down and saw that Yian's full message had been sent.
Do you have something to take care of? Do you want to come back next time? Yian asked. It's fine, let's go.
Ding Xinhui shook her head and smiled.
Soon, the two of them began filling out the forms, greeted by the staff. What's your name?
Yian scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Things had moved too quickly, and they hadn't had time to introduce themselves to each other.
The staff member on the side? So you two don't know each other?
This staff member has worked at the Civil Affairs Bureau for 10 years and has received many newcomers.
What kind of couple hasn't been seen before? Without knowing each other, they came to get a marriage certificate. You two are the first in the whole city. Do young people nowadays play so excitingly? However, since it was a consensual matter, she couldn't say anything. Ding Xinhui couldn't help but smile inside. This idiot really didn't remember me.
Ding Xinhui, ding as in ding ding ding, heart as in heart, wisdom as in wisdom.
You'd better remember, this is going to be your wife's name soon.
Yian nodded and began to write down her name.
Ding Xinhui. Staff member.
Over the past 10 years, she has eaten a lot of dog food.
This is the first time she has tried this flavor. 10 minutes later. I wish you a long and happy life together.
With the staff's blessing.
Pop.
After the big red seal was affixed, Yian and the other person were officially registered as married. Walking out of the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau, looking at the big red book in his hands, Yian felt like he was dreaming and it didn't feel real. He had just gotten married so confusedly. It was even a super quick marriage. They had just met an hour ago and they were already getting married? Yian hadn't even had time to warm up the red marriage certificate in his hands before Ding Xinhui snatched it away from him, saying, I'll keep this in safekeeping for now. Yian looked at her in confusion, and Ding Xinhui gave him a wry smile, saying, This is to prevent you from changing your mind.
Yian. Am I that kind of person? Can't people have a little trust? Let's add each other on WeChat for easy contact. Okay. Yian took out his phone and opened WeChat. With a beep, the QR code was successfully scanned and the two added each other as contacts. Ding Xinhui typed 2 words in the WeChat note for Yian, husband. Then, she snatched Yian's phone away and changed her WeChat note to wife. Yian looked at Ding Xinhui's actions and froze. Can I ask why you chose me?
This was also Yian's biggest confusion. In theory, Ding Xinhui drives a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan, and she looks like a top-level rich person. For this kind of beautiful, rich woman, even if she were to choose a partner for a formal marriage, she shouldn't choose me, right? I'm just a poor worker with no savings and no home. But Ding Xinhui chose me. You're good-looking, and I like the way you look. Is that a good enough reason? Ding Xinhui looked at Yian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Yian is actually very good-looking, with a sword-shaped eyebrow and starry eyes.
His face has a clear outline and his figure is slender and straight. This was one of the reasons why Li Shueqian agreed to be Yian's girlfriend in the first place. Otherwise, with Yian's somewhat dull personality, Li Shueqian would never have agreed to anything. Sigh. This damned appearance. Yian had wanted to rely on his abilities to get a good job. Unexpectedly, this damned appearance has allowed him to get a soft job. While Yian was in a daze, he didn't notice that a trace of cunning flashed in Ding Xinhui's eyes. What a fool. Of course it's not just because of your looks. There are other reasons too. Ha. That, Miss Ding. Yian's words were interrupted by Ding Xinhui. And she called me Miss Ding? We've already got our marriage certificate, and we're already a legal couple. What should I call you now? Think of something to answer her. Ding Xinhui's face was full of expectation. Upon hearing this, Yian knew exactly what Ding Xinhui meant. She wanted him to call her wife. When he was with Li Shueqian before, he never called her anything intimate like baby or darling. He always called her by her name. Now he was calling her directly by her name. How embarrassing. After a long time, Yian was unable to force the two complete words out. Even his face began to turn slightly red. Puff. Ding Xinhui couldn't help but giggle at the sight of this somewhat bashful young man. Oh my. Is my little husband blushing? So cute. What should I do? I love it. Aha. I can't say it. Yian scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay, you'll get used to it in time. Knowing that Yian would not be able to adapt at once, Ding Xinhui stopped embarrassing him. Then, you're younger than me, so why don't you call me sister? Sister. Yian summoned up his courage and called out, following Ding Xinhui's lead. The other person was now his benefactor. Moreover, Ding Xinhui was already older than him. Calling her sister was nothing. That's a good boy. Ding Xinhui was very happy to hear this, and her mood was very pleasant. My little husband is really obedient. As for my wife, I'll slowly train her, and sooner or later I'll get her to call me Big Brother. He. Give me your bank card number. Okay. Soon, with the sound of a text message alert, Yian's bank card transferred 500,000 yuan. We're rich. Although in the eyes of the rich, this may just be a small amount of money, it's even less than what they spend on a meal. But now the problem of grandma's surgery fees can be solved. Yian's heart was also a little excited. At this moment, Ding Xinhui's eyes twinkled, and she then said, if you can agree to 3 conditions, in addition to giving you 500,000 yuan every month, I will also give you an additional 3 million yuan. How about it? Are you interested? Chapter 4:1 condition is 1 million. 3 million? Yian was shocked when he heard this. 3 million. One condition is 1 million. I have never seen so much money in my life. Yes, 3 million. Ding Xinhui looked serious, not like she was joking. And there was also an expectation in her eyes that was hard to hide. Those 3 conditions should be difficult, right? Yian was tempted, but at the same time, he felt that the money would definitely not be easy to earn. Don't worry, it's not difficult, it's all within your capabilities. What are the 3 conditions? The first condition is that I can only initiate divorce in our marriage. As long as I don't mention it, this marriage will have to continue. Yian didn't find this condition difficult. She thought the marriage wouldn't last long. Once the other party had taken care of the family or got bored with it, he would initiate the divorce. What about the other 2 conditions? Yian asked. I haven't thought of the other 2 conditions yet, but I'll let you know when I do.
If the other two conditions were as simple as the first one and within her reach, there was no reason to refuse.
Okay, I promise. Yi-an nodded.
Upon hearing this, a trace of unnoticeable triumph flashed in Ding Xinhui's eyes.
My little husband is really simple. He fell for it so easily. Ha. These 3 conditions will make me hold on to you tightly. And hold on to you for the rest of your life. Then let's set the first condition as a time limit of 6 months.
After 6 months, 1 million will be transferred to your card.
6 months. It'll be over in the blink of an eye.
Even if Ding Xinhui files for divorce at that time.
Plus the 500,000 yuan per month, that's 4 million yuan. 4 million yuan can do a lot for him.
Yi-an nodded, indicating that it was no problem. Subsequently, Yi-an said that he still had things to do and hurriedly bid Ding Xinhui farewell. Ding Xinhui came back to her senses and just wanted to say something. All that was left was Yi-an's flustered figure running towards the bus. However, Ding Xinhui was not in a hurry. There was still plenty of time. There would be plenty of opportunities. She only took her eyes off him when the bus had completely pulled away. She lifted the marriage certificate and looked at the 2 names side by side inside. A beautiful arc formed at the corner of her mouth. No one knows how long she has been waiting for this day.
Half an hour later. This is the first stop, first hospital. Passengers, please exit the train first, then board in an orderly manner. Please do not push.
The train had arrived.
Yi-an got up and got off the train.
As soon as he reached the hospital entrance, his phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the contact on the caller ID, his brows furrowing slightly.
After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Yi-an, where the hell are you? Don't you know it's your wedding tomorrow? Hurry back. As soon as the call was connected, the shrill voice of Li Shueqian came through. Li Shueqian, get this straight. We've broken up. Where I go and whether I come back is none of your business.
Yi-an thought that the other party was here to talk about returning his bride price.
Obviously, he was still too naive.
Li Shueqian froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Yi-an to be so stubborn.
Yi-an, don't you know how to behave? Do you think I'll forgive you just because you said something rude? Do you think you can find someone better if you leave me?
Li Shueqian's tone carried a hint of anger. Yi-an sneered, Li Shueqian, you really think too highly of yourself.
Even if I remain single for the rest of my life, I will never have anything to do with you again.
After saying this, Yi-an hung up the phone directly.
Now, he even finds Li Shueqian's voice very disgusting. Li Shueqian listened to the busy tone on the phone and her whole body froze. What's wrong with Yi-an?
He had never dared to speak to her like that before.
Did Yi-an really want to break up with her, or was he just having a little temper tantrum? No. No way.
If she told him to go east, Yi-an would never dare to go west.
He couldn't and wouldn't break up with her. He must still be angry.
When his temper cooled down, he would come to her and admit his mistake.
Yes. That must be it.
Thinking this, Li Shueqian immediately sent Yi-an a text message.
Yi-an, I know you're still angry, but I'll give you one night to adjust. Tomorrow you must come early to apologize to me. And then get married honestly, or you'll regret it. Li Shueqian snorted after sending the text message. He wouldn't dare not come to the wedding tomorrow.
His senile grandmother had lung cancer, and she was relying on him to get an expert to treat her.
How dare he not come?
Without the bride price and an expert, his grandmother would have to wait to die. Tomorrow is the wedding day for the 2 of them, and all the invitations have already been sent out.
If Yi-an really doesn't come back, the Li family will lose face.
After all, his father is also the chairman of a major company. Among the relatives and friends who came to the wedding, there were many well-known figures among the guests. At the wedding site, the groom missed the appointment, and their family became the joke of the entire city.
A big joke.
As long as tomorrow passes, the worst that can happen is that Yi-an will be kicked out of the house again. Yi-an glanced at the text message that had just been sent and sneered.
He directly blocked all of Li Shueqian's contact information.
Li Shueqian and Yi-an had fallen in love with each other in college. The 2 had been together for 2 years and had started living together during their senior year.
Later, Yi-an learned that Li Shueqian actually had a secret boyfriend.
And he was just a tool for Li Shueqian to use to deal with her parents' pressure to get married.
Yi-an had thought that Li Shueqian would calm down after getting married.
But he never expected her to cheat on him the day before the wedding. As soon as Ian entered the hospital building, he was hit by the pungent smell of disinfectant. Rubbing his nose, he walked towards the elevator. Soon, he arrived at his grandmother's ward. Ian saw that his grandmother was sleeping. He walked gently to the bedside, looked at his grandmother's haggard and old face, and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. At that moment, Dr. Song arrived at the door of the ward and waved Ian over. Ian walked over quietly and whispered, "Dr. Song, how is my grandmother doing?" Dr. Song glanced at the drip next to the bed and said with a grave tone, "This is already the third medication regimen, and the effect of the medication is getting worse and worse. We must arrange for surgery as soon as possible, as the elderly person's physical condition cannot be delayed any longer." Chapter 5, How to Win a Man's Heart. Chapter 5, How to Win a Man's Heart. Dr. Song also knew Yian's situation. Because they couldn't afford the operation, they had been putting it off, and the elderly man's condition was getting worse and worse. But now, such a large sum of money for the operation, and the follow-up medical expenses. Could Yian, a recent college graduate, come up with it? He could already imagine the worst outcome. Upon hearing this, Yian's heart was filled with anxiety. "Dr. Song, please arrange the surgery as soon as possible. I have already found the money." Dr. Song looked at the agitated Yian, and although he was a little curious as to how he had found such a large sum of money, the most important thing at the moment was to treat the patient. "Don't worry, there is a series of preparations that need to be made for the surgery, and we will arrange it for your grandmother as soon as possible. However, you should also understand that there are certain risks involved in the surgery. We will do our best, but no one can guarantee the result." Yian clenched his lips and looked determined. "Dr. Song, I trust you." Dr. Song nodded. "I understand how you feel. Please go through the formalities for the operation. We will arrange the time for the operation as soon as possible." Yian looked at Dr. Song gratefully and said, "Thank you, Dr. Song." After that, he hurriedly went to go through the formalities. Since Grandma's condition was not optimistic, the hospital arranged for the operation that night. Yian nervously waited outside the operating room, his heart hanging in the air, praying non-stop. It was already the early hours of the morning when the operation was over. After listening to Dr. Song's words that the operation was a success and that his grandmother would soon recover after a good rest, Yian's heart was finally able to let go. He later moved his grandmother to a single-person room. The room was simply but warmly decorated, with soft lighting falling on the white bedsheets, giving a feeling of tranquility. Yian sat by his grandmother's bedside, looking at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart full of relief. He gently took hold of her hand and felt the familiar warmth. Grandma's hands were rough, the marks of time. Yian thought of the days when she was a child and her grandmother took her by the hand, and her heart grew warm. The night was quiet. Yian stayed by her grandmother's side, her thoughts a million miles away. She thought about the events of the day and felt very unreal. She didn't know how long it was before sleepiness hit. Yian leaned over the edge of her grandmother's bed and fell asleep without realizing it. Under the hospital building, a black Rolls-Royce Wraith was parked. Yes, that's right. It's not a mirage, it's a Wraith. It's worth a small fortune. Rumor has it that it was specially customized by a mysterious wealthy person, and there is only one in the world. Secretary Wang was standing respectfully, reporting to the person in the car. Ding Dong, the domestic expert we invited, just called to say that the surgery was a success. He will recover in a short while, and Mr. Yi is now with his grandmother. I see. The dim streetlight shone on Ding Xinhui's face, exposing the bottom half of her face to the light while hiding the top half in darkness. Wang could only see a faint, pleasing curve at the corner of Ding's mouth. Did Ding Dong smile? Wang couldn't believe it. Her boss, the richest man in the entire Dragon Kingdom, had always been cold as ice, known as the Iceberg Beauty. After working for her for 3 years, he had hardly seen her smile. Could it be because of Mr. Yi? Could it be that Ms. Ding was in love with Mr. Yi? Oh my god. I seem to have discovered some incredible secret about my boss. She wouldn't kill him to keep it a secret, would she? Oh no. QAQ. Tell someone to keep watch, but don't disturb them. A deep tenderness welled up in Ding Xinhui's beautiful eyes in the darkness. Okay, Ms. Ding, I'll make the arrangements right away. Secretary Wang breathed a sigh of relief. The boss's tone of voice sounded very soft, and she should not be fired.
Such a big boss is still an iceberg beauty. It's really not easy to be her employee. Oh, I'm also her employee. Then I really am not easy.
Inside the car, Ding Xinhui looked up at Yian's ward and remained silent. In fact, she had arrived at the hospital the moment Yian had. On the way here, she read a post on how to win a man's heart. It said, for the man you love, you can't attack him from the start, you have to go about it gradually, like boiling a frog in slowly heating water. If you're too eager, you'll scare him off. After reading it, Ding Xinhui planned to try it out. After all, before, she didn't like to get close to men, and she never let a man get within 3 meters of her. This also gave her zero experience in love. Following the advice in the post, Ding Xinhui was only on her first day with Yian, and she was too enthusiastic, afraid of scaring Yian away. So she kept guarding downstairs at the hospital, paying attention to Yian and his grandmother's situation. Through the report of the person arranged at the hospital, she learned that Yian's grandmother had successfully undergone surgery, and her heart was finally set. Afterwards, Ding Xinhui asked the driver to drive home, and she could finally sleep peacefully.
The next morning,
Yian woke up and found that his grandmother was still asleep. He stretched and got up to go to the bathroom. He washed his face with cold water, and the sleepiness was washed away, and his mind instantly cleared.
For some reason, ever since he and Ding Xinhui got married yesterday, he had a feeling that someone was silently watching over him.
Yian watched the water continuously flow from the faucet, his gaze wandering, and he began to daydream. His mind suddenly and inexplicably conjured up the beautiful smiling face of Ding Xinhui. He shook his head to try and banish that face from his thoughts.
He mustn't think too much.
Ding Xinhui had beauty and money, and he was so different from her. Their marriage was just a formality. But now, looking back, it felt like a contract of sale.
At that moment, his phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts.
Yian took out his phone and looked at the contact on the screen. A chill ran through his eyes. It was a call from Li Xueqian's father. Without even thinking, Yian rejected the call directly. Then he blocked the number. He blocked all the numbers of everyone related to Li Xueqian.
On the other end of the line.
Sorry, the user you are calling is currently on the phone. Li Xueqian's father, Li Dahai, frowned and continued to dial Yian's number. Then he realized that he had also been blocked.
What's going on with Yian? Doesn't he know that today is the big day for Xueqian and him?
It's already this late, and he's nowhere to be seen.
Li Dahai was a little annoyed. Maybe something has come up.
Yian is head over heels in love with our Xueqian, and he knows how to value things. Next to him, Li Xueqian's mother, Zhang Lunfeng, said this, but she had a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach. At the moment, at the Oriental Hotel. Outside the hotel, luxury cars were parked bumper to bumper, and guests had already started arriving.
Among them were many wealthy and powerful people.
Half an hour before the banquet was due to start, the noise of people had already become quite loud. The Li family relatives were also gathered together discussing.
Do you think Yian is lucky to marry Li Xueqian? A middle-aged woman with a sharp face said disdainfully. Isn't that right? If he weren't a top student at Qingbei University and had some ability, how could he be worthy of Li Xueqian? Another relative agreed.
I was thinking that after they get married, I'll let Yian help my son write his thesis.
The guy looks pretty smart and can definitely write a good thesis.
A man dressed in flashy clothes was full of scheming.
You're really good at planning.
It just so happens that my small company needs to upgrade the system program, so I'll let him do it for me.
The person next to him laughed. Ha, we can consider this as a way to get something for nothing. After they get married, we'll have an extra free worker.
The crowd laughed, indulging in their own dreams. At this moment, Yian glanced at the time. The time for the hotel wedding plan to begin had already arrived. His eyes hardened. Li Xueqian, since you've done such a shameful thing as cheating.
How can you try to pretend that nothing happened and then marry with a clear conscience?
That's ridiculous.
On your wedding day, of course I'll give you a big present.
Yian immediately opened his phone and sent the video of Li Xueqian cheating.
Chapter 6: A video full of love. Dongfang Hotel. 10 minutes have passed since the estimated start time of the divorce ceremony. Everyone has arrived, except for the groom. The guests in the hall are getting restless. What's going on? Why isn't the groom here yet? Could something have happened?
I think Yian knows he is not good enough for Li's daughter and has chickened out. Li Dahai and Zhang Fenglan looked at each other with terrible expressions on their faces.
They kept calling Yi Yan's phone, but it was constantly disconnected.
Unable to sit still any longer, they walked directly to Li Shueqian's room to ask for some clarification.
Li Shueqian paced anxiously in her room, scared and angry. Is Yi Yan really not coming? Her best friend Tian Xiaoshan reassured her. Shueqian, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Maybe Yi Yan is on his way. You are his queen, he won't dare not to come. Yes. He has always listened to me. Like a dog. How could he not come? Shueqian felt a little relieved at these words. Unfortunately, Shueqian didn't know. Even if you want a dog to be obedient, you have to give it a bone. If you don't give it anything, why should it listen to you? Shueqian, what's going on?
Li Dahai rushed into the room, his tone tinged with anger.
Did something happen between you and Yi Yan?
Zhang Fenglan, who had come in with him, also questioned.
I.
Li Shueqian stammered for a long time without being able to speak. How could she speak of such a shameful thing as cheating before marriage? She just wanted to get married quickly so that she could keep this secret. After all, Yi Yan wouldn't dare disobey her. However, now it was about to be revealed, and the truth could no longer be hidden. Seeing Li Shueqian's embarrassed expression, her best friend Tian Xiaoshan seemed to understand something.
Could it be that Li Shueqian and Xiao Wenjun's affair had been discovered by Yi Yan? As Li Shueqian's best friend, she naturally knew a lot about Li Shueqian. Although Xiao Wenjun has always been the blue-eyed man in Li Shueqian's mouth. In fact, Li Shueqian has not been less than Yi Yan, messing around with Xiao Wenjun. She has also advised Li Shueqian that this is too unfair to Yi Yan.
What's so good about Xiao Wenjun is that he's a playboy who only knows how to flirt with girls. For the sake of a playboy, she hurts a man who is full of you.
One day, Li Shueqian will regret it. Perhaps, it's today. Just then, the MC noticed that someone had sent him a message, so he opened his phone. Yi Yan, this is the surprise I prepared for Li Shueqian. A video. Because he had been busy preparing the details of the wedding, Yi Yan had added the MC's number. The MC let out a sigh of relief. I see.
The video must have recorded the loving moments of the bride and groom.
Or maybe it's a heartfelt confession.
After the video has been shown to the crowd, the groom makes a romantic entrance and surprises the bride.
The MC can't help but admire the groom's creativity.
He smiles as he walks onto the stage, takes the microphone and clears his throat.
Hello, everyone. We have just received a surprise from the groom, Mr. Yi Yan, for the bride, Ms. Li Shueqian.
Now, let's watch this loving video together. The guests' attention is drawn to the words of the MC, and they look expectantly at the big screen.
Wow, I wonder what surprise Yi Yan has prepared. A young woman looks on with curiosity. Yeah, it might be really good.
The man next to her agrees.
Maybe Yi Yan will confess to Li Shueqian in the video, just like in the movies.
A young man teases.
Before Li Shueqian in the room hear the MC's voice and rush out as well. What a loving video.
It turns out that Yi Yan is planning a surprise for Li Shueqian.
No wonder he was late. Li Shueqian also stared at the screen, scowling. What's with all the talk of breaking up and having nothing to do with me? He's just come crawling back into my hands, hasn't he? This insensitive lump of wood, I never thought he'd pull off something so romantic. Sure enough, Yi Yan is still the same Yi Yan. He went to such lengths just to make me happy.
Since you've gone to all this trouble, I'll forgive you for now. At this moment, her chin was slightly raised, as if she were a victor. Li Dahai and Zhang Fenglan let out a sigh of relief, and their faces regained their composure.
Thinking back, their earlier worries were somewhat unnecessary. The Li family had such favorable conditions, and Yi Yan, a poor boy, couldn't wait to get married, so why would he give up? The lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and a video began playing on the big screen. Suddenly, an unsightly scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The sound was also clearly audible. The video did not show the loving couple, but Li Shueqian and a man having sex. The guests were stunned, their mouths wide open as if they could fit an egg in them. My goodness, isn't that the bride Li Shueqian? And isn't that man the groom Yi Yan? I recognize him, he's Xiao Wenjun, the playboy of the Xiao family. So Li Shueqian is cheating on him? No wonder Yi Yan didn't show up. I never thought I'd get to see such a big surprise. Many people at the scene had already opened their phones and started recording short videos. The family members. You're not going to believe it, you really won't.
What's on the screen looks extremely shameful, but in fact it's not at all glorious.
The video footage continues. What a wonderful show, shall I give you a round of applause? Yian, let me explain. Okay, explain. It's not what you think, I was just trying out the wedding bed to see if it was comfortable. I just couldn't help myself, I won't do it again.
Li Dahai and Zhang Fenglan's faces turned ashen.
They never imagined that their daughter would do such a thing. It's bad enough that she did it, but she was caught red-handed. It was even recorded on video and they were watching it in front of everyone. They had really lost face. Li Dahai reacted and yelled at the MC, "Hurry! Turn off the video."
The MC on stage was also frozen in place at this time. This was the first time this had happened in his career.
The CPU was about to crash. This video is full of love, my ass. Where's the romance? Where's the surprise? There's only shock, no joy. Hearing Li Dahai's rant, the MC came back to his senses. The CPU rebooted.
He hurriedly shouted at the staff member next to him on stage, "Don't just stand there, turn off the video." The staff member reacted, and in a flurry of hands, tried to turn off the video. However, it was too late, the video had already finished playing.
Li Shueqian's expression at this moment was very wonderful. Chapter 7, The Joker of Jokers.
Li Shueqian's face went from red to white, and then from white to green. She never expected this to happen. The scene of her cheating with another man was exposed for all to see.
What was the difference between this and shitting in public? Endless shame and humiliation welled up in her heart. But this shouldn't be.
Yian was clearly in her control.
How could he expose himself in such a way? Didn't he want to give his grandmother the money for the surgery? Even if he had the money, so what? Without his own connections and resources, what right did he have to invite experts to treat his grandmother? He was just a tool, and yet he dared to rebel against her like this?
She had always thought that Yian would be at her beck and call forever, but she never expected him to have the guts to do this.
She had only cheated on him, right? What right did he have to betray her?
Li Shueqian stood still, her body trembling slightly, her mind in a complete mess.
She gritted her teeth and said 2 words, "Yian."
Her best friend Tian Shashan looked on as Li Shueqian's face rapidly changed color, and she felt very helpless.
She had repeatedly advised Li Shueqian to cherish Yian and not make the wrong choice. But Li Shueqian was headstrong and would not listen. How could it end well?
Tian Shashan now really wants to pull out 2 playing cards, a pair of kings.
You dropped your ID, oh, and a copy. Li Dahai and Zhang Fenglan have no time to blame Li Shueqian and quickly go to reassure the guests in the hall. The faces of the Li family's relatives are extremely ugly.
Just now, they were all calculating, and their calculations could be heard from outer space.
However, now their faces are full of shame and embarrassment.
They, the Li family, have completely lost face.
Li Shueqian's actions have made them all lose face. The guests' gazes fell on Li Shueqian, the person involved. Shock, curiosity, gossip, contempt, dislike, the feelings were mixed.
Some people even started a live broadcast, with the camera pointed at Li Shueqian.
The comments flew. My goodness, do the rich really play around like this? What a mess in your world. I'm dying of laughter, the expression on the Li family's daughter's face is just wonderful.
She stood guard in front of McDonald's, she was the most arrogant in Gotham City, she was the busiest in the circus, she was the queen of playing cards, Batman's biggest client, and the pillar of the Joker. Compliment, the clown of clowns.
666. 666. 999. In the hospital ward, Yian looked at his phone.
It had only been an hour, but the news about Li Shueqian's cheating had already been trending on all major platforms.
A picture tells 1,000 words, not to mention a video. By now, Li Shueqian's reputation was in tatters.
Yian put down his phone and looked out the window at the scenery. His heart felt not the slightest thrill of revenge, but only a sense of relief.
He just wanted to draw a line between himself and Li Shueqian, the Li family, and everything related to her. Or, perhaps, it was saying goodbye to the ignorant and naive self of the past. Yian was thinking about this when he looked up. A pretty little nurse walked in. Hello, it's time for rounds, let's check on the patients. The little nurse smiled. Hello, thanks. I know you, your name is Yian, right? That's right. Ian couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't seem to know the other person. In fact, Grandma had been in the hospital for 3 months. Ian often comes to take care of his grandmother. Coupled with his good looks, he is quite famous in the gossip circles of the hospital. Since it has been changed to a single-person room, the nurse in charge of his grandmother has also been changed. After the young nurse has taken a look, Dr. Song told me to tell you that the patient is resting well and will wake up soon. Okay, please thank Dr. Song for me. The young nurse looked at Ian with a smile and couldn't help but secretly marvel. The rumors were true. How come she hadn't met such a good-looking and filial young man sooner? Unfortunately, she already had a boyfriend. What a pity. QAQ. Oh yes, does the hospital have a cooperative nursing company? I want to hire an aunt to help take care of my grandmother. Ian still planned to go to work. By then, she would not be able to stay with her grandmother all the time. Although she didn't need the money very much at the moment, who could guarantee the future? If Ding Xinhui files for divorce tomorrow, he won't get much money. Besides, it's right for a man to go out and make a career for himself. It's not too late to lie around when he's truly financially free. Yes, I'll contact someone for you in a moment. The nurse nodded with a smile and left the room. Soon afterwards, the nurse led the care worker to the door. Ian felt that this was too fast. It was only the time it took to play a song. The person had already been arranged. Is the profession of caregiver so fickle these days? Ian felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't put his finger on it. After the caregiver introduced herself, he learned that her surname was Huang. Auntie Huang, my grandmother will be in your care from now on. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I'm not bragging, but my professional abilities are among the best in our city, and I'm being paid a very high salary. At this, Auntie Huang realized what it was, and quickly stopped talking. What high salary? Ian was puzzled. The salary he had negotiated with Auntie Huang was based on the normal market rate and was not high at all. It's fine, I made a mistake. Auntie Huang smiled awkwardly. Ian looked at her as if she wanted to say something but couldn't, and became even more puzzled. But Auntie Huang obviously didn't want to say more, so he didn't pursue the matter. The next day, the phone's alert tone sounded. Ian opened his mailbox and found that it was a message from the company he had interviewed with before. He had passed the interview and could start work in 2 days. When Ian had just graduated, in addition to spending a lot of energy on the preparations for the wedding, he also had to look for a job everywhere. Every day was very busy. Although he was a top student from Qingbei University, he was a freshman after all and had little work experience. Plus, the general environment was not good, with layoffs everywhere, so finding a job was very difficult. This company specialized in software development, which was a perfect match for his computer science major. The company is relatively large in Shanghai, and he didn't really have high hopes. He just thought he'd give it a try and sent in his resume and went to the interview. He didn't expect to hear back so soon, and he even passed the interview. Just then, his classmate Zhao Yuan called. Zhao Yuan was Ian's roommate in college and they were on good terms. Ian, did you pass the interview? I passed, and you? You passed? Congratulations. I'll buy you dinner. Hey, I don't even want to mention it. I was rejected. We went to the same class, but there's such a big difference. In fact, Ian had excellent grades in college, and the teachers all asserted that this child would certainly become a great success in the future, and studying abroad for further studies would be a good way out for him. Some top universities abroad had also offered him a place, and the school was extremely appreciative of his talent. The school leaders decided to fully sponsor Ian to study abroad and help him bear all the tuition and living expenses, just to eliminate his worries. But all Ian could think about was his elderly and frail grandmother. His grandmother had difficulty walking and was also suffering from tuberculosis, and she could not be left alone without someone to take care of her. Therefore, Ian rejected the invitation from a foreign university and decided to enter society as soon as possible to earn money to pay for his grandmother's medical treatment and let her live a good life in the future. Don't be discouraged, just keep looking. That's right, after all, when you were at school, your grades were the best in our major. I might as well be honest and try other small companies, even if the salary and benefits may be a bit worse. Zhao Yuan was saying this when Ian's phone rang again. I can't talk to you now, I have another call coming in. After hanging up on Zhao Yuan, Ian connected to WeChat.
But just as he was about to speak, he didn't know how to address the other person.
Ms. Ding? Ding Xinhui? Sister? Wife? Chapter 8. You want to call someone else's wife? Look what you've done.
Li Dahai sat on the sofa, his face ashen. His eyes were full of disappointment, and he rebuked relentlessly.
You have disgraced the Li family. How could you do such a shameless thing?
Li Shueqian stood aside, head bowed, unable to refute. She knew she had made a big mistake this time, but she still had a trace of disbelief in her heart.
I just made a small mistake, didn't I? Regardless of the facts, didn't Jian do anything wrong? Why was he so ruthless as to release the video publicly? I never thought Yian was such a petty person. How could someone like that be worthy of her? She was even a little glad that she hadn't married Yian.
Dad, calm down.
I did what I did for the good of our family. What's so good about Yian? He's just a little clever, isn't he? I'm already dating Xiao Wenjun now. How can a little Yian compare to the Xiao family? The Xiao family runs a decent-sized software company with deep roots.
In terms of wealth alone, it's naturally not comparable to Yian's current situation. At this time, Yian also did not know that he had passed the interview for the Xiao family's company. Hearing this, Li Dahai's expression eased slightly. Yian is like a potential stock that needs investment, and it will take some time before the return is seen.
But Xiao Wenjun is different.
He has a ready-made gold mountain and ready-made resources.
For the Li family, which is now experiencing operational problems and declining revenue, Xiao Wenjun is indeed a better choice. Once the two families marry, the Li family can get out of its current predicament.
Li Dahai also valued Yian's talent at the time, which is why he agreed to his daughter's marriage to Yian. He knows that given time, Yian will be able to lead the Li family to become bigger and stronger and achieve new glories.
But when will that be? 1 year? 2 years? 10 years?
The Li family can't afford to wait that long. Li Dahai's expression remained cold. But I still have to warn you, Xiao Wenjun is no good either. Don't let him play you, or you'll get into trouble.
I know.
Li Shueqian replied perfunctorily. She knew her father was right, but she didn't want to give up on Xiao Wenjun. In her heart, Xiao Wenjun may be a playboy, but he has a charm of his own that is hard to resist. At this point, Zhang Fenglan also spoke up. Shueqian, I still think that Yian is quite a nice guy. I don't oppose your relationship with Xiao Wenjun, but don't give up on Yian either.
What if things don't work out with Xiao Wenjun? Having another option is always a good thing. Li Shueqian nodded, understanding. Zhang Fenglan's words did make some sense. Although Yian had really overreacted this time, he might really be angry.
The angrier he was, the more he cared about himself.
According to Yian's personality, as long as he slightly lowered his status and pretended to be aggrieved and miserable, wouldn't he obediently come crawling back?
Li Shueqian was convinced in her heart that Yian could still be completely controlled by her. The three members of the family had different mindsets, and the only thing they agreed on was that Yian was dispensable. Auntie Zhou, the housekeeper, watched the scene helplessly and shook her head. As an outsider, she knew Yian's character well, and she knew that he would never come back. At the same time, she felt fortunate for Yian, that he had been able to break free from Li Shueqian's shackles in time.
Ding Jia, what can I do for you?
After some hesitation, Yian decided to use this title.
It gave the impression of not being too close or too distant, just right.
You come down first, I'll wait for you downstairs at the hospital.
After hanging up the phone, Yian greeted Auntie Huang and went downstairs. A few minutes later, Yian looked at the peerless beauty in front of him and couldn't help but marvel inside.
Although he had met her once before, Ding Xinhui seemed to exude a magical charm that drew everyone's attention to her. Her beauty is not only in her appearance, but also in her unique feminine charm, which is absolutely stunning and mysterious. Looking at Yian, who is staring at her, Ding Xinhui is a little pleased inside. Her little husband is charmed by her.
She is also more certain. No matter how prosperous the world is with its bustling traffic, or if they all disappear in an instant and turn into nothing, she will firmly walk towards him. No panic, no hesitation.
Let's go.
I want to show you somewhere.
Where?
You'll see when we get there.
Yian was stuffed into the Rolls-Royce Wraith by Ding Xinhui.
Half an hour later,
the Rolls-Royce had arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. Yian looked out the window at the beautiful scenery and couldn't help but ask curiously.
Sister Ding, where are we?
However, Ding Xinhui stared straight at Yian and said with some dissatisfaction. You still call me Ding Xia, it's been 2 days, you should have gotten used to it by now.
Even if it's just an act, you have to do it all the way, so at least call me wife, right?
Yian was slightly taken aback by these words. He scratched his head to relieve his embarrassment. In fact, he still hadn't gotten used to it, after all, the marriage had been too quick. No matter who it was, he wouldn't have gotten used to it so quickly.
Yian couldn't help but smile wryly. I still can't call you yet. Can you let me get used to it for a few more days?
After all, he had only had one girlfriend, Li Xueqian, and at that time, he had never called her anything intimate. Now it felt like he had gone from a beginner's village straight to a high-end game. But he didn't want to call her that. Ding Xinhui, however, refused to give in.
No way.
She glared at Yian with eyes as beautiful as crystal agate. I already told you, if you don't do the whole thing, you'll blow your cover if someone finds out. We are now a legal couple, so of course we should address each other as husband and wife.
Or do you want to call someone else your wife? Danger! 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 What is this sudden danger signal?
Yian instantly felt the temperature in the car drop several degrees. He could feel a chill in his bones.
I'm not. How is this possible?
Yian hastily denied 3 times. In terms of relationships, Yian is still quite traditional and very devoted. Since they are already married and have a certificate, even if it is just a marriage of convenience, he would never call someone else his wife.
Hearing Yian's denial, Ding Xinhui was still unhappy. Then hurry up and call me your wife.
This. Yian opened his mouth, but in the end, he was unable to call out.
It seems that I, your sister, have to use a big move.
Ding Xinhui suddenly put her arm around Yian's arm and said with her eyes wide.
Please, just call me wife now.
Yian was at a loss for words at this sudden move. His gaze fell on Ding Xinhui.
He couldn't help but be stunned.
Ding Xinhui was clearly a woman in her 30s. But with this coquettish appearance, she was as cute as a little girl. Her pitiful appearance made people want to protect her.
Just as Yian was in a daze, Ding Xinhui suddenly leaned in. Chapter 9, My Dear Husband.
Ding Xinhui suddenly leaned in and held Yian close, cooing.
Say it, my dear, I want to hear you call me your wife, please, I really want to hear it.
At this moment, Yian was completely dumbfounded. Ding Xinhui, who looked cold and elegant, was actually acting like a little girl. Especially that exquisite face, as delicate and smooth as a porcelain doll. And that curvy figure, outlining charming curves in the sunlight through the car window. Plus that soft, sweet voice. Yian felt his whole body go limp, and even his heartbeat quickened a little. He was afraid. If she continued to act like a spoiled child,
Ding Xinhui watched Yian's little movements and couldn't help but laugh to herself. She leaned over to Yian's ear and whispered, "Hubby, you're so cute when you're shy." The warm breath by her ear brought a slight itchiness, which made Yian's ears instantly turn red.
He gently nudged Ding Xinhui, "Stop it." Ding Xinhui covered her mouth and laughed lightly.
Oh my.
Her little husband actually blushed.
That's really cute. She likes him more and more. Aha.
Along the way, Ding Xinhui did not relent and continued to tease Yian.
She even rubbed Yian's face. Yian sighed helplessly inside.
He was at least an adult, but in front of Ding Xinhui, he was like an inexperienced teenager, always being teased by her.
Could this be age-based suppression? To say that he wasn't at all moved would be a lie.
But she is so intellectual and charming, and this way of teasing and playing with people may just be a natural behavior for her.
It doesn't have any particular deeper meaning. He admonished himself, I must hold on.
After all, their marriage is just a formality, a transaction, a purely profit-driven relationship.
Ding Xinhui could file for divorce at any time.
It's like a gust of wind, it could blow away at any time, out of your control. He couldn't afford to be as careless as he had been with Li Xueqian, and end up with his heart broken. He had to stay vigilant, and avoid making the same mistake he had made with Li Xueqian. Soon after, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a luxurious villa. This was where Ding Xinhui lived, in the Sandalwood Garden Villa district.
Yian had previously learned about the situation here.
The price of a villa started at 2 small goals. Each villa is equipped with a swimming pool, a helipad, a sunken courtyard, and so on. The villa where Ding Xinhui lives is even more luxurious, worth 1 billion yuan, and even the renovation cost is 200 million yuan. It is said that the price per square meter is as high as 600,000 yuan, and it covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters.
Yian looked at the magnificent and imposing villa in front of him and couldn't help but be amazed.
Although he knew that Ding Xinhui was very rich, seeing such a luxurious residence with his own eyes still shocked him.
Is this a place to live? It's clearly a gold mountain. The other side. A large flat in a high-end residential area in the magical city.
Yian, come over here and give me a foot massage. Li Shueqian, who had been busy all day, habitually shouted as soon as she returned. These past few days, she has been running around everywhere. There have been negative news reports about her everywhere, and people are pointing fingers, so she has had to call in favors and make all kinds of arrangements to minimize the negative impact. Her father Li Dahai's company has also taken a hit as a result, with fewer orders and partners beginning to look on the sidelines. Li Shueqian has just taken over as president, and this kind of thing happens, and the shareholders on the board have also started to make trouble. Fortunately, Li Dahai is very experienced and quickly took a series of measures to stabilize the situation.
In the past, when Li Shueqian was exhausted, Yian would always habitually massage her feet to relieve her fatigue. After a long time, she finally reacted.
Yian had broken up with her, and she didn't even know where Yian was now.
President Li, let me massage your feet.
The nanny next to her hurriedly came over.
No thanks.
She couldn't get used to having outsiders touch her ankles.
At this time, the doorbell rang.
President Li, there's a guest here, it's President Xiao.
Seeing Xiao Wenjun walking towards her, Li Shueqian's tired face forced a smile, but why did he come without saying hello? I wanted to surprise you, didn't I? Xiao Wenjun said, holding up a bouquet of red roses and handing them to Li Shueqian. Do you like them?
However, Li Shueqian frowned slightly, covering her nose and mouth, and took a step back.
I'm allergic to roses, didn't you know?
After spending so much time together, he didn't even know that she was allergic to roses. Yian would not make such a mistake.
He knew exactly what he liked and what he didn't like. For some reason, Li Shueqian felt a sense of loss well up in her heart. Now it seemed that
Xiao Wenjun probably didn't care about her that much. Xiao Wenjun froze for a moment, quickly threw the rose aside, and smiled awkwardly.
Seeing this, the nanny quickly put the roses away.
Xiao Wenjun, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were allergic to roses, I'll be more careful next time.
Li Shueqian sighed, never mind, it's fine, what are you here for?
Xiao Wenjun walked up to her and helped her sit on the sofa.
The two sat side by side. Can't I come see you if I'm fine? Xiao Wenjun's gaze on Li Shueqian began to grow a little hot. Seeing this, the nanny quickly retreated. Although Li Shueqian had been exposed in such a scandalous way, it did not prevent him from getting her.
The body alone was not enough, he also had to completely win her heart. After they got married, the Xiao family would be able to completely take over the Li family and take away everything they had.
Before, there was Yian in between them, but now Li Shueqian was at a vulnerable time.
It was the perfect time to take advantage of the situation and gain complete control over Li Shueqian.
Thinking about this, Xiao Wenjun's hand had already climbed up Li Shueqian's slender waist. Chapter 10, What a Man in Need of Discipline. At this moment, Li Shueqian suddenly got up.
I suddenly remembered that I have some things to take care of at the company, and I need to go deal with them right away. Also, in my current situation, it's best for both of us to keep some distance, so it's better for both of us. Li Shueqian was now in a panic, and she had no interest in anything. After saying that, she took a step away, hurrying along. Xiao Wenjun looked at her back, and his face instantly turned dark.
Bitch, I'm lucky to have you, so what are you pretending for? You still can't let go of that damn Yian, can you? Yian. Looks like I have to get rid of this hidden danger as soon as possible.
A ruthless gleam flashed in Xiao Wenjun's eyes. He would never allow anyone to ruin his plans. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and began to plan in his heart. On the other side, the Sandalwood Garden Villa area.
Ding Xinhui took Yian's large hand and walked towards the villa gate. He had to say it. Ding Xinhui's small hands feel great.
Delicate and smooth, tender and without bones. I don't know how she takes care of them, they don't look like the hands of a 34-year-old woman at all. The warmth from her palms makes him feel inexplicably nervous. Ding Xinhui walks a step ahead of him. But even though it's such a short distance, he still feels very far away from her. Yian looks at her hair, which is lightly dancing in the breeze. You see, even the wind likes her. It was hard for him not to want to walk towards her and cross that distance. But there is a knife above the character for love, and it is hard to escape the fate of being under the pomegranate skirt. He must hold on, and maintain this short-term relationship of mutual benefit. At this time, a kind-looking woman with gray hair at the temples walked out of the villa.
Miss, you're back. This is the housekeeper, Auntie Lou. Auntie Lou, this is my husband, Ian.
Upon hearing these words from Ding Xinhui, Auntie Lou's pupils trembled and her heart was in turmoil.
Husband? Mrs. Married? This is too sudden. Moreover, it's not a boyfriend, but a husband with a certificate. You have to know that Ding Xinhui grew up under her watch and knows her personality very well. She never lets any man get within 3 meters of her. Especially those rich kids with ulterior motives. Nowadays, she's even holding hands with a man and saying he's her husband. Miss is like a goddess worshipped by many men. Now that she has married, it seems that she has already heard the sound of countless hearts breaking. Auntie Lou steadied her nerves and took a closer look at Ian. The young man in front of her had a handsome face and clear eyes. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had an air of calm and refinement. Auntie Lou secretly wondered to herself what kind of person could make her niece break her long-held principles and get married. She leaned slightly forward, her tone respectful. "Hello, young master." Ian scratched his head embarrassedly. Hello, Auntie Lou, you can just call me Ian. Ding Xinhui and I are just... Ouch, what are you doing? Ian was halfway through his sentence when he felt his waist grabbed by 2 fingers and then rotated 180. Ding Xinhui glared at Ian, as if to say, "Shut up." Ian suddenly realized and gave an awkward smile. That's right. Now she and Ding Xinhui are husband and wife, so she can't let her guard down. Ding Xinhui snorted and walked straight into the house. Her little husband is really annoying. He's so eager to distance himself from her. What a man who needs to be trained. Ian looked at Ding Xinhui's cold face before she turned around and didn't understand. Hasn't the secret been revealed yet? Why is she angry? Women's hearts are like bottomless wells. Ian, who couldn't figure it out, quickly followed behind. Auntie Lou looked at the two of them, and a smile flashed in her eyes. She could feel that the young lady cared a lot about this young master, but the young master seemed a bit confused. She shook her head, turned around, and followed the two of them into the house. Ian, who had walked into the villa, was shocked beyond words by the exquisite and luxurious living room in front of him. The smell of money filled the air. Ding Xinhui introduced it to him. The villa is equipped with a heated swimming pool, home theater, gym, spa, jacuzzi, and library. It is no longer a simple place to live. It is not wrong to say that it is a luxurious palace. Ian listened to Ding Xinhui's introduction while looking around. His eyes were full of curiosity and surprise. Ding Xinhui whispered, "What do you think? Do you like it here? It's so luxurious, I'm a little uncomfortable." Ian came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Ding Xinhui gave a small smile and said slowly, "You'll get used to it. This will be your home from now on." My home? No. It's not. Ian felt that home was where his grandmother was. But he could feel Ding Xinhui's sincerity. So Ian nodded, "Okay, I'll try to get used to it." In the afternoon, Auntie Lou helped Ian get used to his new surroundings. Soon, the sun set in the west. The setting sun dyed the sky red, and the afterglow shone through the window and cast a faint golden glow over everything in the room. It's time for dinner. What would you like to eat, miss? Auntie Lou asked for their opinions as usual. Ding Xinhui smiled and looked at Ian. What would you like to eat, dear? Ian pondered for a moment. Wife, I want to cook a meal to thank you myself. Upon hearing this, Ding Xinhui was momentarily taken aback. Oh my. My husband wants to cook for me himself. I'm looking forward to it. She then nodded with a smile, "Of course you can." Auntie Lou led Ian towards the kitchen. "I'll help you, my dear." Although Ian was sincere, he didn't look like he was trying to please her. But Ian was only in his early 20s after all. Can you cook? Don't get hurt while you're cooking. No, I can do it alone. Ian still had some confidence. Back then, Ian's superb cooking skills had even won over the very picky Li Shueqian. The kitchen was spacious and bright, with all kinds of kitchenware.
Yian began looking for the ingredients she needed in the cupboards. Ding Xinhui followed her into the kitchen and leaned against the door. Watching Yian's busy figure, her beautiful eyes were full of wonder. Half an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table by Yian. Although they were just simple home-cooked dishes, they were full of color and aroma, and looked very appetizing.
Wow, they look great. You're amazing, honey.
Ding Xinhui looked at the dishes on the table, her eyes full of surprise.
Your husband's really good at cooking, these dishes look delicious. Auntie Lu nodded in approval.
Ding Xinhui couldn't wait to sit down at the table, pick up her chopsticks, take a bite of a dish and put it in her mouth, chewing it carefully.
The next moment,
she suddenly looked up at Yian, her eyes slightly moist.
Yian was shocked. Is she crying? Could it be because the dish didn't taste good? That's right. With her family background, she has eaten all kinds of delicacies. It must be that he cooked it too badly. That's why she couldn't help crying. Chapter 11. Sister, you're eating so well. Oh, this is delicious too. Bah! How come her little husband is so good?
The taste is not at all inferior to those 5-star chefs.
What's more rare is that this dish has the taste of home. This is the kind of dish you should eat at home. Is it really that bad? Yian was inwardly apprehensive. No, it's very delicious.
Super delicious. Ding Xinhui wiped the corner of her eye and looked at Yian, as if she were looking at a treasure.
I wonder if there are any more surprises waiting for me to discover in my little husband? Then you are nothing. The food you make reminds me of my mother's cooking.
The taste of my mother.
Could it be that something has happened in Ding Xinhui's family?
Then he has reminded her of something sad.
I'm sorry. Yian said apologetically. What are you thinking?
Ding Xinhui laughed lightly. My parents went on a world tour and have been gone from home for 3 years.
I just miss them a little. It so happens that they will be back in half a month, and you will have to help me get past them then. Yian understood. This is a meeting with the parents. However, he and Ding Xinhui are only in a marriage of convenience, so can they get away with it?
In such a wealthy family, her parents must also be no pushovers. It is estimated that it will be difficult to hide this relationship of interest.
If it is exposed, then won't the money be gone? Damn it!
Yian suddenly felt a mountain weighing on his heart.
The money is not that easy to come by.
Seeing Yian in a daze, Ding Xinhui secretly laughed in her heart. It seems that her little husband is looking forward to meeting her parents. My silly husband, your parents are not to be trifled with.
Ha. Don't just stand there, come and eat. Okay.
Yian collected her thoughts, nodded, and sat down to eat as well.
Before long,
the table was cleared. Ding Xinhui contentedly rubbed her stomach. It had been a long time since she had eaten so full.
If only she could eat her husband's cooking every day.
Auntie Lu sighed to herself as she watched her young mistress look so content. She hadn't seen her daughter-in-law so happy after a meal in a long time.
He's a real catch. Next, Yian began to clear the table.
I'll do it, sir. Auntie Lu felt that her husband-in-law was being too helpful, even taking over their chores.
It's fine, Auntie Lu, I'll wash the dishes.
Yian continued tidying up, putting the dishes away and heading to the kitchen. After all, he was making too much money.
He felt uneasy if he didn't do something.
Besides, he wasn't used to being served.
Night fell.
Outside the window, the lights of thousands of households could be seen, scattered like stars. Yian and Ding Xinhui were both sitting on the sofa. Yian started to call Huan, the hospital nurse, to ask about Grandma's condition. The reply was that Grandma was doing well, so he could rest assured. Ding Xinhui had no choice but to start playing with her phone. Her finger tapped the screen from time to time. Top 10 oily behaviors of girls. When she came across this short video, Ding Xinhui paused it and looked up at Yian, who was on the phone. Making sure he wasn't looking over, she quickly turned the volume of her phone down to a level that only she could hear. Then she continued watching. As she watched, Ding Xinhui's pretty face slowly became unnatural.
One of the top 10 oily behaviors was being overly affectionate.
She recalled the scenes in the car with Yian on the way to the villa. With Yian in the car,
her behavior seemed to be overdoing it too. Isn't that very greasy? Oh no. My little husband won't dislike me, will he?
It's all her fault for not doing her homework in advance and making such a mistake.
She regrets it so much. But what should she do now?
She can't just grab her husband by the collar and say, "Forget it, young lady."
QAQ.
Ding Xinhui's face changed rapidly, and her powerful CPU was running at full speed. Then, as if she had thought of something, she got up and walked towards the study. Ding Xinhui picked up her phone and called her best friend Su Chanshan, and locked the door to the study. She really couldn't think of a solution, so she had to ask Su Chanshan for help. It was because she had zero experience in love. Su Chanshan was different. She had been in the dating scene for years and was very comfortable in it. She has seen many different kinds of men. Su Chanshan, who was taking a nap on the other side of the ocean, was woken up by Ding Xinhui's phone call. There was an 8-hour time difference, and it was daytime there.
Ding Xinhui, you'd better have something really important to tell me, otherwise I'll let the whole city of Shanghai know the next day that you wet the bed as a child. Su Chanshan looked indignant, her tone full of anger from having just woken up.
Upon hearing this, Ding Xinhui hurriedly smiled. "Chanshan, don't be angry, I really have something urgent to tell you." Su Chanshan snorted lightly, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said somewhat testily, "Speak quickly, if you have something to say, just get it over with." Ding Xinhui hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. "Well, Chanshan, I think I've done something wrong, and I don't know what to do."
"Oh? There's something you, Chairman Ding, can't solve?" As soon as she heard gossip, Su Chanshan sat up immediately. "It's about my husband. I'm waiting." "Your husband? You're married? What happened to getting married together? You're telling me this only now? You actually cheated on me behind my back, you don't love me anymore."
Ding Xinhui laughed. "I just got married too, I haven't had time to tell you yet."
"What's the other person's name? What does he look like? What's his personality? How much does he earn? What are his abilities?"
Ding Xinhui immediately sent a photo of her marriage certificate with Yan. Soon, a gasp came from the other end of the line.
"Wow! Not bad, sister, you've eaten well.
This brother is so good looking, I want to make a move on him just by looking at him."
Su Chanshan.
Ding Xinhui's voice turned cold. She could already imagine the look on Su Chanshan's face as she hung up the phone, drooling. As the old saying goes, guard against fire, guard against theft, and guard against your best friend.
Ding Xinhui now understood. "Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. I still have my bottom line."
But then again, Yan must be more than just good looking, otherwise how could he have impressed you, the iceberg that has been around for 1,000 years?
"Well, that's a secret." "Pfft, it's not a secret. The worst that can happen is that I'll book a flight back right away and ask Yan myself."
"It's useless to ask him, he doesn't know either."
Okay, you're so smug, now that you're begging me, I don't even want to know." "Oh yes, what virgin matter did you say you had?"
Ding Xinhui bit her lip and told Su Chanshan everything about the flirting she had done with Yan in the car.
After listening to her, Su Chanshan couldn't help but giggle. Sisters, this is your day."
Usually such a cold person would actually worry about such things.
Chapter 12, I really like you. Chanshan, stop laughing and help me think of something.
Ding Xinhui's face flushed a little and her tone was urgent.
Su Chanshan stopped laughing and said, "Tell me all the details of how you get along."
Ding Xinhui then told Su Chanshan about how she and Yan had met after a tailback in Yan's general situation.
Su Chanshan had to admit that she was impressed. "You two have spent less than a day together.
My goodness, you really know how to have fun and are full of energy."
"I understand the situation. Given your husband's situation, you shouldn't rush things. After all, he just broke up with you and needs time."
Ding Xinhui nodded, thinking that made a lot of sense.
"So what should I do?" "Just act as if nothing happened.
Next time, you should hold back a bit and see how he reacts.
In short, there are 4 words of advice." "What are the 4 words?"
Ding Xinhui's eyes were expectant, like a student waiting for the teacher to answer and solve the problem. "If the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy retreats, we advance. If the enemy stays put, we harass it. If the enemy becomes tired, we attack."
Are those 4 words? Su Chanshan. Why bother with the words? Is that the point? That's the idea anyway, so think about it. With that, Su Chanshan hung up. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Ding Xinhui fell into deep thought. After a long while,
Her eyes lifted slightly.
it seems that there is a long way to go, but I will not give up. Not long after,
Yian took a shower and lay down in his room. The room he slept in was next to Ding Xinhui's. After all, they were only nominal husband and wife, so it was impossible for them to sleep together. Yian said that he had just arrived and was not yet used to it, so for the time being, he would sleep by himself. Hearing this, Auntie Lu dismissed her doubts. After all, young people nowadays have their own ideas. After taking a shower, Ding Xinhui looked at Yian's closed door and smiled slightly. Idiot, I'll let you off tonight, since I have plenty of time. Yian, who was completely unaware of what was going on, lay in bed. He tossed and turned, thinking back on the events of the past few days. He still found it incredible that he had married so mindlessly. If Grandma wakes up, he doesn't know how to explain it to her.
Before, he and Li Shuiqian had been together all the time, and Grandma also felt that they could just get along like that and get married.
But now things have developed completely out of his expectations.
And how long can this marriage of convenience last?
Maybe after he's been used up and is no longer of any value, Ding Xinhui will just kick him out. So, you can't just look at the millions in front of you. Only by doing a good job in one's career and relying on one's own abilities can one gain a foothold in this world. Only in this way can one not be bullied by people like Li Shuiqian, and can one provide a stable life for Grandma. Yian drifted off to sleep, thinking these thoughts. In the next room, Ding Xinhui, with one hand supporting her exquisite head, wondered what she was thinking.
She looked blankly at the wall. It was as if the wall were transparent glass, and she could see Yian's sleeping face. As she continued to stare, sleepiness set in, and she drifted off. She didn't know how long it had been. A beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. In her dream, she saw Yian take the cupcakes from under the table and place them on the table. Each cupcake was written on with a word. Yian said as he took them, "I am very happy with you." The morning sun crept through the gap in the curtains. Ding Xinhui slowly woke up. She subconsciously looked at the wall, as if she could still see Yian's figure from last night's dream. Recalling that wonderful dream, a sweet smile appeared on her pretty face. She got up, washed up briefly, and changed into an elegant pair of loungewear. When she walked out of the room, she saw Yian already in the living room, talking to Auntie Lu. "Good morning," Ding Xinhui said softly as she walked over. "Good morning," Yian responded. Although Ding Xinhui was only wearing loungewear, her innate and stunning temperament was still evident. Her hair was casually tied behind her head, with a few strands of hair falling mischievously beside her cheeks, adding a touch of gentleness. Yian was captivated by her appearance and couldn't help but stare a few more times. Ding Xinhui was an eye-catching presence no matter what she wore. He quickly averted his gaze, scratching his head a little embarrassedly in an attempt to hide it. His little gesture naturally did not escape Ding Xinhui's eyes. This silly husband. He looks like he wants to look but dares not, so cute. It's not like I'm not letting you look. I'd be fine with you looking forever. He. "Miss, Master, breakfast is ready, come and eat," Auntie Lu said with a smile. The three of them went to the dining room, where the food was already set out on the table. Milk, congee, oatmeal and blueberries. It was simple but very healthy. The world is like this. Some experts will persuade the people at the bottom, instant noodles are fried foods, and eating too much of them is bad for your health. But they never think that they have already fallen to the point of eating instant noodles, and they don't care about their health. And when a person is rich, what they pursue is the simplest thing, just like health. Eat whatever is available. Yian is not picky and starts to eat his rice. "I heard that you got a job?" "Yes, that's right." Yian was not surprised. He thought that the other party would be able to find out about his information with a little effort. "Then I'll go shopping with you to buy some clothes." No, I'm fine like this." Yian was currently wearing a pair of casual pants and a t-shirt. The t-shirt was clean, slightly whitened from washing. He felt very comfortable and at ease in this outfit, and did not need to buy any other clothes. "No way, you're my husband now. If word gets out, people will think I'm mistreating you. Besides, the company is not the same as school, you should still dress appropriately." "Okay." Yian felt that Ding Xinhui had a point. After all, he was no longer single, he already had a nominal wife. Even if it wasn't for himself, he had to consider his wife's face.
Then it's settled, we'll set off in a bit. A trace of insidious cunning flashed in Ding Xinhui's eyes.
That's great. My husband is going shopping with me. I'm looking forward to it. An hour later.
Ding Xinhui also changed her attire and got into the Rolls-Royce with Yian and left the villa.
In the car.
In this small space,
there was only the world of two people left. The air was quiet. You could almost hear the sound of the two people breathing.
Ding Xinhui did not tease Yian like she did last time. Instead, she sat quietly, her eyes lowered, looking at a document in her hands. At the moment, her mind was absent-minded, and her thoughts had already drifted to the scene of going shopping with Yian. Yian sat on the side, looking out the window, and occasionally glanced at Ding Xinhui surreptitiously. He noticed that she was a little different today. There was an icy temperament that repelled people from afar. He hesitated for a moment, but still turned his head to look at Ding Xinhui and said,
"You have the document upside down." Chapter 13. It's my honor to hold your hand.
Longheng Shopping Mall, Shanghai. It is home to a collection of high-end flagship stores of well-known brands. It has become another byword for with all kinds of luxury cars visible in the parking lot.
Li Shueqian's best friend Tian Xiaosan is going to buy a new bag. Of course, she is not buying it for herself, but doing Li Shueqian a favor.
Li Shueqian is busy dealing with the aftermath of her affair and trying to salvage the company's image. She simply doesn't have the time to go shopping, so she has to ask Tian Xiaoshan to do it for her.
Serves you right. Tian Xiaoshan thinks to herself.
Li Shueqian is juggling two men at once, flirting with Xiao Wenjun on the one hand and trying to hook up with Yian on the other.
She feels really embarrassed. It's like she's no longer in the company.
But Tian Xiaoshan only came from an ordinary family and had no power or influence.
While at university, she learned that Li Shueqian's family was very wealthy.
She deliberately got close to her, did all the running around for Li Shueqian, and did her best to please her, and only then did she become her best friend.
Now, she has graduated from university. She has also become Li Shueqian's secretary and has a decent job.
It seems that she is doing well, but in reality, she is just the same as she was at university, just Li Shueqian's follower.
Why does Li Shueqian have everything she wants just by being born? She is full of resentment and loathes Li Shueqian, but dares not show it.
After all, she still needs Li Shueqian to maintain her position in life.
During her time at university, she secretly had a crush on Yian. Not only is Yian handsome, he is also very considerate towards Li Shueqian, which makes her very envious.
If such a perfect guy like Yian were her boyfriend, how wonderful that would be. She is not bad looking either.
Why does everything good have to belong to Li Shueqian?
Thinking about this, Tian Xiaoshan's jealousy grew like wild grass in her heart. In a fit of anger, she also lost her temper for a moment.
You've got the file the wrong way round. Yian's reminder snapped Ding Xinhui's thoughts back to reality.
She was slightly startled and looked down at the file in her hands.
Sure enough, it was the wrong way round.
A light blush instantly stained her cheeks. It was as if she was afraid that Yian would see through her thoughts.
She casually threw the document aside. I'm happy with it, I like reading it upside down.
After saying that, she turned her head away and looked out the window, afraid to make eye contact with Yian. She was afraid that Yian would see her fluster, and her heartbeat quickened.
An inexplicable nervousness welled up in her heart. Yian? It is rumored that rich people all have strange hobbies. Could Ding Xinhui be considered one of them? Perhaps this is the generation gap brought about by class. 10 minutes later.
The Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Longheng Shopping Mall. Ding Xinhui held out her hand to Yian.
What? You are now my husband, don't you think we should hold hands?
Ding Xinhui raised her chin slightly, her eyes full of expectation.
Can we not hold hands? Then can you not have next month's pocket money?
Because now that you are husband and wife, the 500,000 yuan you promised to give Yian every month is now considered pocket money.
It is my honor to hold your hand.
Yian's mouth twitched, and he took her soft, delicate hand and walked towards the mall. Ding Xinhui's hand was very warm, as if it carried a kind of magic that made his heart beat involuntarily. He kept telling himself, Yian, you have to hold on, you must not fall in love. You're just in a marriage of convenience, and you'll go your separate ways after the play is over.
Remember the lesson of Li Shueqian.
But he didn't know that when he rear-ended the Ferrari,
Ding Xinhui had no intention of letting him go.
Dear little husband, you can't escape from my clutches. They walked hand in hand into the mall. They immediately attracted the attention of those around them. The woman was graceful and composed, and the man was sunny and handsome. What a perfect couple. Ian felt a little uncomfortable by the stares around him, but he tried hard to remain calm. It was only 100 meters away, but already quite a few men were casting lecherous glances at him. He inwardly smiled wryly. Being out with such a beautiful woman was really stressful. Of course, there were also quite a few young ladies looking over at Ian, looking envious. Ding Xinhui also noticed this, and tightened her grip on Ian's hand. It was as if she were declaring her sovereignty. The two then took the elevator up to the floor. Ian began to look around, dazzled by the luxurious decorations and the dazzling array of goods. Ding Xinhui watched Ian, who looked like a curious child, and laughed to herself. You clueless husband, you still don't know. This entire shopping mall belongs to our family. And this is only a small part of it. Ian was led by Ding Xinhui into a men's clothing store, an internationally renowned brand. As soon as the two entered the store, the saleswoman warmly came up to them. Welcome. Although Ding Xinhui is the owner of the store, she is not in contact with the sales staff, so she naturally does not know them. Pick out some of the most suitable suits for him, and also order some custom-made suits, the best ones. Ding Xinhui pointed at Ian next to her. The female salesperson's eyes lit up, and she immediately began to select suitable clothes for Ian. You don't need to spend a lot, just something average will do. No, you are now my husband, so you must have the best. Ding Xinhui's tone was unquestionable. Ian could only helplessly smile. Looking back now, in the past 3 years with Li Shueqian, he had never bought himself a single item of clothing. Instead, he had scrimped and saved to buy Li Shueqian a lot of clothes and shoes. However, Li Shueqian hardly ever wore them, and when she did occasionally, it was only to please Ian. He was really blind at the time. The saleswoman quickly selected several exquisite outfits for Ian. Ian tried on a few of them and had to admit that they did fit perfectly and were fashionable and elegant. As expected, expensive things are not only expensive, they are also perfect. Ding Xinhui looked at Ian in his new clothes and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Next, she will take Ian's measurements to order a custom-made suit. I'll do it. Ding Xinhui took the soft tape measure from the saleswoman and went to Ian. She didn't want another woman to touch her little husband. Under no circumstances. Stand still, Ding Xinhui said softly. Ian looked at the beautiful face close at hand, and for some reason, an inexplicable nervousness welled up in his heart. Ian stood obediently, not daring to move. As Ding Xinhui took the measurements, her fingers inadvertently touched Ian's skin. Ian's body stiffened, and even his heartbeat began to quicken. As Ding Xinhui measured Ian's bust, it seemed casual. But her fingers were carefully appreciating his broad chest. So firm. Next, the waist measurement. 8 tight abs. It feels so good. Ding Xinhua continued measuring, her pretty face slightly flushed, but her eyes remained focused. Ian felt the touch of Ding Xinhua, and the tension and strangeness in his heart grew stronger. Even the palms of his hands began to sweat, and he felt time slowing down. Soon, Ding Xinhua also finished measuring, and the salesperson carefully noted down each piece of data. Wait here. Ding Xinhua smiled and followed the salesperson to pay. Ian looked at her back, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. That strange feeling kept spreading in his heart, and his eyes could not help but become a little absent-minded. At this time, Tian Shashan, who had just bought a bag, passed by not far away. His eyes glanced at her inadvertently. Then his footsteps suddenly stopped. Isn't that Ian? Why is he here? Chapter 14. This is my wife. Ding Xinhui was so close to him just now. So close that he could see her fine, long eyelashes. I wonder if there are stars hidden in her eyes, making them extra bright. Although Ding Xinhui had already walked away, the unique, light fragrance on her body seemed to linger on the tip of his nose, not dissolving. Damn it! Using this to test cadres? What kind of cadres can withstand such a test? Ian quickly shook his head, trying to quickly forget the scene just now. Tian Shaoshan had never experienced a scene like this before, and she was so scared that she quickly let go of Ian's hand. For some reason, when faced with Ding Xinhui, she could not muster the slightest intention to resist, and involuntarily explained. I am a classmate of Ian's, here to say hello. Say hello?
Do you greet someone by holding hands? This woman clearly has evil intentions towards my little husband. So Ding Xinhui immediately asserted her sovereignty. Yian is my husband, so watch your manners. As soon as she finished speaking, she angrily pulled Yian over to her side. This little husband of mine. How can he be so defenseless, letting some random woman hold his hand? I must teach him a lesson. Ding Xinhui was a little annoyed, but she didn't want to make a scene. She took a firm hold of Yian's arm, as if she was afraid someone would snatch him away. Tian Xiaoshan hadn't had time to process Ding Xinhui's words about Yian being her husband. Yian spoke up, "This is my wife, we're married." Wife? Yian and Li Shueqian had only broken up a few days ago. And they're already married? Tian Xiaoshan looked incredulous, her mouth wide open. But the way Yian and Ding Xinhui looked so close to each other didn't seem fake at all. Endless jealousy and loss welled up in her heart. She bit her lip and forced a smile. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were married. I have to go, I'm in a hurry. After saying this, she turned around and hurriedly left. Ding Xinhui looked coldly at the back of Tian Xiaoshan's figure and then turned to Yian. In the future, don't let other women casually get close to you, do you hear me? The phoenix eyes, which were tinged with a trace of coldness, made Yian feel a little hair-raising inside. I know. He hastily agreed. Although it was a bit overbearing, after all, it was Partier's request, and he could not refuse. Ding Xinhui then satisfactorily let go of the hand that was holding Yian's arm. Tian Xiaoshan, who had just left a moment ago, was at this moment in a state of confusion. Her mind was filled with the intimate scene of Ding Xinhui holding Yian's arm. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Yian and Li Shueqian had just broken up, so how could he have a girlfriend so soon? She knew Yian's personality very well. Even if he really planned to break up with Li Shueqian, it was impossible for him to have a new girlfriend so soon. It would be the kind that gets married and has a certificate. Thinking about this, she paused, turned around and walked back. When she returned, there was no longer any trace of Yian and his wife in the shop. Tian Xiaoshan looked around and finally found the back of Yian and his wife as they left in the elevator. She quickly took out her phone and took photos of Yian and his wife from upstairs. Then, Tian Xiaoshan drove as fast as she could to the company. In the office, Li Shueqian was buried in paperwork. At this time, Tian Xiaoshan hurriedly pushed open the door and walked into the office. Shueqian, something's wrong. I just saw Yian and his wife. Wife? No way. Li Shueqian didn't even look up, directly denying it. After spending 3 years together, she knew Yian's personality all too well. When he was with her, Yian was in pure love. This time was no exception, and she knew that Yian was angry because she cheated on him. She's just a little angry. The angrier he is, the more he cares about her. When he calms down, he'll come back obediently and beg for forgiveness. So he can't possibly have a wife so soon. Tian Xiaoshan must have been wrong. Yian definitely said so himself. And that woman is very pretty and has a lot of charisma. Upon hearing this, Li Shueqian finally stopped writing and looked up, her brows slightly furrowed. Are you sure? Tian Xiaoshan nodded vigorously, I'm sure, I even took a photo. Saying this, she took out her phone, called up the photo and handed it to Li Shueqian. Li Shueqian stared at the phone, her finger swiping the screen every few seconds. She looked at each photo carefully. The woman in the photo obviously had more temperament and was more beautiful than herself. Moreover, the two looked very intimate. With the evidence in front of her, Li Shueqian had to believe it. Her face was very ugly. Yian, I thought you liked me a lot. What makes you qualified to be angry with me? You are not the same as having an affair with another woman behind my back? After she finished speaking, she slammed the phone on the table. The phone was so slammed that the screen immediately shattered. Phone? Tian Xiaoshan? Big sister, this is my phone. On second thought, she could make Li Shueqian pay for a new phone, and she wouldn't be that upset. Tian Xiaoshan looked at Li Shueqian's angry expression again, and couldn't help but secretly gloat. She knew that Li Shueqian now regarded Yian as a spare tire, and would definitely be very angry to see that Yian had a new love. And she could also take this opportunity to show Li Shueqian her loyalty. Shueqian, don't be angry, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Tian Xiaoshan consoled feebly. Misunderstanding? He himself said that it was his wife, What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Chapter 15. I really like this reward. Think about it, with Yian's personality, how could he betray you? How could he have a wife? He must have said that to anger you. That woman might just be someone he found to deliberately act for me, and then tell you through me.
Yian must still love you deeply, but he is angry right now, and it is normal for him to do something impulsive.
Xu Eqian, don't fall for his tricks. Tian Shaoshan continued to fan the flames.
As an outsider, she naturally knew that Yian would never come back to Li Xu Eqian. But she wasn't sure if the wife Yian mentioned was real or just an act. Even if that toy had been left in the corner gathering dust. But it was still her toy. After listening to Tian Shaoshan's analysis, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. So that's it. The toy was jealous, angry, and acting up. Pretending to run away from home and pretend to have a new owner. Thinking about this, an inexplicable sense of superiority welled up in her heart. She snorted, Yian has finally made some progress. He has resorted to desperate measures to win me back, playing hard to get. I'm actually a little surprised. It turns out that he likes me so much. Tian Shaoshan. Looking at Li Xu Eqian's inexplicably confident smile, Tian Shaoshan felt a little disgusted. If I'm guilty, there will be a law to punish me. Not you, a lowly woman. Bah! Tian Shaoshan spat out a mouthful of hatred inside. Give me your phone. Li Xu Eqian held out her hand. Since Yian cared so much about her, she should have just bent a little and given him an excuse to come back. But now that Yian had blocked her, she had no choice but to use Tian Shaoshan's phone. What are you still doing there? Give it to me. Tian Shaoshan didn't answer, but pointed to the broken phone on the table. Was that woman really just your classmate? Ding Xinhui asked in the car on the way back to the villa. Yian was taken aback. Ding Xinhui's expression seemed very calm, but why did she inexplicably feel a sense of crisis? A subconscious desire to survive rose in her heart. Of course it was real, truer than pearls. She was the best friend of my ex-girlfriend and also my college classmate. However, Ding Xinhui just looked at him quietly without saying a word. As if she had thought of something, Yian quickly took out his phone. In front of Ding Xinhui's face, he blocked Tian Shaoshan. He and Tian Shaoshan didn't have much of a friendship anyway, and he only added her contact information because of Li Xu Eqian. Now he had just severed his last connection with Li Xu Eqian. Seeing Yian's actions, Ding Xinhui's expression eased. That's more like it. Since you're so understanding, I'll reward you. Oh? What reward? Yian was instantly interested. Are you going to give me Manai? Everything else is fake, only Manai is real. It's the 22nd century, there's no one who doesn't want to have sex with Maine, right? 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 As a reward. Ding Xinhui gave a sly smile and said, cook for me tonight. Yian? This is really a reward. What the hell? Yian's mouth twitched. You don't seem very happy, is this reward not good? No, I really like this reward, thank you. It's just cooking. Since the sponsor has spoken, just do it. It's not embarrassing to make money. Li Xu Eqian looked at the broken phone on the table and quickly reacted. I'm sorry, go buy a new one and get reimbursed later. It's fine, I'll go buy a phone now. Tian Shaoshan, smiling JPG. I can get a new phone. What should I get? Let's get the latest iPhone 17. She was happy to think about buying a phone with public funds. Half an hour later. The new phone with a SIM card inserted was handed over to Li Xu Eqian. She looked up Yian's contact information, hesitated for a moment, and then edited a message and sent it. Yian, I know you're angry, but don't go too far. I can give you a chance to come back. Tian Shaoshan looked at Li Xu Eqian's condescending manner and felt disgust in her heart. But soon. Li Xu Eqian's expression first showed surprise, and then her eyes filled with anger. What's wrong? Look for yourself. Tian Shaoshan, who had taken the phone, looked at the screen and was also stunned. She had also been blocked by Yian. This really pisses me off. Yian is so petty. Xu Eqian, I know you're angry, but don't be angry yet. Li Xu Eqian couldn't hear any comforting words at this time, waved her hand, and interrupted Tian Shaoshan. You go out first, I want to be alone. Since your phone didn't help, the money for the phone will be deducted from your next month's salary.
Tian Shaoshan? Damn it. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Are you playing with me here? Is there any law? Is there any law?
When Yian and Ding Xinhui returned to the Sandalwood Villa, it was already noon. As soon as they entered the house, Yian rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. Watching Yian's busy figure, Ding Xinhui felt a sense of satisfaction and joy in her heart. Her little husband can cook such delicious food. Of course she wants to eat it every day, every meal, for the rest of her life. Then, she thought again that tomorrow was the day Yian would go to work. She took out her phone, opened the screen, and sent a message. How are things going? Soon, Secretary Wang replied. Ding dong, the contract has been signed and will take effect immediately tomorrow. Ding Xinhui's mouth curled up into a charming arc after reading the message. She walked over to Yian and said, "Let me help you." At that moment, Secretary Wang was at Shaojiruo Chuan Technology Company, Limited. Yian was due to report for work at this company tomorrow. In the meeting room, Secretary Wang pushed up her glasses after sending Ding Xinhui a message. She didn't understand, as the company's current business situation was not very good. She had also explained this point, but Ding Xinhui still insisted on the acquisition. This company is nothing but a small company to Ding Xinhui. Her name has been on the list of the world's richest people for many years. She really can't figure out what value this company has for Ding Xinhui. Happy cooperation. Secretary Wang shook hands with the company's chairman Xiao Hongqiu with a professional smile on her face. After Secretary Wang left, Xiao Hongqiu couldn't wait to call his son to share the good news. When June, good news, our company has been acquired. What's more, the price of the acquisition is a full 100 million yuan higher than the market value of the company. Chapter 16, Trying to Run? I'll break your legs. Xiao Wenjun hung up the phone after listening to the good news shared by his father Xiao Hongqiu. He was also very excited. With the Ding Group as a backing, it would be difficult for the company not to thrive. However, he did not give up the idea of swallowing up Li Shueqian's company. Money is an irresistible temptation to him, and the more the better. Who would complain about having too much money? Besides, it's not just any small amount of money. The market value of the Li family company is at least 200 million. With such a large sum of money, he can surround himself with countless beautiful women and have endless luxury and enjoyment. And now, Xiao Wujuan has another thorn in his side, and that is Yian. Yian has now become an obstacle to his takeover of the Li family company and must be eliminated as soon as possible. He immediately sent a message, "How's the investigation going?" Soon, information was sent over, Yian's personal information. Although it was not as detailed as the information Ding Xinhui had obtained, it was enough to give him an understanding of Yian's situation. One piece of information caught his attention. After reading it, a cold curve formed at the corner of his mouth. This is really interesting. This kid is coming to work at my company tomorrow. It seems that God is helping me. Sandalwood Villa. Ding Xinhui had just finished eating and was still savoring the delicious meal her husband had made. Yian spoke up, "I'm going to the hospital to see my grandmother." Although he had just called Auntie Huang in the morning to ask about her grandmother's condition, he still wanted to go and keep her company. Since the death of his parents, he and his grandmother had been living together. Yian came from a poor rural family. His grandmother had earned all the money for his school fees. At that time, his grandmother had worked very hard, doing 3 jobs a day to support the family. Later, Yian went to university. He took on part-time jobs in his spare time, and with his excellent grades, he received a scholarship from the university. Tuition fees never worried his grandmother again, and he even had a little spare money. However, he spent it all on Li Shueqian. But in the end, blindly giving didn't warm Li Shueqian's heart. During his senior year, he developed an app. Once it was released, it had thousands of daily active users on the first day. Later, a company contacted him and wanted to buy out the app. Because he was about to graduate at the time, he was about to marry Li Shueqian. The Li family knew about Yian's family situation, and as long as he paid a bride price of 100,000 yuan, they would agree to refund the bride price after marriage. However, the proper procedures must be followed, and he had to pay the 100,000 yuan bride price. So he sold the app at a low price because he was in urgent need of money. The company was also a dishonest merchant, so the deal was finally closed at a price of 80,000 yuan. Together with the 20,000 yuan from Grandma's coffin, they just managed to raise 100,000 yuan. Looking back now, he realized how stupid he had been. All the silent sacrifices he had made were completely ignored and worthless in Li Shueqian's eyes.
Do you want me to go with you? No, I'll be back in a while. Yian left feeling a bit speechless. Why was Ding Xinhui staring at him with the expression of a prison guard? He wasn't going to take the opportunity to run away. This way of making money so easily and happily is probably envied by not many people. Just like the person in front of the screen. Forget it, it's not like that. And even if he really wanted to run, could Ding Xinhui stop him? If Ding Xinhui knew what he was thinking at this moment, she would definitely say, "Want to run? Break your legs." After leaving the house, he wanted to take a taxi to the hospital by himself, but the driver kept insisting. "Sir, if you don't let me take you, the lady will blame me." Fine. Yian sighed, and in order to save the driver's job, he reluctantly got into the Rolls-Royce and headed to the hospital. On the other side of the street, Li Shueqian had been dealing with paperwork and hadn't even eaten lunch. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Prolonged hard work, combined with irregular eating habits, had caused her stomach problems to flare up again. She covered her stomach, her expression pained, and cold sweat was dripping down her face. But for some reason, Yian's figure appeared in her mind at this moment. Yian also knew that she had always had a chronic stomach problem. So in college, Yian specially researched information everywhere, asked around, and developed a stomach-nourishing porridge. Since then, he would get up early every morning, make the stomach-nourishing porridge by hand, and deliver it to her, every day. And the stomach-nourishing porridge was very effective, and her stomach problem never recurred this time. If only Yian were still here. The pain pulled her thoughts back. She pulled open the drawer and took out the pill bottle. However, the pills in the bottle had already been finished. Without Yian's stomach-friendly breakfast, she now relied on medication to relieve her pain. And since the pills were controlled substances, she had to go to the hospital herself. With no choice, she got up and walked out of the office. 20 minutes later, she drove alone to the hospital parking lot. A sudden wave of pain in her stomach made her wince, and she quickly applied the brakes. She was so startled that she broke out in a cold sweat, and almost crashed into the Rolls-Royce ahead of her. A car like this, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, would incur a huge repair bill if it were even slightly scratched. In contrast, her car was just an ordinary Mercedes-Benz. The company was already in dire straits, and was in urgent need of money. Li Shueqian looked at the luxury car in front of her and secretly congratulated herself for braking in time. She calmed down and prepared to park the car in the empty space next to it. However, when she saw the person getting out of the Rolls-Royce Wraith, she froze. She was familiar with that figure. Is that Yian? Yian's Rolls-Royce attracted countless stares as it drove into the hospital. Wow, it's a Rolls-Royce. It's so luxurious. This car is really magnificent. Someone of status must be here, arriving at the hospital in a car like this. People waiting in line to register at the hospital lobby also turned to look. If I can ride in a car like this once in my life, it will have been worthwhile. This is what I call living, while we're just stuck here waiting in line. Even the surrounding traffic avoided it, for fear of accidentally scratching the luxury car. Yian got out of the Rolls-Royce as soon as it came to a stop. Immediately, a few beautiful women came up to him, wanting to add him on WeChat. They wore smiles on their faces, but their eyes were burning with desire. Who wouldn't want to get to know such a handsome and wealthy young man, and go even further? Yian frowned slightly, and all he wanted was to go see his grandmother as soon as possible. And these beautiful women who took the initiative to approach him were only here for the luxury car. Sorry, I don't use WeChat. Yian waved his hand to reject directly and left straight away. Only a few beauties were left, looking disappointed in the same place. Yian, who had transformed into the powerful Emperor He Chang, didn't even turn around. Chapter 17, Is there a bubble in your head? The scene in front of her caught Li Shueqian's eye. It looked familiar. When Yian was in college, many girls secretly liked him because of his handsome appearance. Some of them were bold enough to confess their love for him in public, but he rejected them all. Back then, Li Shueqian secretly felt pleased, thinking that Yian was devoted to her and only had eyes for her. But now, watching Yian surrounded by other beautiful women, an inexplicable feeling of sourness and jealousy welled up in her heart. Then she noticed that Yian, just like before, had rejected all the beautiful women's attempts to strike up a conversation.
This scene was so similar, so familiar, and what a coincidence.
Could it be that Ian had done this on purpose?
He had deliberately arranged this encounter. He had deliberately recreated the scene of him being surrounded by beautiful women but not being swayed. He had deliberately let her see it and then draw her attention.
Sure enough.
Ian still likes her, he's just found a different way to show it. Next, he should come find her and beg for her forgiveness. As she thought this, Li Shueqian's face was full of a smug smile, and the confidence in her eyes seemed about to overflow. She had just parked her car when her phone rang.
As soon as Li Shueqian answered, she heard Tian Xiaosun's very excited voice. Shueqian, good news.
Jinhui Investment Company is very interested in a project of our company.
On hearing this, Li Shueqian was overjoyed.
Jinhui Investment Company is a well-known large investment company in Longhua. If her company can obtain investment from this company, the current difficulties it faces can be easily resolved, and it may even go from strength to strength.
Really? This is really great news, Shueqian. Which project are they interested in?
Li Shueqian's voice was full of excitement.
It's the Financial Risk Early Warning System project.
They think it has great potential, and their person in charge said they want to talk to us in detail about the details of the cooperation. The project that Tian Xiao. She hurriedly chased after Ian. But when she turned the corner, Ian was already gone.
Mr. Yi, here to see your grandmother?
As soon as she entered the ward, she saw the little nurse again.
Yi nodded. How is my grandmother?
Don't worry, your grandmother is recovering very well. Dr. Song said she should wake up in a few days.
That's great. Well, I won't bother you then. If there's anything, just call me.
Okay, thanks, nurse. Hearing the young man in front of her call her sister, the young nurse giggled and left the room.
Grandma, I've come to see you.
Ian sat in the chair by the bed, reached out and took his grandmother's hand, and held it to his face. His grandmother's hands were rough, the marks of years and hard work. But Ian felt that they were very warm.
2 hours later,
Ian said goodbye to the nurse Huang and left. It was almost dinner time, and he had to go back and cook for Party A. This was what Ding Xinhui had told him when he left. He had just walked to the hospital parking lot. Behind him, a voice came from behind Ian.
Hearing someone call his name, Ian subconsciously paused.
But he didn't turn around. The owner of the voice was someone Ian knew very well, Li Shueqian. He now felt that this voice was very disgusting, and without thinking, he quickened his pace and continued walking.
He didn't want to have anything more to do with Li Shueqian.
Li Shueqian had been in line for a long time and had just picked up her medicine. Unexpectedly, she saw Ian as soon as she arrived. Li Shueqian saw that Ian had no intention of stopping, so she hurriedly chased after him and blocked his way.
Ian, wait.
Ian frowned, looked at her coldly, and stepped aside. Li Shueqian was taken aback by Ian's cold attitude, but then thought that he must still be angry, so she said,
Ian, I have something to say to you.
What?
Are you going to pay me back the 100,000 yuan bride price? Ian, when did you become so shallow? Can't we talk about anything other than money?
Ian, I have nothing to talk about with a shameless woman who cheated on me. Li Shueqian was angered, but then thought about the project at the company that still needed Ian. She then took a deep breath and continued. I know that because of the cheating last time, you deliberately ignored me and disappeared on purpose, but I don't care about any of that.
I can give you a chance.
Apologize to me, and I'll forgive you.
Ian, are you crazy? Apologizing all the time? You're really half like Shakespeare. Li Shueqian froze for a moment before she reacted.
You. Facing Yian's indifferent attitude, she forced down the discomfort in her heart. Yian, don't blame me for not warning you, I'm giving you a chance.
Think about your grandmother, isn't she still waiting in line for surgery?
If I say the word, Dr. Sun, the medical expert from Longhua, will come over.
Without me, can you invite an expert?
Upon hearing this, Yian's eyes grew colder.
Li Shueqian had actually threatened him with his grandmother's life.
He had really been blind. How had he fallen for such a snake-hearted woman in the first place? Li Shueqian saw that Yian was not speaking, and thought that her threat had worked. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of smugness.
You knew I had a stomachache and deliberately came to the hospital to have a chance encounter with me, didn't you? You've had enough temper tantrums for now. I'll give you a way out.
you should stop while you're ahead. Your grandmother still needs a lot of money for the operation, so beg me, and maybe I can help. Ian froze when she finished speaking.
Chance encounter? He had never thought of it that way.
And she had threatened him with his grandmother again.
He now felt even more that Li Shueqian was simply unreasonable.
Ian sneered. It seems that you really are sick in the head, so hurry up and go see a neurologist.
Oh yes, and get the money ready, I'll have my lawyer come see you then. Although 100,000 yuan was nothing to Ian right now. It was still his money, so why shouldn't he get it back? The smile on Li Shueqian's lips instantly froze.
Ian, I advise you not to act on impulse. As long as you come back to me and apologize, I promise that your grandmother will receive the best treatment.
Moreover, my company needs you for a project. If you help me complete it, I can forgive you for what happened before, and we can go back to the way things were. Chapter 18, It's All My Husband's Fault.
At this moment, Ian sort of understood.
The project Li Shueqian was talking about must be the financial risk early warning system he had previously done for Li's company.
This project had great development prospects, and once it was launched, it could bring very huge profits. So it turned out that Li Shueqian was planning to use herself to make money for their family, still treating herself as a tool.
Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in Yian's heart. Li Shueqian, you are as selfish as ever. Do you think I will let you manipulate me like before? I'm telling you, it's impossible.
Li Shueqian frowned, a flash of panic in her eyes, but she still pretended to be calm.
Yian, don't be so stubborn.
You help me complete the project, and I'll help you save your grandmother.
Isn't that fair? Yian, fair? You treat me like a money-making tool, and you even threatened me with my grandmother's safety. You only care about you and your money.
Li Shueqian bit her lip.
It's not true, Yian. I do like you, but the company really needs you this time, and your grandmother's illness can't wait.
Yian looked at her coldly.
No need to argue. My grandmother is fine already, so don't be so kind. As for that project you mentioned, I will continue working on it.
Li Shueqian was overjoyed to hear that Yian would continue to complete the project. Although she didn't know why Yian's grandmother would be fine, she didn't care about her life at all. All she could see was the huge benefits that the project would bring, as if she could already see the company rise to glory once again. I knew you were a person who understood the big picture. As long as you complete this project well, I will not only forgive you, but also let you become a senior executive in the company. Yian looked at her greedy face and felt disgust in his heart.
Li Shueqian, don't get me wrong. I'm not continuing with this project for you, or for your family company. This project is my own hard work, and I don't want it to just go to waste. And I'll sell this project to a company with real vision and strength. Not to selfish people like you, who just want to take advantage of me and suck the blood out of me. Li Shueqian's face instantly turned ugly. She didn't expect Yian to have such plans. You can't do that. This project belongs to our company, and you have no right to sell it to someone else. Yian sneered. From the moment I left, this project has nothing to do with your family anymore. I can do whatever I want now, so it's none of your business. Li Shueqian was completely stunned.
Yian, don't make things difficult for yourself.
What do you think will happen to me if you leave? Without me, you're nothing. Yian, without you, I'll only be better off.
Yian ignored her and walked past her to leave. Li Shueqian tried to reach out to stop him, but Yian shook her off.
Don't touch me, I don't want to get dirty. With that, Yian left quickly. Li Shueqian stood there, shaking with anger.
After a long while, she calmed down. She knew Yian's character, and it was really possible that he would sell the project. So she must sell the project before Yian finishes it. She made up her mind and called Tian Xiaoshan.
Xiaoshan, the situation has changed. That guy Yian wants to sell the financial risk warning system project to another company. Contact Jinui Investment as soon as possible.
Forget it, I'll go myself.
We must get this investment. Shueqian, are you planning to sell the project now? How can you do that? The project is just a prototype.
Li Shueqian was annoyed at the moment, and her tone was quite impatient.
It's enough to be a prototype. After the investment money arrives, I'll find someone else to perfect the project, and then we can present the finished product. I don't believe that without him, Yian, the project can't be carried out. There are plenty of capable people in the world. As long as there is money, are you afraid of not being able to find someone to complete the project? Tian Shaosan was a little worried on the other end of the phone.
But the risk is too great, and Jinhui Investment is not someone to be trifled with. If they find something wrong with the project, we could face very serious consequences.
Li Shueqian snorted. I must seize this opportunity. Don't say anymore, I've already made up my mind.
After hanging up the phone, Li Shueqian immediately set about contacting Jinhui Investment.
Unfortunately, Li Shueqian didn't know.
Yan dared to say in front of her that he would continue to complete the project, so naturally he wasn't afraid of her trying to steal it. He was absolutely certain that no one but himself could complete that project.
An hour later, Yan returned to the villa in his Rolls-Royce.
As before, he had prepared a sumptuous dinner.
Ding Xinhui ate heartily and was very satisfied.
She glanced down at her slightly distended belly and felt conflicted. If she kept eating like this, she would definitely gain weight. But the food tasted so good, it was really hard for her to resist.
It was all Yian's fault. Who told him to cook so well? Humph. QAQ.
Yan noticed that Ding Xinhui was staring at him with a face full of resentment, and his mouth twitched.
Hey. What kind of look is that? You blame me even though you're full? Ugh, I'm in trouble. At that moment, Yian's phone vibrated, saving him. It was his classmate Zhao Yuan calling.
Zhao Yuan and Yian had been roommates in college and were very close.
Yian, where are you? Let's go out for a drink.
Zhao Yuan's voice sounded in a good mood.
Yian looked at the time, it was still early. He could go out for a drink with him.
He still had 200,000 yuan of pocket money, so he didn't have to be as frugal as before.
Okay, let's meet at the usual place, my treat.
After saying hello to Ding Xinhui, he left the villa.
Not long after,
Yian got out of the Rolls-Royce and went down a small street, entering a small restaurant.
Zhao Yuan arrived a few minutes before Yian. The two of them only ordered 2 small dishes and 2 bottles of beer.
They had just eaten and didn't want to eat too much, mainly wanting to chat and enjoy the atmosphere. Tomorrow was still the first day of work, so it wasn't appropriate to drink too much. The wine was poured into the glasses, and Zhao Yuan raised his glass.
Here, brother, cheers.
The two clinked their glasses and drained their drinks.
I've also found a job, and it's not far from your company.
I rented a room nearby, but the rent is just too expensive. In the city, every inch of land is worth a fortune. The high rent is also a large sum of money for someone who has just graduated from college.
Oh yes, you and Li Shueqian should be married by now. Zhao Yuan continued.
Yian and Li Shueqian's relationship was almost common knowledge in college.
I broke up with her just a few days ago. Chapter 19, why don't you go after a rich woman?
Zhao Yuan froze for a moment. This was so sudden, but it was good. I had felt that there was something wrong with Li Shueqian before.
But at the time, you were with her, and I didn't want to say anything. Yian smiled. It's fine, it's all in the past. For me, it's better to be alone now. It's good that you can think like this. Haha, let's celebrate your return to singledom with a toast. Yian smiled helplessly. He didn't know if he was single or not. After all, he was now married, but it was just a form of marriage. The two men took another drink. Then you can come and share a flat with me. We work close to each other and we can split the rent. I'm living with relatives.
After a moment's thought, Yian decided not to tell the truth. If he told Zhao Yuan that he was now living in the most luxurious villa in the city, he would definitely think that Yian was drunk and talking nonsense.
Relatives? You have relatives in the devil's capital? How come I've never heard you mention them before? We only got in touch recently. They have a bigger house, so they're taking me in for now. That's pretty good, I envy you. Zhao Yuan took another sip of wine alone. Why are you suddenly sighing?
Did you have a fight with your girlfriend?
Not really.
My girlfriend and I are planning to get married, but she wants a 400,000 yuan bride price and a house in the devil's capital.
I just graduated, where am I going to get that kind of money? With that, Zhao Yuan poured himself another glass of wine and drank it all in one go.
And she also said that I only have 1 year to prepare these conditions, and if I fail to meet these conditions after 1 year, we will break up.
Yian.
After listening to Zhao Yuan's words, Yian also felt helpless. The price of a house in the Magic City is casually 11,000 yuan per square meter, and 100 square meters is 1 million yuan. And there's also a 400,000 yuan bride price. You need to earn 1.4 million yuan in a year.
How can a student who has just graduated and found a job earn that? With what?
You wouldn't be worth that much even if you sold yourself. Not to mention the fact that a wedding also costs a fortune.
It's almost unbelievable when you add it all up.
Those who know that they're talking about getting married, and those who don't, might think they're talking about doing business. It's true that in the face of reality, there's no such thing as love. Yan patted Zhao Yuan on the shoulder, telling him not to be so pessimistic, that there might still be a way out, and that he could discuss it with his girlfriend and see if they could lower their demands a bit.
Zhao Yuan shook his head. It was useless.
Her attitude was very firm. She said it was her parents' request, there was nothing she could do.
Hey, didn't Pinyin say that I was already more than 99% of the way there? Why is it still so difficult for me?
On hearing this, Yan was also at a loss for words, not knowing how to comfort Zhao Yuan.
I regret being in a relationship now. It's better to be alone, just like you are now. Is Yan alone? Technically, no.
He and Ding Xinhui are legally married, at least for now. I'll tell Zhao Yuan about it next time. After all, this marriage of convenience is really a bit unbelievable.
If it doesn't work out, just split up. There's no need to be stuck in the same relationship.
Yeah, I guess my girlfriend and I are pretty much at the end of our relationship.
Why haven't any rich women fallen for me?
After a few drinks, Zhao Yuan began to feel a little tipsy. He wasn't a big drinker to begin with, and with his bad mood, the wine didn't make him drunk, but he got drunk first.
Yan, why don't you go find a rich woman to go with?
I don't have a chance, but you're so handsome, a lot of girls like you can definitely do it.
When you become successful, don't forget your buddy.
Yan shook his head and laughed.
You think a rich woman is like a cabbage, that you can find one whenever you want.
As he spoke, the figure of Ding Xinhui could not help but appear in his mind.
This beautiful sister is indeed a rich woman. But how long can their relationship last?
He knew that Ding Xinhui had only gotten a marriage certificate with him on a whim, and she might wake up the next day and kick him out.
Soon after, Zhao Yuan said goodbye and left.
Yan then returned to the villa.
The next day,
Yan got up on time and prepared to report to work. After washing up, he changed into the clothes that Ding Xinhui had bought for him earlier. But when he went downstairs for breakfast, he found that Ding Xinhui was not there. He asked Auntie Lu and learned that she had already gone to work. That's right, today is Monday, everyone has to go to work.
Ding Xinhui got up even earlier than him.
It seems that there is a reason why others can become rich. The energetic and handsome Yan caught Auntie Lu's eye, and she couldn't help but praise the young lady's good taste. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and with Yan's good looks, he was particularly eye-catching at the moment.
Auntie Lu couldn't help but worry for the young lady.
If her husband goes out like this, I wonder how many girls he will charm. Master, eat while it's still hot. Miss specifically told you to eat breakfast before going to work. With that, Auntie Lu brought the prepared breakfast to the table.
Yan's heart warmed.
He never expected Ding Xinhui to be so attentive. He nodded and sat down to start eating breakfast. The breakfast was the same as usual, the only difference being an extra fried egg.
The egg was a bit old and burnt, and didn't look perfect.
Most people would not like to eat such an egg, but Yan liked it very much. He felt that it had a nice crunch when he bit into it, and the texture was very good.
He liked the older ones.
While eating, he also had some doubts.
His grandmother was the only one who knew about his unique taste, so how did Auntie Lu know about it? It was probably just a coincidence. Yan didn't think about it anymore and continued to eat his rice. He finished quickly and left the room. Auntie Lu looked at his departing back and was very gratified.
Then she took out her phone and sent a message to Ding Xinhui. The groom has finished eating and he enjoyed it very much. Ding Xinhui, who had just got off the Rolls-Royce, couldn't wait to open her phone as soon as she received the message. After reading it, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, her lips curving up like a crescent moon. She immediately replied,
"Don't tell him yet."
Auntie Lu, who received the message, had an expression of "I understand" on her face. Miss had gotten up early that morning and had dragged herself to teach her how to fry an egg. But before she had to go to work, she hadn't been able to fry a satisfactory egg. The one Yan had eaten was the best egg Miss had ever fried, but she was afraid Yian would dislike it, so she didn't let Aunt Lu say anything. Ding Xinhui was also very anxious and didn't dare to watch Yian eat in person, so she left first. Miss Yi had never been in the kitchen before, let alone learn how to cook breakfast, so it seemed that she really liked Master Yi. Yian also ate very happily, not disappointing Miss Ye's intentions. At this time, Yian was about to go out, but he was at a loss. Chapter 20. You got married so young. In front of the garage, Yian froze. Am I in the right place? Is this a garage? This is clearly a luxury car show. As far as Yian could see, there were luxury cars parked everywhere. Auntie Lu came up to him and said, "Master, Miss said you can choose any car here." Yian felt a little helpless. He just wanted to go to work in a low-key manner. But any of these cars on the road would attract attention. How can I be low-key? In the past, I took a taxi or crowded on the subway. I felt at ease. Unlike now, I really feel like a kept man. It's not that I can't be a kept man, I'm just afraid that the kept man will choke on the food. He never thought that he would face such a choice one day. I might as well take a taxi. The lady said, "If you don't take a car from here, you'll be fined next month's allowance." Yi Yan's mouth twitched. Damn the boss. It's bad enough having to work like a slave at the company. But at home, he has to be exploited by the capitalist. Yi Yan's dilemma fell into Auntie Lu's eyes, and her smile was harder to suppress than a case. It seems that the young master is being held hostage by the young lady. Yi Yan sighed and reluctantly chose a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This is already considered relatively low-key among all the cars. He turned on the navigation system and drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class towards the company. Although he had a driver's license, he had only driven a few times. He drove slowly the whole way, but luckily it was still early, so he wouldn't be late. Cars on the road avoided him, as no one wanted to have a close encounter with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Yian drove to the underground garage of the company, parked the car, and hurried upstairs to report for duty. The company is located in a 40-story office building, and the elevator stops on the 20th floor. Yian got out of the elevator and began the process of checking in, signing the contract, and so on. On the other side, Secretary Wang followed behind Ding Xinhui. She was still thinking about the smile on Ding's face when she got out of the car. This was the second time she had seen her boss smile. No matter how big the project was or how much money was made, she had never seen her smile. At one point, she even suspected that Ding Xinhui was a facial paralytic. But in the past few days, she had unexpectedly shown a smile on her cold face. The last time, at the hospital, she could explain it away by saying it was dark and the lighting was bad. This time, it was broad daylight, and she could see it clearly. She began to suspect that her boss had been possessed. Moreover, recently, they had acquired a company that did not make a lot of profit and, in their eyes, did not have good prospects for development. It was very unusual. Ding Xinhui's judgment would not be that poor. Could it be that? Secretary Wang nudged her black-framed glasses, and the lenses reflected a white light. There is only one truth. That is because people. What can sway a person's emotions, apart from things, is people. Thinking about this, she became more and more curious about Yian. Who exactly is this Yian, who can shake Ding Dong, an iceberg? Possessed by the spirit of gossip, she seemed to have discovered a shocking secret about her boss. In the office, she took the brewed coffee to Ding Xinhui's desk. Ding Dong, the company we acquired before doesn't seem to be of much help to our group. Curiosity got the better of her and she couldn't help but ask. But she was smart and didn't choose to ask the person directly, but rather hinted at it. In her expectant eyes, Ding Xinhui took a sip of coffee and said lightly, "The company is developing a technology that, once it breaks through, can reduce costs by 90%, and the profits it will bring will be unimaginable." Secretary Wang was a little suspicious of this answer. "You've never smiled before, even when we made less money." She was itching to find out more about her boss. "You can go now." Just as Secretary Wang was about to leave, Ding Xinhui spoke again. "Keep an eye on that company and let me know if anything happens." Secretary Wang nodded, "Yes, Ms. Ding." Ding Xinhui nodded slightly, indicating that she could leave. Immediately afterwards, she opened a file. The content of the file was precisely the technology she had just mentioned. She already had the right candidate in mind to complete it. The image of that handsome figure in the sunlight could not help but come to mind, and the corner of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly. This smile was enchanting, and everything in the world seemed to fade in comparison. Half the morning had passed.
Ian quickly adapted to his new environment.
Since it was his first day at work, there was not much work to do, and it was very simple for him.
Oh, by the way, I heard some gossip.
The fat colleague next to him leaned over and whispered. This fat man was called Zhou Shang, and he had been at the company for a year, and had just become acquainted with Ian.
Oh? What is the news? Ian was doing some preparatory work on his computer.
I heard that our company has been acquired by a mysterious tycoon, and the purchase price is a full 100 million yuan higher than the market value of the company.
No way.
On the first day of work, the boss of the company has already changed.
And this tycoon is probably not a crazy investor.
Otherwise, why would he spend an extra 100 million yuan?
It really is a world of the rich. He finds it a little hard to understand. The news is probably true. My second uncle's son's cousin's aunt's sister is the cleaning lady at the company.
She heard it at the last meeting with the boss.
Ian. Maybe the company will make some big moves soon. Will there be layoffs?
Shit, I just started today. Who knows, anyway, some people in the company are feeling anxious lately.
Ugh. Ian felt a little depressed.
He had just started working and already encountered something like this.
Forget it, just go with the flow.
At worst, he could keep looking for a job.
There are some things you can't do anything about, you just have to go with the flow. At that moment, Ian's phone on the table vibrated.
The dark screen lit up. It was a micro message with the note wife. Zhou Shang glanced at it and looked at Ian with a face full of curiosity, smiling and saying, I didn't realize it, but you got married so young. Ian smiled a little embarrassedly and said, well, I just got married not long ago. That's a bit of a pity, because just now I noticed that several beautiful women in the company were looking at you. If I had your looks, I wouldn't have entered the grave of marriage so early.
Ian smiled helplessly, picked up his phone, and clicked on Ding Xinhui's avatar.
Are you still adjusting to work today?
Ian replied. I'm quite used to it. Are you going home for lunch?
Ding Xinhui replied quickly. I'll grab a bite to eat outside, and wait for you to come home to cook dinner tonight.
Ian, okay. At this time, the top floor of the company's office building.
The office of the Deputy General Manager.
Xiao Wenjun said coldly, Director Liang, don't forget, how did you enter the company with your status and qualifications? If it wasn't for me, could you have entered the company? And become a director? Chapter 21. You kid are really lucky.
Liang Wuda looked to be in his 40s, a bit overweight, with a slightly flattened nose and thin lips, giving him a mean appearance. He bent over and said with a servile smile, Vice President Xiao, I will always remember your great kindness.
Don't worry, I will definitely follow your lead. It's just that Ian is just a new intern, why do you care so much about him? Liang Wuda was full of doubts.
He had also read Yian's information, but he was just a fresh graduate from university with no background and no money. If it weren't for his excellent resume, he would not have been accepted by their company at all.
What talents and abilities does such a young man have that he has actually alarmed the company's vice president Xiao Wenjun? Xiao Wenjun's face sank. What do you know? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask.
Remember, I don't want a second person to know about this.
Liang Wuda? The second person? What about me? Don't worry, Vice President Xiao, I will keep my mouth shut. Liang Wuda nodded quickly.
Although he was full of doubts, he didn't dare to ask more.
He knew Xiao Wenjun's temper well.
He had always been narrow-minded and vindictive. If he angered him, he would certainly not have a good time.
Xiao Wenjun nodded slightly, I'll remember what you said. After the job is done, you'll get your share of the benefits.
Upon hearing this, Liang Wuda's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded and said, Yes, Vice President Xiao, I will definitely get this done. After saying this, he carefully exited the office. Subsequently, Xiao Wenjun took out his phone, clicked on Li Shueqian's avatar, and sent a message. Shueqian, I've already spoken to the people below, and that kid will be out of the company in a few days.
Good, I want him to know that without me, he's nothing.
A new hotel has recently opened, and I hear the beds are very soft.
Want to go try it tonight? Okay.
Liang Wuda returned to his office and looked through the glass at Yian, who was busy at his workstation. An icy curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Boy, you only have yourself to blame for your bad luck.
You offended the wrong person.
He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, and was even a little pleased. Being able to manipulate someone like Ian, who had no status or background, gave him a sense of the thrill that power brought. He sat in his office chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk as he considered what to do next to deal with Ian. It was soon time for lunch. Zhou Shang, the fat guy sitting next to Ian at his workstation, dragged him to the cafeteria. On the way, Zhou Shang couldn't help complaining. I'm telling you, you need to be prepared, the food in the company cafeteria is not very tasty. If the cafeteria food is not good, you can go out to eat. The places to eat outside are too far from the company, not to mention that we don't have a car, and those who do have cars don't bother going that far, after all, you know the current gas prices. Also, although he had been going to school before, Ian had already started working part-time while he was at school. He was well aware of the cost of living in the city, with high prices and various fees. Although he was not short of money at the moment, he had developed a habit of being thrifty, and it was a bit uncomfortable for him to spend money so freely all of a sudden. Moreover, he planned to go to the hospital to accompany his grandmother later, and eating in the company canteen would save some time, so he could spend more time with her. But when they arrived at the canteen, they were both shocked by what they saw. The canteen hall was packed, with long queues.
Didn't you say there weren't many people eating in the canteen? Ian asked, puzzled. Yeah, there's usually not so many people.
Zhou Shang was obviously more shocked than Ian and had just come back to his senses. The two then went to queue up, and Zhou Shang asked the person in front of them to find out why. It turned out that the canteen had changed chefs. They ordered their food and found a table to sit down. Zhou Shang gave a sniff at the food in front of him. The food made by the chef at the 5-star hotel is really different.
It really smells good. The new boss is really good to us. I will give my life for the new boss in the future. Yi-un. A meal is enough to buy you over, right? Maybe the new boss is planning to squeeze the employees. It's delicious, I'll order another one later. Yi-un, do you want some? I'll have just one.
Yi-un shook her head and smiled. 2 meals were indeed appropriate for Zhou Shang's size.
You're really lucky, kid.
On your first day at the company, the new boss has already replaced the canteen chef. The previous boss kept a tight rein on all kinds of company costs, and the quality of the food in the canteen was never very good.
Now it's all better, and it seems like we'll all have a good time eating from now on.
Zhou Shang became more and more excited as he spoke.
You're right, I do feel like my luck has started to change for the better lately.
As he spoke, Ian couldn't help but think of that stunning figure. Since meeting Ding Xinhui, his life had undergone a sea change, much to his surprise.
And this time, the new boss wouldn't be his wife, would she?
As soon as he thought this, he shook his head quickly. He quickly dismissed this terrible thought from his mind. Ding Xinhui was indeed very rich, but she would never have the time to acquire the company she worked for. A company of this caliber would not be good enough for her. It's probably just a way for the new boss to win people over. At this moment, Yian's phone beeps, and it's a message from Ding Xinhui.
Have you eaten yet? Do you like the food at the company? Yian looks at the sender and stops eating. He replies immediately. I'm eating now, it's delicious. You should eat on time too. That's good. I will. Zhou Shang saw Yian's actions and couldn't help but shake his head in pity. It was obvious that the message was from his wife. What a good guy. Why did he get married so young? This is great. He even has to be checked up on when he eats. It's better to be single. It's great to be single. It's great to be single.
Ding Xinhui looked at the screen of her phone and a light shone in her beautiful eyes.
Eat on time. He told me to eat on time. Is my little husband concerned about me? Absolutely. What a relief. QAQ. Yian's silent exhortations made her heart feel warm and sweet. 10 minutes later.
Yian finished eating and left the company in his Mercedes-Benz, heading for the hospital. Grandma was being well taken care of by the caregiver, Auntie Huang, and her face was gradually becoming rosy, no longer as pale as before. Afterwards, he returned to the company and clocked in for work. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Shang, who was next to his workstation, came over.
Yian, let me add you to our department group. Okay.
As Yian was added to the group chat, the chat box was flooded with messages one after the other.
Formation. Welcome new colleague. Welcome. Welcome.
However, the barrage of messages stopped abruptly when it came to one person.
Liang Wuda, Yian, come to my office. Chapter 22, The Smiling Tiger Strikes. Chapter 22, The Smiling Tiger Strikes. Yian's heart tightened slightly when he saw Liang Wuda's message.
Zhou Sheng had secretly introduced him to the person in charge, Liang Wuda. In private, his colleagues called him the Smiling Tiger, always smiling and seemingly kind. In reality, he was very strict with his subordinates, and would scold them mercilessly for the slightest mistake. Yian didn't know what manager Liang wanted with him, but his intuition told him that it might not be as simple as it seemed. He looked at Yian's back as he got up and left, muttering to himself, "What does manager Liang want with Yian at this time? It can't be anything troublesome, can it?" The other colleagues had also seen the news and looked at each other in concern. They knew manager Liang's character and were worried that Yian would be in trouble.
Yian went to the door of Liang Wuda's office and knocked. "Come in." Liang Wuda's voice came from inside.
Yian pushed open the door and walked in.
Liang Wuda was sitting behind his desk, his face half smiling. "Yian, I hear you're a top student from Qingbei University. The company just happens to be working on a project that requires someone with your talents.
And the project is very simple, perfect for someone new like you.
Here's the basic information on the project." With that, he threw a file onto the table. Yian picked it up and read it.
The theme of this project is to design an optimization plan for an intelligent logistics management system for a large e-commerce enterprise, Party A. At this time, Liang Wuda continued, your plan should focus on how to allocate the newly added logistics vehicles and optimize the delivery routes.
Yian kept reading the information while listening, nodding occasionally. Finally, Liang Wuda smiled kindly and said, I have high hopes for you. You need to finish it as soon as possible. This is a rare opportunity to prove yourself, so don't mess it up. Okay. Yian nodded, took the information and left the office.
After returning to his workstation, Zhou Shang, who was nearby, came over.
Yian, what did Director Liang want with you? He didn't give you a hard time, did he?
Yian smiled and said no, he just asked me to make a plan. Zhou Shang couldn't help but frown when he heard this.
Strange.
Logically speaking, Yian is a newcomer.
He shouldn't be asked to make a plan alone.
He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. So, with a heroic air, he patted his chest.
If you don't understand something, you can ask me. If it's really not possible, I'll help you work on it together.
Yian didn't expect this fat guy to be quite so righteous, but it was also not good to trouble others at the beginning.
Thanks in advance.
Liang Wuda looked through the glass at Yian, who had already started working busily at his workstation, and a smile of satisfaction curled the corner of his mouth. The project he had given Yian was actually one that the company had already submitted to Party A, but it had not been approved. And the focus of this plan is exactly the same as the one he just taught Yian. Therefore, once Yian follows this line of thinking, it will definitely be rejected. You have to know that Party A of this plan is a giant in the industry and occupies a large share of the market. Therefore, it has extremely high requirements for its partners. The person in charge of Party A is notoriously picky and strict, and is known in the industry as the Old Devil. Many partner companies have suffered at his hands. More importantly, he also concealed the requirements that the Old Devil had explicitly stated. This time Yian took over, and the plan he made would definitely touch the Old Devil shed. At that time, the Old Devil would surely be furious and propose to terminate the cooperation, and he would be able to justifiably put the blame on Yian. In his opinion, Yian was just a greenhorn with no background or backing, and he would be able to manipulate him at will. Liang Wuda thought, his smile growing more and more smug, as if he could already see Yian being insulted beyond repair and then having to leave the company in disgrace. As time passed, the news that Yian had taken over the project also spread among his colleagues. One of them, a woman in her 30s, had interviewed for the job at the same time as Yian.
She looked in Yian's direction, full of envy.
It seems that the supervisor really values him, assigning him such an important project just after he joined. An old employee nearby heard this and shook his head slightly.
You're wrong. You don't know anything yet since you just started.
I heard that the cooperation project Yian took over is very difficult to negotiate.
The company was going to give up on it, thinking that it would be unrewarding. Although Party A's company is a leader in the industry, their money is not easy to make.
But the company has already taken on this project, and it's not good to refuse, otherwise it would not be good for the company's reputation.
The female employee was shocked. According to what you said, this is a hot potato. Yian, a newcomer, is not going to die, right? Old employee, you're right.
I don't know if Yian has offended the smiling tiger or not, but he was targeted like this as soon as he arrived. His colleagues all felt that Yian was too unlucky to be targeted by the smiling tiger as soon as he joined the company. Just thinking that Yian would not be able to hold on for long and would be fired and leave, they could not help but silently mourn for him in their hearts.
At this moment,
Yian, who was completely unaware of this, was holding the information in his hands and slightly frowning. If he followed the focus Liang Wuda had mentioned, it seemed that he could complete the task, but it was not the optimal solution.
Because the solution that came out of this approach would be more traditional.
Although it could improve efficiency to a certain extent, it would be more costly and lack flexibility. Once this kind of solution was adopted by Party A, it would not only cause them a considerable economic loss, but also have a negative impact on their own company. Thinking about this, Yian decided to break with convention and conceive a completely new solution. So he started to work busily on the computer.
On the other side, Li Shueqian's office. At the moment, she was in a good mood.
Just now, she successfully obtained the investment from Jinhui Investment Company by beautifully packaging the project. Although she has only obtained half of the funds at the moment, it is enough. With the money, now she only needs to find someone to complete the project, which is still in its infancy. However, Tian Xiaoshan on the side had a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach. She looked worried and reminded her, Shueqian, I still think this is too risky. However, before she could finish, Li Shueqian impatiently waved her hand to interrupt.
What do you know? This is a rare opportunity for us. If we are hesitant, when will the company turn around? With this investment, we can quickly move forward with the project and make a lot of money. Those risks are not worth mentioning at all. Li Shueqian said confidently, her eyes full of greed and excitement.
Tian Xiaoshan wanted to persuade her further, but seeing Li Shueqian's determined expression, she could only swallow her words back.
You go recruit talent right now. I don't believe that without him, Yian, I won't be able to complete this project.
After Tian Xiaoshan turned and left, she said with gritted teeth.
Yian, we'll see. We'll see how you come back and beg me on your knees. Chapter 23. I'm already married and have a certificate. In the heart of the magic city stands an office building. Tall and glorious, it is like a giant monument to commerce. The office on the top floor is spacious and luxurious.
Ding Xinhui is buried in reviewing documents.
Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a light knock on the door. Enter. The office door was pushed open and an elderly man in his 50s walked in. Xiao Hui, you're busy.
Hearing this, Ding Xinhui looked up. Seeing who it was, she immediately got up and smiled.
Uncle Lin, it's you, please sit down.
The old man had short black and white hair, but his posture was still very upright, and his eyes were deep and sharp.
The whole person looked sharp and cool.
Saying this, she and Lin Jinyue sat down on the sofa next to them. Secretary Wang placed a cup of hot tea in front of Lin Jinyue.
Uncle Lin, why are you here? Is there something you need? Lin Jinyue wore an amiable smile on his face. Why, can't I just come and visit our little girl if there's nothing going on? Of course not.
Ding Xinhui responded with a smile. I just returned to the Devil's capital and passed by your company, so I thought I'd stop by and see you.
I hope I'm not interrupting your work. How could I be? I'm very happy that you came to see me.
Secretary Wang stood respectfully at one side, not daring to be negligent. The old man in front of him had a well-known nickname in the business world, the Old Devil. Rumor had it that he was meticulous and resolute in everything he did. In the early years, he and Ding Xinhui's father had worked hard together to start a business, rising and falling together, sharing both joy and sorrow, and their relationship was very close. After many years, Lin Jinyue had achieved success and fame, so he retreated to the sidelines and began a life of working while supporting his retirement. The e-commerce company he was in charge of was the same party that Yian was now taking over the project from.
After some small talk, Lin Jinyue got straight to the point. Xiao Hui, you're not young anymore, don't just work all the time, go out more often, and bring home a boyfriend. He took a sip of tea as he said this.
Ding Xinhui immediately understood what he meant.
It seems that Uncle Lin is here to pressure her into getting married again.
But now she not only has a boyfriend, she's already married and legally registered. It's good that I took this opportunity to tell Uncle Lin, so that he won't nag me anymore in the future. Besides, she had no intention of hiding it from anyone. Her little husband was outstanding and treated her well, so there was no reason to be ashamed of him. Ding Xinhui smiled and said, "Uncle Lin, I'm already married and have a certificate."
Cough, cough. Lin Jinyue coughed and choked on a mouthful of tea.
He patted his chest while incredulously saying,
"What did you say? You're married?"
Seeing this, Ding Xinhui hurried over and patted his back gently to make him feel better.
"Uncle Lin, are you okay?"
Lin Jinyue slightly raised his hand to indicate that he was fine.
"You said you got married?" "Yes." "What the hell is going on? You're not just making up an excuse to get rid of me, are you?" Lin Jinyue didn't believe it at all.
Ding Xinhui had grown up with him since childhood, and he knew his little girl's personality very well. Many young talents have tried to get close to her and woo her. But she has all of them rejected mercilessly. Now she says she is married and has a certificate, which is obviously an excuse she made up to deal with him. Secretary Wang on the side is very calm. In the past, her boss used almost every excuse to deal with the pressure from his family to get married. I believe this time is no exception, and he made up a fake marriage partner.
"It's true."
Ding Xinhui smiled helplessly, took out her phone and handed it to Lin Jinyue.
"This is a photo of my husband and I on our wedding certificate. What do you think? I'm not lying, am I?"
Lin Jinyue looked hard at the photo in front of him, trying to find any signs of photo editing.
But in the end, he couldn't find any.
With the evidence right in front of him, he had to begin to believe a little.
Yian.
The name of the young man on the marriage certificate was one he had never heard of before.
Could it be that Xiaonan had been cheated?
Although Ding Xinhui was already 34 years old, in his eyes she was still the same simple-minded, kind-hearted little girl. And since she had never been in a relationship before, it was hard to tell whether the other person was sincere or just after her money. Obviously, it was most likely that she had been cheated on. So, his brows furrowed slightly.
"Xiaohui, who is this Yian? How could you marry him so easily? Do you even know him?"
His tone was tinged with reproach, and he was clearly worried that Ding Xinhui had been hurt. Ding Xinhui hurriedly explained. "Uncle Lin, don't worry, Yian is very good, he treats me very well, and I really like him." As she spoke, the figure of Yian could not help but appear in her mind. She was really lucky to have met him.
Lin Jinyue saw Ding Xinhui's sincere expression in his eyes.
It seemed that his daughter had already fallen for him. This only strengthened his belief that she had been deceived. He would have to find a chance to warn this Yian guy, so that he knows what will happen if he deceives Xiaohui.
Lin Jinyue put down the teacup in his hand. "By the way, do your parents know about this?"
"Yes, I already told them, and they are on their way back. They should be back in a few days."
This is a major life event, so of course she would tell her parents.
And from the beginning, she had no intention of getting a divorce.
A so-called formal marriage is something only a fool would believe. Ha ha ha. QAQ.
In that case, Uncle Lin, I have to warn you in advance, if that boy doesn't satisfy me, I won't recognize him as my son-in-law.
Don't worry, Uncle Lin, he will definitely satisfy you.
Ding Xinhui replied with a smile, her eyes full of confidence in Yian.
Lin Jinyue then said goodbye and left. When he arrived at the bottom of the office building, he looked at his assistant beside him. "Go check up on this young man Yian. If he's just a little punk, find a few people to teach him a good lesson and tell him to get as far away from here as possible."
As he spoke, a fierce look flashed in his eyes.
"Yes, I'll get right on it,"
the assistant replied respectfully.
Inside Ding Xinhui's office. "Ding Dong, that was a really good move of yours." Secretary Wang gave a thumbs up.
She had been with Ding Xinhui for many years and their relationship was already quite good. It's more like the relationship between a subordinate and a friend. Over the years, she has seen her boss use many methods to deal with the pressure from her family to get married. She has to admit that today's trick is really good, even the old devil was fooled. It seems that in the future, her boss can have some peace and quiet for a long time. Ding Xinhui naturally also heard that Wang Xiyu also didn't believe that she was already married. She said indifferently, "This time it's for real, more real than pearls."
Chapter 24, How should I reward my little husband? Secretary Wang's pupils trembled. What? This time it's for real? The boss is really married?
She couldn't help but think of the two previous smiles from Ding Xinhui.
No wonder.
No wonder Ding Dong would smile, it really is because of someone. In that case, Yian will be her own boss in the future. If she can gain her boss's appreciation in the future, and then he can blow in her ear, then I will be able to get a promotion and a pay rise very quickly, become the general manager, marry a rich and handsome man, and reach the pinnacle of life. Just as Wang Shi was indulging in his fantasies, Ding Xinhui continued. What do you think? How can I firmly capture Yian's heart? Ding Xinhui knew that Wang Shi had been in a relationship before, so she wanted to ask her for some advice.
Wang Shi was dumbfounded when she heard this. You want to capture Yian's heart? What? You just blurted it out like that? Is that something you can just say? Shouldn't the opening line be, I have a friend?
I think, if you want to capture his heart, you first need to know what he needs most.
What does he need most? Money? Fame?
If it's one of those, it's too easy for Ding Xinhui, because she has no shortage of money.
You want money? Then give it. You want fame?
Then shower him with money. However, Secretary Wang pushed his black-framed glasses slightly and shook his head. What a man needs most is companionship, because companionship is the most sincere confession. Then treat him sincerely. You have to know that sincerity is the ultimate killer move.
Companionship and sincerity.
Ding Xinhui murmured softly, lost in thought. Looking at her boss, Secretary Wang thought of the word love brain in her head.
This look of a girl in love is definitely a love brain.
I never thought that the female chairman of the board, who cuts through the jungle of business with a cool head and a calm demeanor, is actually a love brain.
Who would believe it if I told you? After a long while, Ding Xinhui came to an epiphany. She then smiled and said, I think you're right. Your bonus for this month will be doubled. Oh my god. One suggestion and the bonus is doubled.
It seems that she has already taken the first step towards reaching the pinnacle of her career.
Long live the boss. Long live the boss's wife.
Yian looked at the bottom right corner of the computer screen and saw that it was almost time to go home. The current project was only about 1/3 complete, and the workload was not small, so it would take a few days to finish. Since he still had to go home and cook dinner for Ding Xinhui, he left work on time. Yian drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class back to the villa and stopped by to buy a laptop. This way, he could continue working on the financial risk early warning system, the prototype of Li Shueqian's project, at home. After all, it was her own brainchild, and she definitely couldn't let that vicious woman Li Shueqian have it. Ding Xinhui also left work on time, which came as a big surprise to everyone in the company. In everyone's impression, the iceberg lady boss had almost never left work on time, and it was normal for her to work overtime until dark. Today, however, she left the company on time just like an ordinary employee, which was undoubtedly a rare occurrence. The employees speculated among themselves that something must have happened at the company or that the chairman was not feeling well. Only Secretary Wang knew the reason. She watched the back of Ding Xinhui's leaving figure and a smile appeared on her face. The boss is doing well, he has already begun to change the pace of life.
This is love. Sandalwood Villa.
As soon as Ding Xinhui had entered the house, Yian followed, as if there was some kind of tacit understanding.
Next, Yian rolled up his sleeves and went straight into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Ding Xinhui followed him in, wanting to help him. I can do it alone, so don't get in the way, Yian said, gently pushing her out of the way. He didn't want Party A coming into the kitchen, a battlefield where people dance with swords, and accidentally bumping into things and injuring himself. Then he would get angry and dock his allowance.
Ding Xinhui stood at the kitchen door, staring at him with a face of resentment.
Humph. Stupid husband. You look down on me.
I fried the poached eggs you ate this morning.
It's true that they were a bit underdone.
But you still ate them all, without a single bite left. Looks like I need to study cooking properly in the future, and then impress my stupid husband.
Had ha.
As she thought this, she couldn't help but laugh to herself.
Then her gaze remained unabashedly on Yian, admiring his busy figure in the apron.
Yian couldn't help but wonder in his peripheral vision when he noticed Ding Xinhui leaning against the door and staring at him.
Why are you always staring at him? Are you afraid that I'll poison you and then seize your family fortune? That's how it's played out in TV dramas. Hey. Can't people have a little trust? Poison? Are you kidding?
You're his financial backer, and you're still married to him in name only.
How could he possibly do such a thing?
But then, he is rich. It's normal for him to have these strange ideas.
An hour later,
Yian served a series of hot dishes on the table. Yian and Ding Xinhui started eating. How was your first day at work?
Did you encounter any problems? Ding Xinhui asked while eating.
The dining table was not big, so she sat across from Yian. At such a close distance, she of course wanted to make the most of it, and just eating was not enough. Yian could tell from her sincere eyes that she really cared about him, and that she wasn't just being polite.
So he smiled and said, "It's been fine, I haven't encountered any problems. If there's anything you can't solve, you must tell me right away." "Yes, I will."
The project Yian had taken over wasn't too difficult, and he was completely capable of solving it on his own. Besides, Ding Xinhui must be very busy, and he didn't want to trouble her with such a trivial matter.
Soon after,
night fell and the lights were turned on. Colorful neon lights lit up one after the other, complementing each other.
In the study,
Yian's fingers tapped nimbly on the keyboard of the laptop, making a crisp sound. His eyes were focused, absorbed in the work of completing the prototype of the financial risk system. Ding Xinhui came into the study and casually picked up a book, pretending to read it. From time to time, her beautiful eyes glanced at Yian. Yian did not notice her secretive little glances at him, and remained busy with his work. Ding Xinhui couldn't help but sigh when she saw this. Her little husband was really good looking, and even more charming when he was working hard. Not only did he work hard, but he could also cook delicious meals.
An idea came to her. How should she reward her little husband? Chapter 25. Don't blame me for being ruthless.
Ding Xinhui's powerful CPU was running at full speed. Soon, an idea came to her, and she walked out of the study. She took Auntie Huang's hand for help. "Auntie Huang, you must help me."
Yian was busy until 10 o'clock in the evening.
He turned his aching neck and closed the computer. Then he took a shower and lay in bed, falling asleep quickly. He had always been used to going to bed early and getting up early.
The next day,
Yian got up, brushed his teeth and washed up, then went downstairs for breakfast. Ding Xinhui had already left for work at this time, just like yesterday.
On the table was the same exact omelette as last time.
Yian quickly finished eating and drove to the company in his Mercedes-Benz. As soon as he clocked in and sat down at his workstation, the fat guy Zhou Shang next to him came over.
"Yian, have you offended the smiling tiger?"
Yian was dumbfounded by his sudden question.
"No, why would you ask that?"
Zhou Shang thought about it and decided to tell Yian the truth, so that he would not die without knowing why. He then told Yian the actual situation of the plan he had taken over. Yian listened while busying himself on the computer.
Zhou Shang saw this and sighed. "I don't think you should bother. It's a waste of time anyway. Can't you see that smiling tiger is obviously trying to get you?"
He cursed in his heart. Liang Wuda really is something, to mess with a newcomer like this.
However, Yian just smiled.
"It's okay, since I've taken over this project, I'll do my best to get it done. He doesn't want to get me that easily, I'm not a pushover." Seeing Yian so calm and composed, he couldn't help but admire him. However, he believed that such an optimistic attitude alone would not help Yian change his current predicament.
He patted Yian on the shoulder and said, "Brother, why bother? I think you should start looking at job listings at other companies now."
Although he also found it hard to accept the smiling tiger's approach of dumping the mess on the new guy, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only watch helplessly as Yian was forced to leave the company.
Yian just smiled and didn't say anything, continuing to write the plan.
He knew that in the workplace, there would always be all kinds of difficulties, and he couldn't just keep hiding. Time passed by minute, and Yian kept staring intently at the computer screen, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. His colleagues couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this. This newcomer really doesn't know his place, and the trap set by the smiling tiger is not so easy to break.
Yes, he is really naive, thinking he can work miracles?
Yian is so stupid, knowing it is a pit, but still jumping in. During the lunch break, Yian went to the hospital to spend some time with his grandmother. Afterwards, he returned to the office and continued to open work. At this time, Liang Wuda in the office received a message from Xiao Wenjun.
"How's it going?"
"Don't worry, Vice President Xiao, it's almost done. I'll go give him a push."
Liang Wuda's mouth curled into a sinister smile.
He stood up, straightened his tie, and walked over to Yian's desk.
He walked up to Yian, his face full of a fake smile, deliberately raising his voice. Yian, how's the progress on the plan?
Yian looked up at Liang Wuda's smug face and felt a surge of disgust, but still answered politely.
I'm working hard on it. There are no problems so far.
Party A is already pushing for it, and I want to see the complete plan tomorrow morning. Liang Wuda still smiled, but there seemed to be a knife hidden in his smile. His voice echoed through the office, and the attention of his colleagues around him was drawn to him.
Yian frowned slightly. Tomorrow?
Director Liang, the workload for this project is already very heavy, and now it's been brought forward so much, it's really difficult to complete. Liang Wuda, however, gave a fake smile and waved his hand.
Yi, I believe in your abilities. Young people need more challenges. This is a good opportunity for you to show what you can do.
His words seemed to be encouraging, but in fact they were pushing Yian to the brink.
The colleagues all watched the scene and knew that the smiling tiger was deliberately making things difficult for Yian, but no one dared to say a word.
They just watched quietly from the sidelines, some showing sympathy, while others were waiting to see Yian's downfall.
Yian took a deep breath and said, Director Liang, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee a high-quality plan in such a short time. Liang Wuda's smile on his face froze slightly, but it soon returned to normal. Trying your best is not enough. This is a company project and it must be completed.
If you don't do a good job, don't blame me for being unforgiving. After saying this, he turned around and left. Zhou Shang, who was standing nearby, looked at the smug smile of the smiling tiger and was infuriated.
Does this Liang Wuda live in Dunhuan? There are so many murals. As soon as Liang Wuda left, he couldn't help but curse under his breath.
When the colleagues around heard Zhou Shang's words, they all looked surprised. Someone quickly tugged at the corner of his jacket to indicate that he should keep his voice down.
But Zhou Shang seemed to have given up. We all know what's going on with this plan.
It was a mess from the start.
He deliberately threw it to Yian, and now this, isn't he just trying to force Yian to leave?
Yian looked at Zhou Shang gratefully and said, Brother Shang, forget it, don't offend him for my sake. Zhou Shang patted Yian on the shoulder and said, Brother, I just can't stand the sight of his face. Seeing the scene brought back memories, and he took up 2 words.
Besides, we work hard in the company, we didn't come here to take this kind of shit, at worst I'll quit too.
Yian didn't expect this fat guy to be so righteous and actually dare to stand up. But the other colleagues all withdrew their gazes one after the other, pretending not to have heard anything, not wanting to attract the fire onto themselves.
Liang Wuda, who had already returned to his office, seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere outside. Zhou Shang actually dared to meddle in other people's business. He seemed to be looking for an opportunity to fix him. However, the primary goal at the moment was still to deal with Yian.
He thought to himself, planning to cause Yian some more trouble. He dialed the number of the old devil of Party A and, with a sneer on his face, said, Hello, Lin Zong, it's me, Liang.
About our proposal, I have an idea.
Yes, it was proposed by our new colleague.
I'd like to discuss it with you. Is tomorrow convenient for you? However, Yian had no knowledge of this and was still working hard. Soon it was time to go home.
Zhou Shang finished packing and was ready to leave.
You go ahead, I'm going to work overtime today. Zhou Shang sighed.
He had tried to persuade Yian, but the boy was stubborn.
Fine, don't work too hard. If you need anything, give me a call. With that, he left the office.
Yian took out his phone and sent Ding Xinhui a WeChat message.
I'm working overtime tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. Don't wait up for me. Chapter 26, you can just enjoy it.
After Yian sent the message, he put down his phone and continued working. The whole office was quiet, with only the sound of his fingers tapping quickly on the keyboard.
Soon after, the sky gradually darkened.
The world outside the window was enveloped in dusk, and the neon lights in the city began to twinkle. Colorful light shone through the gaps in the windows and fell on the office floor, creating a mottled light and shadow pattern. Yian rubbed his tired eyes and then his gaze fell on the phone on the desktop.
The phone was just sitting there.
Since he had sent Ding Xinhui the message, the screen had remained dark, without the slightest sign of light. Ding Xinhui had not replied to him. For some reason, a sense of loss welled up in his heart. It seemed that sending her a message might have been a superfluous action. Whether or not he returned to dinner did not weigh much in her heart. After all, their marriage was only a formality. It was like 2 parallel lines that happened to intersect but each continued on its own way.
There was no emotion there.
Whether or not she replied to the message was entirely her freedom.
He sent a message just out of basic respect. Perhaps in her eyes, this is insignificant.
At this time, his stomach started rumbling. He covered his slightly hungry stomach, and the image that often appeared on TV suddenly flashed through his mind.
The male protagonist worked overtime, and his thoughtful wife came to visit with a carefully prepared meal. He laughed to himself. What kind of dream is he having? How can there be such a good thing in reality? The most pressing task is to finish the project, and I can think about what to eat after that.
But it's still hard to bear being hungry, not to mention the intense work. So he picked up the half-pack of biscuits on Zhou Shang's desk and took a few bites to tide him over. Zhou Shang is a chubby guy who likes to eat, so he keeps a lot of snacks at his workstation. Ding Xinhui took out her phone only after she had walked out of the meeting room. This meeting was very important, and she had no choice but to attend. When she finished, she realized that half an hour had passed since she left the meeting. She had not had a chance to check her phone during the meeting, so she forgot to send Yian a message in advance to say that she would be late. She guessed that her little husband was waiting for her to have dinner. When she took out her phone, she saw that Yian had sent a message half an hour ago. "I'm going to work overtime tonight, so I won't be back for dinner." It turned out that her husband had to work overtime. Then he definitely wouldn't have time to eat.
That's not good. What if something goes wrong because he's hungry?
Although the entire company Yian works for belongs to her, and Yian is working overtime for her.
In her eyes, the entire company is not even as important as a single hair on Yian's head.
Ding Xinhui was thinking of calling Yian to ask if he had eaten yet and if she should order him takeaway.
But then she thought again, eating takeaway is not very healthy. Why not cook a meal herself and surprise her little husband by delivering it to him? He will definitely be very touched. And she can also take the opportunity to find out what big project the company she has acquired is so busy with that it needs a new employee like her husband to work overtime. Thinking of this, she asked Wang Shifu to find out where Yian's department is located in the company. Then she hurriedly left the company building. In fact, last night, while Yian was working in her study,
Ding Xinhui took Auntie Huang by the hand and asked her to teach her how to cook. Auntie Huang began by teaching her how to make soup, which was a little simpler than cooking and just right for her.
In the kitchen,
Ding Xinhui put on her apron, looked at Auntie Huang with a serious face, and was ready to start learning how to make soup. Her eyes were clear, like those of a student waiting for her teacher to answer her question. The ingredients in the kitchen can be used to make a yam and pork rib soup, which is nutritious and easy to digest.
"Miss, put in the red dates first." "Miss, there are too many wolfberries."
"Miss, you've made a mistake, this is sugar, you should put in salt." "Miss, you need to cut the ginger into slices before putting it in."
"Miss, this isn't spring onion, it's leek."
"Miss, the fire is too high, turn it down a little." Despite a few hiccups, Ding Xinhui was able to make a decent pot of soup in no time.
And now,
as soon as she arrived home, Ding Xinhui once again found Auntie Huang and asked her to teach her how to cook. The 2 hours passed quickly, and night had already fallen. Under Auntie Huang's guidance, she made 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, scrambled eggs with shrimp, and stir-fried sliced pork with green peppers. Auntie Huang had to admit that the young lady really did have a talent for cooking. Although the 3 dishes were not difficult, it was already quite remarkable that she had managed to prepare them so well on her first attempt and in such a short time. Auntie Huang was very pleased with the young lady's performance. She had watched her grow up, and the image of the cute little girl was still vivid in her mind. The usually pampered young lady seemed to have grown up overnight and had become a gentle, considerate, and understanding wife. She was no longer the aloof female chairman who focused on her work, but a little woman who was willing to go into the kitchen for the person she loved and cook for them herself. Auntie Huang couldn't help but feel emotional as she watched the changes in Ding Xinhui.
"My dear, you should be happy to have a wife like her."
Ding Xinhui looked at the fruits of her labor with joy in her heart. She carefully packed the food in a thermos, as if it were her most precious treasure.
Then she left for Yian's company in a Rolls-Royce. The company was quiet, as most of the employees had already gone home. She followed the location sent by Wang Shu and walked down the corridor to Yian's office.
Through the glass door, she saw Yian sitting at his desk, eating biscuits while intently watching the computer.
It seemed that Yian really hadn't eaten yet.
But at the moment, she never had the courage to push the door open and go in. She remembered not long ago how she had been flustered in the kitchen, making mistakes, and the food she cooked looked terrible.
Would the food she cooked taste bad? Would her husband get diarrhea after eating it? Why did she act so impulsively and deliver the food without thinking it through? Maybe she shouldn't deliver it. She should just call for takeout. Chapter 27. Does she like me? Sending her own handmade meals? Or ordering takeout? So conflicted. Aha.
Ding Xinhui paced back and forth at the door, her heart full of conflict and confusion, and she never found the courage to push the door open and go in. Yian heard a slight rustling sound coming from the door, which was especially clear in the quiet office area.
He looked up in confusion and looked in the direction of the door.
Through the glass door, he vaguely saw a figure hovering outside, and a sense of curiosity welled up in his heart. As the minutes passed, the figure remained there.
It neither left nor entered. He finally couldn't hold back any longer, stood up, slowly walked towards the door, and gently pushed it open. When the glass door opened, a stunning figure came into view. Her waist was draped in cascading locks of hair, which glistened slightly in the light. Her pretty face was full of confusion and unease.
Her beautiful eyes stared at him in shock, clearly not expecting him to push the door open.
"Wife, why are you here?"
Yian's sudden appearance made Ding Xinhui's heart panic instantly, like a frightened fawn. She quickly hid the thermos behind her, afraid Yian would see it.
I came to see you. Have you eaten? Shall I order takeaway for you?"
Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she was afraid to look Yian in the eye, as if he had discovered her secret. However, her little action of hiding the lunchbox naturally did not escape Yian's eyes.
The lunchbox obviously contained food.
She had brought herself lunch. The plot on TV had come to life, and Yian's heart warmed at the moment.
But why did she order takeaway?
Noticing the slight blush on her face, Yian understood instantly that she was blushing. Usually the mature and intellectual older sister, at the moment, she was acting like a little woman, presenting a different kind of beauty. Yian's mouth curled up slightly, and he asked softly, "Did you bring something delicious?" Saying this, he reached for the lunchbox behind Ding Xinhui. Seeing this, Ding Xinhui took a step back. At this moment, her heart became more and more panicked, and her eyes avoided looking around. "Maybe we should order takeout, or go to that nearby private kitchen, the food is quite good."
"Don't hide it, I've seen it all,"
he said with a smile, gently grasped Ding Xinhui's fair arm, went around behind her, and brought the lunchbox in front of him.
"Isn't this ready-made?
I'll just eat this." He walked into the office with the lunchbox in one hand and her soft, bony little hand in the other. He didn't care about the nervousness and shyness on Ding Xinhui's face.
The two sat down next to each other. Yian opened the lunchbox, and the aroma of the steaming food instantly filled the air.
However, his smile froze as he looked at the food in the lunchbox. Some of the food was burnt, and the coloring was uneven. This was clearly the work of a novice.
Did she cook it herself?
With doubts, Yian picked up the chopsticks and, in the uneasy eyes of Ding Xinhui, began to eat. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were a little salty. The scrambled eggs with shrimp were a little bitter. The sliced pork with green peppers was a little burnt. Yian frowned slightly, but soon relaxed and continued eating. Ding Xinhui watched with a heart full of pain and embarrassment.
"Is it really that bad? I should have asked Auntie Huan to cook it,"
she said carefully, her voice as low as a mosquito's hum. On hearing this, Yian couldn't help but feel a little dazed, as if he was getting to know his wife all over again. It was the first time he had eaten food cooked by someone other than his grandmother. It was a feeling of being treated with care, and one he had not felt for a long time.
Yian smiled at her and said, "It's delicious, this is the most special meal I've ever eaten." Ding Xinhui's eyes flashed with surprise, and she couldn't quite believe it. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?"
Yian nodded seriously, "Of course it's true." She looked at Yian eating with relish, and the tension and anxiety in her heart gradually dissipated. Instead, there was a gentle smile in her beautiful eyes. The beautiful smile reflected in Yian's pupils, making him a little lost in the moment. He never expected that this strong woman who was like a tiger in the marketplace would cook a meal and personally deliver it to him. This was something he had never experienced when he was with Li Shuetian. He had only unilaterally and silently given, without getting any response.
But why did she do this? What did she want? Money or sex? He was just a poor kid, with no money and no house, and she didn't lack money either. Although she was good looking, she was just a shell after all, and as a big boss like her, an elite among elites, what kind of young talent hadn't she seen? Could it be That she liked me? Holy shit! He was shocked by this idea that he had deduced. No way. Absolutely not. She is so outstanding, rich and beautiful, why would she like him? This is just a marriage of convenience. He must not get his hopes up.
Yian's heart was in turmoil, and he tried hard to banish these absurd thoughts from his mind. While eating, he glanced at Ding Xinhui surreptitiously. Her gentle and beautiful smile shone into his heart like the sun, causing ripples in his heart that had finally calmed down. Ding Xinhui seemed to sense Yian's gaze, and she tilted her head and smiled.
What's wrong with you? You keep looking at me.
Yian recovered his gaze in some panic. Nothing, I just didn't expect you to deliver the food in person. Ding Xinhui laughed lightly. Silly, we are husband and wife, this is what I should do.
Husband and wife? These two words struck Yian's heart like a hammer.
Their marriage was a formality, but Ding Xinhui's actions now had blurred the lines a little. Yian didn't dare think about it anymore, afraid that he would fall into a whirlpool from which he could not extricate himself. The lesson Li Shueqian had taught him made him unwilling to repeat the same mistake. Ding Xinhui sat quietly to one side, watching Yian eat.
I wonder if my little husband is moved. What exactly does he think of her now? Does he like her? Even just a little bit. Chapter 28. You are fully responsible.
Soon after, Yian finished eating. Ding Xinhui thoughtfully handed him a paper towel to wipe his mouth, then put away the lunchbox.
Yian then continued to work on the proposal.
Ding Xinhui couldn't help but smile as she watched him busy at work and said,
"Let me help you organize the data,"
she said, and started to organize it, looking very serious. She carefully checked every document on the table and then sorted and organized them. Yian didn't expect her to offer to help, and to do it with such dedication. He had thought that Ding Xinhui was just a high and mighty young lady, a big boss with a million things to do every day, and that she wouldn't do trivial things like this. But now it seems that he still knows too little about her. Watching her serious expression, Yian felt like a warm spring breeze had passed through his heart, bringing a sense of warmth.
In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 p.m.
With Ding Xinhui's help, Yian successfully completed the plan. He turned off the computer and left the company side by side with her.
On the way back to the villa,
Ding Xinhui asked her own doubts.
"Hubby, what kind of plan did you take over that required an overtime from a new employee?"
In fact, she had wanted to ask while they were still at the office. But Yian had been busy, and she didn't want to disturb him and distract him. It's nothing, just a project that Director Liang arranged at the last minute, and there's a bit of a time crunch.
Yian didn't tell the truth, thinking that Ding Xinhui was just being polite.
If you need help, you can always find me, Ding Xinhui whispered.
Yes, I will, Yian replied with a smile.
But he had no intention of asking her for help. This project in Ding Xinhui's eyes can only be considered trivial matters. He is not embarrassed to trouble her.
And now the plan has been written, handed over to Liang Wuda tomorrow is a successful completion of the task.
At this time, Yian did not know that Liang Wuda had long since dug a pit for him, just waiting for him to walk in.
And go home.
Yian took a shower and lay in bed, falling asleep quickly.
The fatigue from a busy day made him sleep very deeply. The next morning,
Yian woke up, got out of bed, washed up and had breakfast. He still didn't see Ding Xinhui, who had already gone to work.
He couldn't help but sigh.
She was so successful and still worked so hard. He shook his head and smiled. If it were him, he would have probably started lying down long ago.
Afterwards, Yian went to the office on time and punched the clock.
As soon as he arrived at his workstation, before his bottom had even warmed up, Liang Wuda walked up to him with a fake smile on his face.
"Yian, have you finished writing the proposal?"
Yian looked up and said, "Yes, I've finished."
Liang Wuda nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, Yian, you really haven't let me down."
"In an hour, Party A will come to our company to discuss the proposal.
Get ready and do well."
Yian nodded in agreement. "Yes, Manager Liang, I will get ready."
Then, Yian printed out the proposal he had written.
On the other side of the building,
Lin Jinyue's office. The assistant is reporting to him on today's schedule. One of the items is to go to Yian's company as Party A to inspect the plan. This time, let Xioma go.
Tell him that if the plan still doesn't meet our expectations, we'll switch to another company.
Yes, Mr. Lin. By the way, this is the personal information you asked me to check on Yian last time.
Saying this, the assistant handed over a piece of information. The other party is a recent graduate from Qingbei University, so we didn't take action.
Please give instructions.
Lin Jinyue frowned slightly on hearing this.
A fresh university graduate?
Without even looking at it, he casually threw the information he was handed aside and told someone to go warn him not to have any unrealistic fantasies.
Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Jinyue let out a cold snort after his assistant left the office.
As he had expected, it was indeed a young kid who wanted to take the easy way out.
Shall we? Luckily, I noticed in time. Otherwise, you would have been cheated. You're a grown man. You really don't make it easy for your uncle.
At 10 o'clock, Ma Ji, the representative of Party A, arrived at the company.
In the meeting room, Liang Wuda smiled and said, "Manager Ma, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come."
The middle-aged man across from him looked slightly serious. "Manager Liang, time is pressing, let's get straight to the point."
"Very well." Liang Wuda then gave Yian a look and said, "Yian, take out the proposal you made and show it to Manager Ma."
Yian made 3 copies of the proposal, and everyone got a copy. The group then began to flip through it. As they read on, Liang Wuda's initial sense of satisfaction gradually gave way to anger. Because the proposal written by Yian did not follow the focus he had previously given. But then he thought, the content of this proposal also does not meet Party A's requirements. Even if Yian handed the proposal to Manager Ma, the other party would probably be furious. The result would be the same as he had expected, and nothing would change.
He couldn't help sneering inwardly, as if he could already see Yian's miserable end. Sure enough, the longer Ma Ji looked at the proposal in his hands, the more sullen his face became. With a bang, he slammed the proposal down on the table. "What do you people mean by this? We clearly stated our requirements before, and you've completely ignored them? Is your company incapable of understanding what people are saying, from top to bottom?" Ma Ji Kai was furious, his eyes full of disappointment and anger.
Liang Wuda pretended to be full of apologies. "Manager Ma, please calm down, this may be a misunderstanding."
"Yian, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you the focus of the plan? How did it turn out like this?"
Yian was about to explain, but Ma Ji Kai didn't give him the chance at all, and stood up directly.
"No need to explain.
I can see that your company has no intention of cooperating. I'll take this proposal with me and report back to our leaders.
We won't be working together again."
With that, Ma Ji Kai got up and prepared to leave, taking the proposal with him. Seeing this, Yian quickly got up and blocked Ma Ji Kai's way. His tone was a little urgent. "Manager Ma, please let me explain.
I've based this proposal on your company's actual situation, and it's definitely beneficial to you."
Ma Ji Kai saw that his way was blocked and said impatiently, "No need to explain, I have seen your attitude clearly, don't waste my time." He forcefully shook off Yian's hand and made to leave. Liang Wuda saw this and quickly stepped forward, pretending to break up the fight, but actually trying to pull Yian away.
He whispered and scolded, "Yian, aren't you embarrassed enough? Hurry up and let Manager Ma go, before things get any worse." Yian, however, as if he hadn't heard Liang Wuda's words, continued, "Manager Ma, you can take a closer look. This proposal is really suitable for your company. As you know, our company has always valued our cooperation with your company." Ma Ji stopped in his tracks and sneered. "Value? This is the result of your valuing? A small company like yours, trying to cooperate with us, is nothing but a pipe dream. Your company will have to bear the consequences of this incident, and you can forget about any future dealings with us." After saying this, Ma Ji snorted and angrily left the meeting room. The atmosphere in the meeting room was deathly silent. Liang Wuda looked at Yian, and a flash of schadenfreude crossed his eyes. However, his expression was extremely gloomy. "Yian, look at what you've done, you've disgraced our company. If you had just done as I said, would this have happened? If this collaboration falls through, you will be held fully responsible. You must bear the full loss of the project." His tone was full of blame and anger, as if Yian had done something heinous. After saying this, Liang Wuda turned and left the meeting room. As he walked to the door of the meeting room, he deliberately raised his voice. "Now, you get out of the company right now. I don't want to see you again." Chapter 29, How Dare Someone Go Against the Boss? The commotion in the meeting room instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the office area. It seems that Party A is clearly angry. Yian has really stirred up a big mess this time. What can a newcomer like him do?
It is to be expected that he would offend Party A this time.
Not necessarily.
Yian usually seems quite reliable.
Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? After causing Party A to get so angry, what kind of misunderstanding could there be?
This time Yian is afraid that he will have to pack up and leave, and he might even drag our company down with him.
Meanwhile, in another corner of the company,
someone quietly picked up their phone and dialed a number, whispering, "Secretary Wang, something's happened, Yian." Inside the Ting's Group's senior management meeting room, a huge 6-meter-long conference table lay horizontally, made of a low-key but luxurious material that showed off the Ting's Group's considerable financial strength. More than 10 people were seated on both sides, all of them senior executives of the Ding Group headquarters.
Their attire was understated yet luxurious, showing their status.
Ding Xinhui sat in the front, in the middle of the table. Her long legs were elegantly crossed, and her expression was as cold as winter ice. Her posture was casual, but she exuded an air of majesty like a queen. She was quietly watching the marketing director who was giving his report. At that moment, a slight knock on the door interrupted his report. Secretary Wang opened the door and walked softly over to Ding Xinhui. She leaned down and whispered in Ding Xinhui's ear.
"Ding Dong, there's been an accident with Mr. Yi."
After Secretary Wang finished speaking, Ding Xinhui's face instantly turned cold. When she worked overtime with Yian, she had seen the proposals he had made.
In her opinion, they were all excellent.
But now he has been fired and is being asked to pay compensation for lost projects.
Her intuition tells her that there is something else going on here. Someone is deliberately setting her husband up. What nerve!
Her husband can't even afford to have a pet, and yet someone dares to mess with him. Ding Xinhui's eyes grew colder and colder, and her whole body was like a refrigerator, suddenly lowering the temperature in the meeting room to below zero. The cadres all inexplicably felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. They exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak at this time. She waved her hand lightly, told Secretary Wang to leave first, and then looked at the head of the marketing department and said, "Continue." The head of the marketing department glanced at Ding Xinhui's slightly furrowed brows, wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead, and began to continue his report. However, his voice began to tremble unconsciously, and his speech rate quickened a bit, as he just wanted to end this report as quickly as possible, which felt like walking on thin ice. The originally relaxed atmosphere in the meeting room had long since vanished, leaving only a sense of gravity and oppression. Ding Xinhui appeared to be listening to his report attentively, but in fact her mind had long since wandered to Yi Yan's side.
After the meeting ended, she returned to her office. "Secretary Wang, go and find out what happened, and don't miss a single detail." "Yes, Chairman Ding."
Secretary Wang replied with some trepidation. She let out a sigh of relief as she left the office, as if she had left an ice cellar. How dare someone go against the boss's wife?
It's like going into the toilet with a lantern.
Yian took a long time to come back to his senses and returned to his workstation in silence. He stared at the computer screen motionlessly, his eyes a little unfocused.
Zhou Shang, who was standing nearby, sighed.
He had long guessed this would be the result, so he wasn't at all surprised. "Brother, don't be discouraged.
The worst that can happen is that you'll have to change companies. There's always another place for you to go." Yian smiled bitterly and said, "You're right."
With that, he began packing his things and preparing to leave the company.
Liang Wuda returned to his office and saw Yian's slightly despondent figure through the glass window.
A sneer of satisfaction curled the corner of his mouth.
However, dismissing Yian was not enough. He would either not do it at all, or if he did, he would do it completely. He then contacted the relevant departments to calculate the losses caused by this project. He intended to make Yian compensate for every penny of the loss. Yian quickly packed up and left the company.
Other colleagues looked at his back and whispered about him, some feeling sympathy, others gloating. As Yian put the cardboard box in the back of his Mercedes-Benz, his phone received a message. The company demanded that he compensate for the loss of the project 10 million yuan.
Walmart.
Yian looked at the text message and his face turned pale.
With so much money, what can he use to pay it back? He had promised to make money. Instead, he had incurred such a huge debt. Wasn't his life ruined?
Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle.
No way. This can't happen. Maybe there's still a way out. With this thought in mind, he immediately drove away from the company's parking lot.
Party A was a leading e-commerce company in the industry, so its address was easy to find online. Ian arrived downstairs at Party A's office and tried to go straight in to find the person in charge of the project, but was stopped by the security guard at the door.
You can't go in without an appointment.
I really have something very important to discuss with Manager Lin.
That's the rule. You can go now.
The security guard was unmoved and still refused. Manager Lin is notorious for being a tyrant, and they dare not let just anyone in, for fear of losing their jobs. Ian had no choice but to wander downstairs, hoping to run into someone he knew or find an opportunity to get in. He waited downstairs for an hour, calling Party A's company repeatedly, but each time the receptionist refused to transfer the call for various reasons. Just as Ian was about to despair, he saw Ma Jitsai getting out of his car and heading into the company. Ma Jitsai had just gone to talk about another project, so he was only just returning to his company. Ian felt like he had grasped the last straw of salvation and hurried over. Manager Ma, please give me a chance to explain.
I completely based that plan on your company's interests. Ma Jitsai frowned and interrupted, why are you here?
This matter is beyond your ability to salvage, so you'd better go. After saying this, he was about to leave and enter the company. Ian hurriedly stopped him, Manager Ma, please listen to me.
This plan is really suitable for your company. Ma Jitsai became a little impatient. You don't need to say any more. We will not cooperate with your company again. This matter is over. If you continue to pester me, I will call security.
After saying this, he walked straight past Ian and entered the company's main entrance. Ian stood there in a daze, his heart full of hope that had once again been dashed. On the other side of the building,
Xiao Wenjun's office. Liang Wuda was all smiles.
Vice President Xiao, that kid has already been fired from the company. And he has a debt of 10 million. With no background and no money, he is a nobody and will never get ahead in life.
The favor you promised me last time. Chapter 30. Li Shueqian wants to see you. No one else knows about this, right?
Vice President Xiao, don't worry, I've done a very clean job, and it will never be discovered. Xiao Wenjun nodded in satisfaction.
You've done a good job. As for the benefits I promised you, you'll naturally get them. After the company goes through the process, you can become the department manager. Upon hearing this, Liang Wuda's eyes lit up, and he looked grateful. Thank you, Vice President Xiao, I will definitely work hard for you. Xiao Wenjun waved his hand to interrupt his flattery and told him to leave first. Okay. After he left the office, Xiao Wenjun's smug expression was not hidden at all. He had successfully removed Ian as a thorn in his side. His relationship with Li Shueqian could also be further improved, and he was getting closer and closer to the goal of absorbing her company. Thinking about this, he took out his mobile phone and dialed the phone. Shueqian, I have good news for you. Yi-un. Really? That's great. Of course it's true, would I lie to you? Should we put our plans on the agenda? Well,
I'll tell my parents about our marriage, so you'd better behave.
The other end of the line.
Li Shueqian hangs up the phone, feeling very good, with a smile on her face that's about to burst.
With the investment capital from Jinhui Investment, she has already hired 3 experts in the industry and related technical personnel. All that remains is to complete the project on time. Everything is developing as she had expected. Now,
Ian has not only lost his job, but also owes a huge debt. He has no one to rely on, and now he is facing such a big crisis. He must really need help now. And with just one word from her, he will surely come crawling back, begging for her forgiveness and asking for her forgiveness. With Yian's participation, her project can be completed even more perfectly, and the company can be resurrected and achieve new glories. Thinking about this, she couldn't wait any longer to find Ian. But all her contact information had been deleted by Ian, and she couldn't get in touch with him. So Li Shueqian asked Tian Shaosan to help, explaining the situation.
Is there any way to get in touch with Ian? Tian Shaosan thought for a moment and said, I remember that Ian had a roommate called Zhao Yuan, and they seemed to be on good terms. We can try to find him. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Later, Tian Shaosan went through a lot of trouble to find Zhao Yuan's contact information. Zhao Yuan, this is Tian Shaosan, I need to speak to you urgently. Zhao Yuan was confused when he received the call. Because Tian Shaosan was Li Shueqian's best friend, and he had met her a few times, he naturally knew her. But that was about it, there was no other connection. Why was she looking for him? I thought it was someone else, but it's you. What do you want? You don't have any improper thoughts about me, do you?
Otherwise, he couldn't think of any reason why Tian Shaosan would suddenly find him.
Tian Shaosan, huh? You? You have no talent and no money. You know that, don't you?
She rolled her eyes at the other end of the line.
Don't you know? Yian had an accident.
He has not only been fired from the company, but also owes the company 10 million yuan in debt.
Zhao Yuan was shocked to hear the news. What? How could such a big thing happen to Yian?
Now Li Shueqian wants to find Yian and help him get through this difficult time.
Can you help make an appointment? Zhao Yuan hesitated.
Although he was also dissatisfied with the way Li Shueqian had treated Yian before, Yian was now in a difficult situation, and if Li Shueqian could really help Yian, it might be a good thing.
Okay, I can help Li Shueqian make an appointment, but I can't say for sure if Yian will agree.
Tian Shaosan nodded quickly. Okay, go ask quickly, let me know as soon as you hear anything, and I'll buy you dinner later. After Zhao Yuan hung up the phone, he immediately called Yian. Yian had just finished packing up and was driving back to the villa when the phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Zhao Yuan calling.
Hello, Zhao Yuan.
Yian's voice sounded a little tired. Zhao Yuan's voice came through the receiver, with a hint of worry.
Yian, how have you been lately? I heard that something happened to you. Yian smiled bitterly. Yes, how did you know? Zhao Yuan, Tian Shaosan told me. By the way, I have something to tell you. Li Shueqian wants to see you.
Yian's brows furrowed slightly.
It seems that Li Shueqian knew about his own affairs so quickly.
Now she wants to find him again, really persistent.
Her? What does she want with me?
She said she wants to help you get through this difficult time. I know you two had your ups and downs, but with your current situation being so bad, I think you should consider it.
Yian refused immediately without even thinking.
Zhao Yuan, you know about her and me, I really don't want to have anything to do with her anymore.
Zhao Yuan became a little anxious on hearing this. I understand how you feel, but you really need help now. Maybe she really wants to help you this time. It's just a meeting, and if she has any bad thoughts, you can just refuse and leave.
Yian was silent for a moment, and then said, okay. Since Li Shueqian came to him, he might as well take this opportunity to get back the 100,000 yuan in bride price. The money sitting with her was like a thorn in his side, making him feel sick every time he thought about it.
When they broke up, Li Shueqian had no intention of returning the bride price.
Now that he was in trouble, Li Shueqian wanted to take advantage of him, which made him feel even more strongly that he had to get the money back.
Okay, if there are any problems, we'll discuss them.
After hanging up, Zhao Yuan immediately called Tian Shaosan back to tell her that Yian had agreed to meet.
Tian Shaosan immediately told Li Shueqian the news.
Li Shueqian gave a confident smile at the corner of her mouth.
Tell him to meet at the Star Cafe tonight. She believed that meeting at the cafe, which she and Yian had frequented before, was enough to show her sincerity. She could already see the scene of Yian returning to her side, serving her every need. Yian hung up the phone and did not continue to wallow in the pain of his setback. He went to his study, opened his laptop and started typing quickly. He planned to finish the financial risk warning project as soon as possible, and once it was completed and listed, the income it brought in would not only pay off the 10 million debt, but also make him famous in the industry and completely get rid of his current predicament. Afterwards, Zhao Yuan sent a message with the time and place of the meeting that Li Shueqian had agreed to.
Yian glanced at it, didn't reply, and put the phone aside.
On the other side, Ma Ji took Yian's proposal and walked into the office of the old devil Lin Jinyue. Chapter 31. Do you want your sister to accompany you for a stroll and take your mind off things? Ma, how did the project negotiations go? Lin Jinyue took a sip of tea and said lightly. Ma Jitsai hesitated for a moment.
All the other projects had been successfully negotiated, except for the project to optimize the logistics management system, which had not gone well. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was also his idea to cooperate with the company where Yian worked. Now that the project was not progressing smoothly, he was worried that the old devil would take issue with him.
Lin Jinyue frowned slightly, put down his teacup, and asked, "What's going on? Tell me in detail." Lin Jinyue, this is the second time we have discussed the plan with the partner company.
After their plan was rejected last time, we made clear our requirements again. However, the plan they have made this time still does not meet our requirements. I feel that they completely do not understand what we are saying, and they have even given such an important project to a recent college graduate. They do not take this cooperation seriously at all. Perhaps we need to reconsider the partner for this project. Lin Jinyue narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Bring me the proposal they made."
Ma Jitsai hurriedly handed it over. Lin Jinyue took it and carefully flipped through it.
As he looked at it, his expression changed slightly, and his originally furrowed brows loosened slightly. Although this proposal deviated from the requirements proposed by his company, some of the ideas and thoughts demonstrated a deep consideration for Party A's interests. He could sense that the person who had formulated the plan was genuinely trying to solve Party A's problems and hoped that the optimization of the logistics system would achieve the best results,
rather than simply starting from the perspective of Party B's profit.
This could not help but make him take a strong interest in the person who had formulated the plan.
However, he also noticed the problem.
If this plan was implemented, Party B's profits would be greatly compressed. This plan was actually done by a recent college graduate.
Then is this person a greenhorn? Or is he a young man with a unique perspective and high professional integrity? Xiaoma, you said this plan was made by a newcomer? What's his name? Ma Jitsai nodded. Yes, it seems to be called Ian.
Lin Jinyue frowned slightly. Ian.
It seems like I've heard that name somewhere.
After a few seconds, he remembered that Ian was Xiao Hui's husband. Then he opened the drawer of his desk and took out a file. It was the personal information on Ian from the previous investigation. After reading Ian's personal information, Lin Jinyue leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the armrest.
Interesting. Now, he has a new understanding of Ian.
From the information, Ian is not the opportunistic young man he thought he was. Instead, he is a young man who can endure hardship and is relatively down to earth. And now, this project will also showcase Ian's talents. In addition, Ian is also Xiaowi's husband. For Xiaowi's sake, he decided to give in to the situation and let Ian take charge of the project.
Ma Jitsai watched from the side, his heart full of wonder. Could it be that the old devil knows this young man named Ian?
But he's never heard of him before.
Just then, Lin Jinyue looked up at Ma Jitsai and said, "Ma, this Ian is no ordinary person.
From this proposal, we can see that he is capable, and that he can think outside the box and see things from our perspective, which is rare."
On hearing this, Ma Jitsai was a little surprised. He hadn't really looked at the proposal carefully before, just skimmed it. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed as Lin Jinyue had said, very rare. Lin Jinyue, what do you mean?
Lin Jinyue nodded slightly. We can continue to work with their company on this project. This proposal is very valuable.
However, we need to communicate directly with Ian. Ma Jitsai nodded quickly. I understand, President Lin, I will go communicate with their company right away.
Go ahead, as soon as possible.
At this time, it was already afternoon.
Ding Xinhui did not go back to work, but returned to the villa.
Miss, why are you back so early today?
Ding Xinhui did not answer, but instead asked.
Auntie Huang, has Ian returned? My husband returned in the morning, but as soon as he came back, he locked himself in the study. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. I didn't want to intrude, so I didn't ask. Ding Xinhui nodded. I see.
She went to the study, knocked on the door and walked in.
Ian looked up. Wife, why are you back? Don't you have to go to work in the afternoon?
Ding Xinhui looked at Ian, who looked a little tired and depressed, and felt heartbroken.
I heard what happened to you, so I came back to see you.
Ian couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard this. He had only been at work for 2 days when he was fired.
This kind of humiliating thing must have made his seemingly successful wife lose face.
She is a successful person with a successful career, but her husband is so incompetent.
It must have been very disappointing for her.
He had thought that Ding Xinhui would scold him, but he didn't expect Ding Xinhui to smile and lightly open her red lips.
You seem to be in a bad mood. Do you want your sister to accompany you for a stroll to cheer you up?
Ian was very surprised to hear Ding Xinhui's words, which carried a hint of playfulness. Even if she didn't sneer at him, she should have treated him coldly. He never expected her to be so gentle.
For some reason.
At that moment, Ding Xinhui seemed to exude a kind of magical charm, making him unable to help but want to get close to her, be intimate with her, and then drown in it. He froze for a moment, nodded subconsciously, and said, "Okay.
Then don't just stand there, let's go."
Ding Xinhui took Yi Yan's big hand and led him away from the villa. When they arrived at the garage, Ding Xinhui opened the door of the sports car and gently pushed Yi Yan into the passenger seat. Then she got into the driver's seat and started the car.
Boom! With the roar of the Pagani Huayra's engine, the sports car drove towards the bustling city center. On the way,
Ding Xinhui glanced at Yi Yan from time to time.
She noticed that her little husband looked sullen, like a big boy.
She decided to tease him. While waiting at the traffic lights, Ding Xinhui suddenly made a face at Yi Yan. Her eyes were wide open, and her little hand made threatening movements. She made the strangest face.
Yi Yan was first taken aback, then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you doing, acting like a child?
Ding Xinhui was beaming with pride.
I wanted to make you laugh. Look at your long face, it's almost as long as a bitter melon's.
The smile on Yi Yan's lips gradually grew wider. He never imagined that this usually mature and intellectual older sister had such a playful side.
Chapter 32, I'll buy it for you, sister.
Li Xueqian arrived early at the agreed-upon coffee shop. She had made a special effort to dress up, wearing an elegant white dress and applying a delicate makeup look.
She picked a seat by the window.
In the past, when she and Yi Yan came to this coffee shop, they would often choose this seat. On the table were 2 cups of coffee that had already been ordered.
It was Yi Yan's favorite cappuccino, steaming hot and exuding a rich aroma. Li Xueqian kept looking at the door, waiting for Yi Yan to arrive. People came and went at the door, and her thoughts drifted away.
It was an afternoon with a drizzling rain, and the store was filled with the aroma of coffee and soft music. At that time, the store was very crowded. Yi Yan arrived early and saved her the window seat because he knew she liked to look out at the street view. When she arrived late, Yi Yan didn't complain, but just smiled and helped her pull out the chair. Li Xueqian sat down without caring, cursing the damn rainy day, without even looking at Yi Yan. Yi Yan ordered her favorite latte and specifically asked the waiter to put in less sugar, because he knew her taste and habits. Yi Yan also ordered an extra slice of strawberry cake for her. When the waiter accidentally knocked the cake to the ground, Li Xueqian immediately changed her face and became furious with the waiter. Yi Yan hurriedly tried to calm her down while apologizing to the waiter, and personally went to the counter to buy her a new one. However, she felt that Yi Yan had embarrassed her by doing so, and spoke coldly to him.
Another time was late at night.
Her vanity got the better of her, and she wanted to show her best friend Tian Xiaosan that Yi Yan was always there for her and would do anything she asked. She called Yi Yan, who was sleeping, and asked him to come to the coffee shop. Yi Yan hurried over, not even getting dressed properly, and was a bit disheveled. But in front of Tian Xiaoshan, she picked apart Yi Yan's appearance and ridiculed him for not being fashionable enough. But Yi Yan just listened silently, without arguing. Afterwards, Yi Yan thoughtfully prepared a gift for her, hoping that she would be happy. On the other side, Yi Yan and Ding Xinhui arrived at a lively commercial pedestrian street. It was full of people and laughter. Ding Xinhui parked the Pagani Huayra and got out of the car with Yi Yan. She naturally took Yi Yan's arm, and Yi Yan could clearly feel the warmth of her body. This intimate contact made him blush and his heart beat faster. They walked into a dessert shop. The interior was warmly and lovingly decorated, and the sweet smell came at them. In the past, when Ding Xinhui was in a bad mood, she would come to this shop to buy sweets. The sweetness of the candies could make her forget her troubles for a while. Ding Xinhui walked to the counter with ease, pointing at the various candies in the glass cabinet.
Honey, look, which candy do you like?
I'll buy it for you. Yi Yan looked at the colorful candies and felt a little embarrassed.
Anyone will do, I'm not a child anymore.
Ding Xinhui, however, was not willing to give in.
No, you have to pick your favorite.
Today, I'm just going to treat you like a child.
Shop assistant? When I typed?
It wasn't me who had a problem, but I felt that you had a problem. You're a couple, a brother and sister, and a child.
Do you want to hear what you're saying? Why does this kind of dog food taste so strange? The shop assistant vaguely felt that something was wrong. What was wrong? Help! My head is itchy, I'm going to grow a brain.
In the end, Yi Yan chose a piece of blueberry-flavored soft candy.
Ding Xinhui scanned the QR code to pay for the candy and handed it to Yi Yan. Try it, it's so sweet. Yi Yan took the beautifully packaged candy, held it in his hands and squeezed it. Although he hadn't eaten it yet.
It felt as if his heart had already been filled with the candy.
Idiot, what are you doing? Eat it. Okay.
Yian tore off the wrapper and put the candy in his mouth. The sweet taste spread in his mouth, slowly spreading to every corner of his heart. As he chewed the candy, he looked at Ding Xinhui in front of him. She was the boss of such a big company. She must be very busy with her work. But now, because of a problem at work, she not only didn't scold him, but also came to keep him company. She even coaxed him like a child. He had never received such treatment before. Subconsciously, he tightened the small hand of Ding Xinhui in his grip. Ding Xinhui pointed ahead. Husband, there are street performers in the square, let's go watch.
Okay. Yian smiled. In the coffee shop.
Time passed by minute, and the sky gradually grew dark. Li Shueqian stared at the door, but the figure still did not appear. Customers came and went around her, some couples whispering sweetly, some business people talking about work, and some students laughing and joking.
But Li Shueqian felt as if she were isolated from all the excitement.
Her patience gradually wore thin, her face growing more and more unpleasant, and her originally elegant posture becoming a little stiff. She wanted to contact Yian, but she didn't have his contact information.
After much hesitation, Li Shueqian decided to wait a little longer. She called the waiter and ordered another cup of coffee to ease her anxiety. After sitting alone for a long time, the waiter looked at her with some strange eyes. Anger and resentment began to appear in her eyes.
Yian, you'd better show up soon.
If you dare to stand me up, I will make you pay. However, Li Shueqian didn't know.
The person she was waiting for had already forgotten about this appointment.
Following the instructions of the old devil Lin Jingyue, Ma Ji did not dare to be negligent and immediately set off for Yian's company.
As the car was on its way, he dialed Liang Wuda's phone.
At this time, Liang Wuda was idly flipping through documents, his eyes occasionally glancing at the employees in the office area.
Every time he thought about being promoted to department manager, he became more and more pleased, and his eyes unconsciously became fiery.
Just then, the phone on his desk rang.
The caller ID showed that it was Manager Ma. He quickly put down the documents in his hands and picked it up to take a look.
Yes, it was Manager Ma. Liang Wuda's eyes widened instantly, and he was shocked inside. Could it be that something else had happened? Was Manager Ma here to pursue responsibility?
But that didn't matter, he could just put all the blame on Yian.
Thinking about this, he quickly answered, "Hello? Manager Ma, why are you calling me? What is it that you want?"
Manager Ma chuckled on the other end of the line. "Our CEO Lin always thought your proposal was very good, so we're going to continue our cooperation. And this time, we're going to increase the budget by 15 million. I'm on my way to your office right now, so let's sit down and talk about it in detail." His words were like a bombshell, sending waves of shock through Liang Wuda's heart.
Why had Manager Ma suddenly changed his attitude? Did he like Yian's proposal? No way. Absolutely not.
Manager Ma was so angry when he left today, he definitely didn't like Yian's plan again. Then there's only one possibility: Party likes the first version of the plan that was previously rejected.
Yes, that must be it. This is really great news.
Not only will I get rid of that kid Yian this time, but I'll also be able to cooperate with the leading company in the industry. If this cooperation can be reached, he will definitely get a promotion and a pay rise, and maybe even a big bonus. He had a big smile on his face, and he was even a little carried away.
Okay, Manager Ma, I'll be waiting for you at the company.
He hung up the phone, secretly pleased, thinking that this was a good opportunity to show off his performance.
So Liang Wuda hurried to Xiao Wenjun's office. Vice President Xiao, good news. Chapter 33, I'll pay for the whole restaurant. Vice President Xiao, I have good news.
Manager Ma from Party had just called to say that the cooperation will continue. They are also increasing the budget by 15 million, so it looks like they are ready to sign the contract with us.
What's more, Manager Ma is on his way to our company right now. Liang Wuda's face was full of a sense of accomplishment, and his tone was excited.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenjun's eyes lit up, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. His eyes narrowed slightly.
Didn't Manager Ma seem very angry before?
He even said he would never cooperate with our company again.
What's going on? Could it be that he likes Yian's proposal? Liang Wuda's tone was flattering. It's definitely not Yian's proposal. How could he, a fresh college graduate, be qualified? That makes sense.
Xiao Wenjun nodded and continued. Liang Wuda bent over, all smiles. Vice President Xiao, I think this cooperation will work out, and it is definitely mainly because of your face.
What industry leader is it not that you can manipulate?
They must have heard about your reputation in this industry, which is why they are willing to continue to cooperate with us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenjun's face became even more smug.
He laughed heartily. Sure enough, I am amazing. My uncle always says I'm not up to the job, but if I'm not up to the job, do you think I could have changed the old devil's mind?
If this collaboration goes through, I'll show him who's boss. He stood up, paced back and forth in the office, his face beaming with pride. Then he looked at Liang Wuda and ordered.
Go to the company entrance now and wait for Manager Ma. Make sure the scene is lively. Let everyone know that we facilitated this cooperation. We can't let someone else take the credit.
Yes, Vice President Xiao, I'll go right away.
Liang Wuda bowed and left the office.
Xiao Wenjun sat back in his chair again. His smug mouth was wider than a case, his chin slightly raised, and his feet lifted and placed on the table. He picked up his phone and dialed a number.
The number was his family's eldest uncle's phone number.
Because he was only an illegitimate son of the Xiao family, coupled with the fact that he usually ate, drank, and played, acting like a spoiled brat, the family members of the family sneered at him, and their attitude towards him was cold and disgusted. The phone rang several times before it was answered, and a cold, middle-aged man's voice came through.
Wenjun, didn't I tell you not to call me unless it's an emergency? If you need money, go ask your father, I don't have any here.
Xiao Wenjun deliberately cleared his throat, suppressing his excitement.
Uncle, I'm not asking for money, I have some great news for you.
Our company has negotiated a partnership with the company of the old devil.
As you know, it's the industry leader in e-commerce.
The other party has also increased the budget by an additional 15 million.
If this cooperation goes well, the Xiao family's position in the industry will definitely reach new heights.
There was a moment of silence at the other end of the line, and the middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of surprise.
Oh? Really? You're not joking? Uncle, how dare I joke about something like this? This is all my doing. I have put in a lot of effort at the company to get this single.
The middle-aged man's tone softened slightly.
It seems you've done a good job this time.
I used to think you were good for nothing and would only cause trouble. Xiao Wenjun took advantage of the situation.
You see, Uncle, I'm not good for nothing. I've always wanted to do something for the family and prove my worth. If this cooperation goes through, it will mean a lot to the Xiao family.
The middle-aged man grunted on the other end of the line.
I hope you'll behave and not screw up. There is an important dinner party at the weekend, and you should come along too. This is a great opportunity to make connections.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenjun was filled with joy. Before, he would not even have been qualified to attend such a banquet.
Thank you, Uncle, I will definitely not let you down, he said respectfully.
After he hung up the phone, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the dinner party, I will show off my skills and show those who look down on me what I'm made of, and slap them in the face.
Then, he dialed Li Shueqian's phone number.
At that moment, Li Shueqian was sitting in a coffee shop, waiting for Yian to show up. The long wait had made her face very gloomy and her heart full of annoyance.
Seeing Xiao Wenjun's phone number, she picked it up impatiently. Xiao Wenjun, what's up? Leave me alone.
Xiao Wenjun didn't care about her tone and said excitedly.
Shueqian, I have good news.
I just closed a big deal.
It's the client I told you about before. They're not only going to cooperate, they've also increased the budget. We expect to sign the contract soon.
Li Shueqian frowned and spoke in a somewhat perfunctory tone.
Oh, congratulations then. I'm a bit busy right now, so I'll hang up first. Xiao Wenjun was a little disappointed that Li Shueqian had hung up so quickly. I wonder what the bitch is up to.
When he signs the contract, I'll show her off properly. Then, Xiao Wenjun stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked out of his office with his head held high.
He walked to the middle of the aisle, cleared his throat, and announced. Everyone, stop for a second, I have some good news to announce.
The order that Yian's intern messed up has been revived thanks to my hard work. Party not only continues to cooperate with us, but has also increased the budget by 15 million.
What does that mean?
It means that our company is about to cooperate with Lin Jindong's company.
If this works out, it will definitely be a milestone in the history of our industry.
I'm treating tonight, let's celebrate together, I'll pay for the whole bill. When the company employees heard this, they immediately gathered around.
Vice President Xiao, you are really amazing. You have saved the day. Yes, Vice President Xiao, you are awesome, you are our company's savior, how can Yian compare to you? Xiao Wenjun felt even more amazing in the midst of all the praise and flattery. He naturally enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by people. It was as if he had already become a legendary figure in the company and even the entire industry.
His face was beaming with a smug smile.
Low-key, all low-key, I'm going to go greet the person in charge of Partia now. With that, Xiao Wenjun, in the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd, strode confidently towards the company's entrance.
Meanwhile, in every corner of the company, the employees were still enthusiastically discussing the matter. Vice President Xiao has really made a name for himself this time. Before that Yian messed up the project so badly, I thought there was no hope.
Yes, Vice President Xiao is still awesome.
If it weren't for him, our company would have suffered a great loss. And this Yian, a newcomer, dared to mess around like that.
Fortunately, Vice President Xiao was able to turn the tide.
If this collaboration goes well, our company will definitely reach new heights, and our treatment may even improve.
Amidst the praise, only the fat man Zhou Sheng muttered. Is it really Vice President Zhao's sole credit? I feel a bit strange. Partia was clearly very angry before, so why did they suddenly change their attitude and increase the budget so much? However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the surrounding noise. Chapter 34, What Happened Earlier? Manager Ma's car pulled up in front of the company. Xiao Wenjun and Liang Wuda warmly led him to the meeting room.
Xiao Wenjun beamed, extended his hand, and said, Manager Ma, please sit down, let's talk about the details of the project in detail.
However, Ma Jicai frowned, looked around, and said, Where is Yian?
Our general manager Lin has made it clear that he wants Yian's plan for this project. He is to be in charge of this project.
Where is he?
Xiao Wenjun froze, and his outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. He and Liang Wuda exchanged glances, and they could both see the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. A bad feeling rose in Xiao Wenjun's heart.
Yian?
Manager Ma, Yian has already been fired from our company. Didn't he say that the proposal he made didn't meet the requirements, and he even made you so angry? Our company also wants to show respect for your company, so we must make him pay a price.
Upon hearing this, Ma Jicai's face changed drastically. What? Dismissed. What are you talking about? Who told you that we weren't satisfied with Yian's proposal? I never said that I wanted Yian to pay a price either.
On the contrary, we were very satisfied with Yian's proposal, and President Lin specifically instructed that Yian be in charge of this project.
And you fired Yian?
After Ma Jicai finished speaking, he felt a chill. Xiao Wenjun and the others had made it sound as if he were targeting Yian. If the old devil knew about this, he would be finished. Ma Jicai's words were like a heavy hammer, pounding hard on the hearts of Xiao Wenjun and Liang Wuda. They both looked very unpleasant. Xiao Wenjun's formerly confident smile had long since disappeared, replaced by a face of panic and confusion. He had just taken credit from his uncle and boasted in the company that he had saved the project. Now, however, he had been slapped in the face by Ma Jicai's words. He couldn't imagine what would happen to the flattering words and envious stares.
Liang Wuda also stared in disbelief. How could this be? Yian is just a fresh graduate. How could Partia like his proposal? And now, not only has he fired Yian and made him shoulder a huge debt, he also presumptuously went to Vice President Xiao to take credit. Next, whether it is Vice President Xiao's anger, or the accountability of Partia and the company, he will be in trouble. He is finished.
Thinking about this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his legs trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of panic. Manager Ma, this is all a misunderstanding.
Liang Wuda stuttered, trying to explain, we really didn't know that you and General Manager Lin were so satisfied with Yian's plan. We thought Yian had made you angry. Bang! Ma Jicai angrily slammed his hand down on the table. A misunderstanding? This is a serious dereliction of duty on your part. You made a decision on such an important matter based on your own assumptions? Do you know how important this project is to us, and how much we value Yian's proposal? Now that you've fired the person, how can the project continue? Are you going to pay for the huge losses? He then glared at Xiao Wenjun again, are you going to pay for it?
Xiao Wenjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trying to look composed.
Manager Ma, don't get angry, calm down.
However, Manager Ma interrupted him with a loud slap on the table.
How can I calm down?
Get out of here, all of you. You have to find Ian back as soon as possible, or we won't sign the contract.
And we won't let you off the hook either. Xiao Wenjun and Liang Wuda were sent out of the meeting room in a huff. Xiao Wenjun's face was very gloomy. He glared at Liang Wuda and roared. Liang Wuda, you idiot! Look at what you've done. Didn't you say Party A was very angry and wanted to fire Ian? Now Party A wants to appoint him as the contact person? Are you trying to trick me on purpose? Liang Wuda shivered. Vice President Xiao, I didn't expect this to happen either, I really thought. You thought? You thought? You think? 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 You. I just bragged about how awesome I am, and now this mess has happened. How am I going to explain this? Liang Wuda bowed his head, afraid to say a word. Xiao Wenjun glared at him fiercely. What are you still doing here? Go and find Ian right now. If you can't find Ian, you can just get the hell out of here. And I'll hold you responsible for all the losses. With that, he stormed off. Hearing this, Liang Wuda felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Vice President Xiao was in a rage and was capable of anything. This time, it was indeed his fault, and a huge mistake at that. His only hope now was to find Ian as soon as possible and salvage the situation. With trembling hands, he took out his phone and tried to find Yian's contact information. But Yian had already quit the work group of their department. He had no choice but to ask his colleagues in the department if they had Yian's contact information. Every time he got a negative response, his heart trembled. The fear and panic in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. On the way back to his office, Xiao Wenjun's face looked even worse than if he had eaten shit, and his mind was in a complete mess. It had been so hard to improve his position in the family, so how was he going to explain it to his uncle? And what would his colleagues think of him? Xiao Wenjun walked angrily towards his office. Along the way, the employees could feel the low pressure emanating from him and they all avoided him. But many people still started to whisper after he had passed by. What's wrong with Vice President Xiao? He was so full of himself just now. It looks like something big has happened. Could it be that there's a problem with the project? Why does it feel like something's not right? Time passed by minute by minute. Liang Wuda finally found out that Zhou Sheng had Yian's WeChat. Liang Wuda felt like he had grabbed the last straw of salvation, and hurriedly found Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng, I heard that you have Yian's WeChat, tell me quickly. At this time, what happened in the meeting room just now had already spread throughout the company. Zhou Sheng also knew why Liang Wuda, who was always a smiling tiger, would be so panicked. He couldn't help sneering in his heart, wondering where he had been earlier. Director Liang, why do you want Yian's WeChat? Didn't you fire him earlier? Liang Wuda didn't care about Zhou Sheng's sarcastic tone. This is a company matter. Please help. Give me his WeChat ID. Chapter 35, Jealousy of the Wife. Chapter 35, Jealousy of the Wife. Zhou Sheng, please help. Give me Yian's WeChat ID. Liang Wuda said urgently, his expression slightly subservient. Zhou Sheng hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone and pushed Yian's WeChat business card to Liang Wuda. He also hoped that Yian would come back and slap the faces of those who had looked down on Yian. Liang Wuda was overjoyed and immediately added Yian, writing in the verification message, Yian, I'm Liang Wuda.
Yian and Ding Xinhui were in the lively commercial pedestrian street, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The phone in Yian's pocket rang with a prompt sound, but the noisy surroundings did not make him aware of it. As time passed, the sky gradually drew a thick black curtain. They sat down at a roadside food stall and ordered some skewers and drinks. To Yian's surprise, Ding Xinhui did not disdain the food from the roadside stall, but instead ate it with relish.
Shouldn't such a little fairy be aloof from the mundane world?
The way she looked now, she didn't look like a rich young lady at all, but more like an older sister from the neighborhood. Yian watched her as she devoured several skewers of barbecue in one go, and couldn't help but smile. He picked up a skewer of grilled leeks, took a bite, and teased her. "I thought a rich young lady like you wouldn't eat from street stalls, but I didn't expect you to eat better than me."
Ding Xinhui gave him a glare. "What's wrong with being a rich young lady? I'm a human being too, and this kind of street food is the best in the world."
Saying this, she picked up another skewer of grilled squid and devoured it with gusto, her cheeks bulging. While she kept her head down eating, she tucked the hair that had fallen beside her face behind her ear. Yian smiled and took out a disposable chopstick. He came up behind her and gathered up her hair, using the disposable chopstick as a hairpin.
"What are you doing?" Ding Xinhui tried to turn her head.
But Yian's large hand gently pressed on her shoulder, telling her not to move. Ding Xinhui listened to him and obediently stopped moving, allowing him to play with her hair.
Although Yian's technique was slightly rusty, he was exceptionally serious.
Her hair was very supple, like silk.
It also exuded a pleasant fragrance.
He suppressed the slight tension and palpitations that arose in his heart. He gathered her hair into a simple bun and used a disposable chopstick to secure it at the back of her head.
"That's better, it'll be easier to eat and I won't have to worry about my hair getting into my food." Yian smiled.
Ding Xinhui reached behind her head to feel the bun and looked over at Yian, who had walked back and sat down across from her.
"I didn't know you knew how to do that,"
she said, taking out her phone and handing it to Yian, her face full of anticipation.
"Take a picture, I want to see it."
"Okay." Yian took the phone with a smile, came behind her again, pointed at the bun, adjusted the angle, and pressed the shoot button.
"It may not look very good, so just make do with it for now."
Yian handed the phone to Ding Xinhui. She looked at the photo, which showed a simple yet cute bun, and her eyes lit up.
"Where's it not good looking?"
"It has a very natural feel to it, I really like it." But soon, a hint of sourness rose in her heart as an instinctive reaction as a woman.
"You've done this for other girls before, haven't you? How else would you know how to do it? You're giving me a problem."
Yian also noticed the hint of jealousy in her words. Although he had been with Li Shueqian for 3 years, Li Shueqian had always taken great care of her hair and would never let him touch it. Moreover, he had never had any other girlfriends, so he had never done this for any other girl.
"I haven't. I really haven't. How could you?"
A strong desire to survive made him quickly deny 3 times in a row.
However, Ding Xinhui's eyes still looked a little suspicious. Yian smiled and then explained. "I accidentally saw it on Douyin before.
It's very simple, but I think it's very pretty. At that time, I thought to myself, if I get the chance in the future, I'd like to do that to the girl I like. Today, I happened to see your hair falling down while you were eating, and it was inconvenient, so I suddenly remembered what was done in that video, and I tried to do it to you." Ding Xinhui listened to his explanation, and the look of doubt on her face faded.
But soon, she caught the main point of what he said. A girl he likes? Was she the one he was talking about? He likes her? But
she didn't dare to ask him face to face. She was afraid that he would give a negative answer. Yian noticed that Ding Xinhui's pretty face was slightly flushed, so he asked,
"Do you feel hot? Shall I ask the waiter to turn down the air conditioning a little?"
Ding Xinhui lowered her head slightly and avoided Yian's gaze. Her heart was beating a little hard, like a fawn running around. She tried hard to calm herself down, afraid of letting Yian see her fluster. No, it's just that the kebab is a little spicy." Saying this, she quickly picked up the drink on the table and took a sip. The taste of this drink is not bad." She turned her head away and looked out the window, afraid of meeting Yian's gaze again. She was afraid that she would not be able to resist asking the question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time.
Just then, Yian's phone rang again.
He took out his phone and saw a WeChat friend request.
The verification message read, "Yian, this is Liang Wuda."
His brows furrowed slightly.
Why did Liang Wuda want to add him as a friend? Could it be that he was here to cause trouble again?
He should be here to urge him to repay his debt.
He couldn't think of any other reason. He really is a persistent fellow.
Yi Yan's good mood faded, and a sense of annoyance welled up in his heart. Ding Xinhui, who was sitting across from him, noticed his change in mood and asked with concern.
What's wrong? You don't seem very happy.
Yi Yan shook his head. It's just that thing at work, nothing much. He picked up a skewer and squeezed out a smile. Never mind him, let's continue eating.
Ding Xinhui nodded and said softly, okay. Later, Yi Yan went to the bathroom.
Ding Xinhui took the opportunity to take out her phone and dial Wang's secretary's number.
How's the investigation going? Ding dong, I've already found out all the details. Here's what happened.
After listening, Ding Xinhui's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and her voice also turned cold.
I know.
Someone really dared to lay a hand on her little husband. Yi Yan is the one person she can never touch, and yet someone actually dared to plot against and frame him. She must make the person who caused this trouble pay a heavy price and seek justice for her husband.
Let everyone know that bullying her husband will result in severe punishment.
Subsequently, the image of Yi Yan's worried expression in his eyes kept popping up in Ding Xinhui's mind.
She knew that Yi Yan's mood had worsened again. So, her clever eyes twinkled as she quickly picked up her phone.
Her long fingers danced across the screen, sending a message to her best friend, Su Chanxian, who was on the other side of the ocean.
Soon, Su Chanxian replied.
After reading the message, the light in Ding Xinhui's eyes grew brighter and brighter.
She made up her mind and planned to surprise Yi Yan. Then, she dialed Wang's secretary's phone. Secretary Wang, you go arrange it right away. Yes, Ms. Ding, I'll get right on it.
Secretary Wang's voice came over the phone, crisp and clear. Ding Xinhui hung up the phone, a nice curve forming at the corner of her mouth.
She was already looking forward to it. In the office,
Liang Wuda sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on his phone. His fingers kept swiping the screen, refreshing the page. He had already sent countless verification messages to Yi Yan's WeChat, but they had never gone through.
Time passed by minute.
Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead, and he felt more and more like sitting on pins and needles, with a thorn in his back and a lump in his throat.
Suddenly, Liang Wuda slapped his forehead. That's right, the Human Resources Department must have Yi Yan's phone number.
He quickly got up, left the office, and walked towards the Human Resources Department.
Chapter 36, You Can't Help Someone Who's Hopeless. The employees in the office area couldn't help but whisper as they watched Liang Wuda's flustered back.
Judging from how anxious Director Liang looked, it seemed that he hadn't yet contacted Yi Yan.
He had targeted Yi Yan before, but now that he knew it was urgent, why hadn't he done it earlier? That's right, if he didn't find Yi Yan soon, he'd see how it ended. This project was entirely dependent on Yi Yan. Liang Wuda hurried to the personnel department, not bothering to knock on the door, and pushed it open. The few staff members in the personnel department were busy sorting through documents and were taken aback by Liang Wuda's sudden intrusion.
Director Liang, what are you? One of the staff members said in surprise.
Liang Wuda panted, his tone urgent. Quick, give me Yi Yan's phone number, I need it now, it's urgent.
The staff members looked at each other, confused. One of the staff members in charge of employee file management frowned and said, Director Liang, this is not in line with the regulations.
Employee personal information is confidential and cannot be given to just anyone. Liang Wuda became anxious upon hearing this and yelled, What time is it now? What regulations? This concerns a major company project. If it is messed up, no one will have a good time. Hurry up and give me the phone number.
The staff members hesitated. They also knew that the company was in an uproar over Yi Yan's case.
But it was really inappropriate to casually disclose an employee's personal information.
But looking at Liang Wuda, who was so anxious that he was about to go crazy, they were really afraid of delaying the matter. After weighing the pros and cons, the staff member in charge of file management stood up, walked over to the filing cabinet, and began to search for Yi Yan's file. Liang Wuda paced anxiously nearby, urging him to hurry up. In a short while, the staff member found Yi Yan's file and copied down Yi Yan's phone number, handing it to Liang Wuda. He also said, Director Liang, you must not tell anyone about this, or we'll be in trouble. Liang Wuda grabbed the note, didn't even look at the staff member, and hurriedly turned and walked out, mumbling. I know, as long as I can contact Yi Yan. On the other side of the door, Xiao Wenjun was no better off. The sound of discussion outside the door hardly ever stopped.
Look at Vice President Xiao, he's in a sorry state.
Before, he was bragging all over the company that he had saved the project, saying that everything was under his control.
Now, the project is about to fail, all because he fired Yian.
That's right, I heard that he even went to the family to take credit for it, saying that it was all his doing. Now he's got a slap in the face, let's see how he explains it to the family. And, he never took Yian seriously before, thinking that Yian was just a fresh graduate with nothing to offer. As a result, the client liked Yian's plan and specifically requested to work with him. Now that Yian is gone, the project simply cannot continue, and Vice President Xiao has really fallen on his sword. I also heard that Vice President Xiao deliberately suppressed Yian before in order to show off his abilities. Now, he is begging her to come back, but she may not be willing.
If this project fails, I don't think he can stay in the company anymore. How can he continue to work in this industry? This is really embarrassing.
The comments were like needles, piercing straight into Xiao Wenjun's ears, making him feel more and more irritated. He frowned tightly, and kept rubbing his hair with his hands. Finally, unable to bear the sound of the gossip any longer, he stood up abruptly and slammed the door open.
Don't you have work to do? Are you all so idle? You're just here gossiping and chatting away. He roared angrily, like a mad lion, scanning the employees who were gossiping.
The employees lowered their heads and sheepishly returned to their workstations. Although they dared not speak again, their resentment towards Xiao Wenjun deepened. Xiao Wenjun watched as the employees dispersed, and his emotions calmed slightly, but his inner restlessness seemed to have not diminished. He turned around and returned to his office, sat heavily in his chair, and pondered what to do next.
Just then,
the office door was slammed open, and Xiao Hongqiu walked in with a gloomy expression. Xiao Wenjun's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He quickly stood up, lowered his head, and didn't dare to look directly into Xiao Hongqiu's eyes.
Dad, why did you come?
Xiao Hongqiu snorted, walked a few steps to his face, and glared at him fiercely.
How did I come? You still have the nerve to ask. Look at what you've done, what a mess you've made of the company's project.
And you went and took credit for it within the family, shamelessly claiming it was your doing.
And now?
The project is on the verge of failure, because you fired Yian, the person who did most of the work.
What were you thinking?
Facing Xiao Hongqiu's rebuke, he could only grit his teeth and panic-strickenly explain.
Dad, I
really didn't know that Party A was interested in Yian's plan, and Liang Wuda also said that Party A was angry, so I
didn't expect it to turn out like this. You didn't expect it? Don't you do your research before you do anything? Do you think the company's projects are a game?
Now Manager Ma has already left, and he said that we have one day to find Yian, otherwise the cooperation will be cancelled and we will be held responsible.
Do you know how much damage this will do to the company?
Xiao Hongqiu was so angry that his face turned red and his voice rose several notches. The more he looked at his son, the more he hated his lack of progress. Usually, he just knows how to eat, drink, and have fun, but now he's messing around at the company. Xiao Wenjun was unable to argue back. He knew how serious the mistake he had made this time was. But at the moment, apart from admitting his mistake, he didn't know what else he could do.
Dad, I'm sorry. I've already asked Liang Wuda to find a way to contact Yian. Just give me some more time. Time? How much time do I get? Just 1 day. If you can't find Yian within 1 day, you'll have to face the consequences. Do you think I still call the shots at the company?
I told you before, the company has been acquired by the Ding Group. The boss is no longer me, but Chairman Ding. If you can't handle this properly, you can forget about staying at the company, and I won't be able to protect you either. After saying this, Xiao Hongqiu turned around and left, slamming the door behind him. Xiao Wenjun watched his departing back, his legs weakening, and he sat down in his chair, powerless. The night was dark, and the lights were just beginning to come on. Yian and Ding Xinhui strolled to the top of the hill to the park. Although it was night, it didn't seem dark here. Because the street lamps in the park are lit one after the other, embedded in every corner.
The winding path is like a silver carpet.
Yian and Ding Xinhui walked leisurely, because it is a popular place for internet celebrities to check in. There were quite a few people along the way. Many of them were couples, holding hands and having an ambiguous atmosphere. Ding Xinhui looked at it in her eyes, her expression was a little unnatural. Although she had already married Yian and become his nominal wife, she had not yet enjoyed the romance of being a couple with him. However, there was still plenty of time ahead, and she could slowly find opportunities. Now that she had captured his body, she was not afraid of capturing his heart as well. She planned to do everything that couples were supposed to do, and not miss a single thing. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Ian. Ian was looking around at the scenery, and his profile looked exceptionally good in the light. It made her can't help but sneak a few more glances. It seemed that he had noticed her gaze, and Ian turned his head. However, she saw Ding Xinhui quickly turn her head away, her eyes still a little evasive. Ian thought that Ding Xinhui was a little scared. So, Ian smiled and said, "Did you hear about it too?" Chapter 37, None of My Business? Ha! Ding Xinhui thought Ian had caught her doing something. She didn't expect him to say something like that, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Ian smiled and continued. There are quite a few monkeys in this hilltop park, maybe more than 100. Monkeys, monkeys? Seeing Ding Xinhui's puzzled expression, Ian explained with a smile. Some tourists who come here out of curiosity or kindness feed the monkeys, but the monkeys snatch their backpacks and mobile phones, and some have even been injured by the monkeys. Then isn't it very dangerous here? As she spoke, Ding Xinhui leaned unconsciously towards Ian. Ian's mouth curled up slightly, teasingly saying, "You either kill it or leave it alone." In 1986, a monkey beat up 100,000 people, from the ground to the sky, all the way to the southern heavenly gate. In the end, a monk suppressed it. This is all true, it was even broadcast on TV. Ding Xinhui froze for a moment before she came back to her senses. She laughed lightly, gave Ian a look, and said, "You know a lot. How about it, aren't you afraid now?" "Well, I'm not afraid anymore." Ian looked at her relaxed expression, smiled, took her hand, and continued walking. In fact, the management here is quite strict, and there are staff members who patrol the area. Ding Xinhui felt the warmth of Ian's palm and listened to his words of comfort. Her heart was warm and sweet, and she kept staring at him, her eyes about to melt. Just then, Ian's phone in his pocket rang. He took out his phone and found it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up the phone. "Hello?" As soon as the call connected, a trembling voice came from the other end. Ian, it's me, Liang Wuda." Ian's brows furrowed slightly. "It's you? What, are you here to remind me to pay my debt so soon?" No, where are you, Ian? There's a big problem at the company. Party A has designated you to be in charge of the logistics pipeline system project. You need to hurry back." Ian froze for a moment, not expecting Liang Wuda to find him in such a situation. He sneered, "Liang Wuda, are you kidding? Haven't I already been fired by you? Don't I have to repay the company's huge debt?" Liang Wuda was extremely anxious on the other end of the phone. "Ian, I was wrong before, I was blinded by greed, I was short-sighted, and I was blind. If you are willing to come back, everything that happened before can be forgotten, and the company will give you a generous reward." Forgotten? So he still has to thank Liang Wuda? Liang Wuda fired him with one sentence, and now he is shamelessly asking him to go back. Does he really think he can order him around? Even a clay figure has some temper, not to mention that he is a flesh and blood person with backbone. Yian's voice was even colder. "Liang Wuda, do you think it's useful to say all this now? What did you think of me at the beginning? You fired me just like that, and my reputation in the industry was affected. Now that the project is in trouble, you're thinking of me?" Liang Wuda was about to cry, and his voice trembled even more. "Yian, I know I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I really know I was wrong. If you're not there, they'll cancel the deal and make the company pay a huge penalty. The company will be finished. What do I care if you're finished or not?" Yian's voice was ice cold. "You kicked me out without mercy, and now you want me to come back and clean up your mess." Liang Wuda was desperate. "Yian, listen to me." However, there was suddenly a busy signal on the other end of the line. He froze, staring at the phone in his hand, muttering to himself, "Yian? Yian." He dialed Yian's number again, but it was never connected. Peak Parkside. Yian looked at the dark screen of his phone, shrugged helplessly, and said, "Okay, it's out of power," and turned off. It's good, so he doesn't have to call again. Ding Xinhui listened on the side. The conversation just now also verified the results of the investigation that Secretary Wang had reported to her. She was more and more certain of her desire to teach these people a lesson. She smiled, ignoring him for now. It would only affect her mood, and they could talk about work later. Yian nodded and put the phone back in his pocket. The two continued their stroll. As they gradually approached the top of the hill, bang! A burst of sound broke the tranquility of the night. A firework exploded against the inky sky, and the gorgeous colors spread out in an instant. Then, more fireworks bloomed in the night sky one after another. Yian looked up, wanting to admire them. At that moment, Ding Xinhui pulled him towards the top of the hill not far away. "Wife, what are you doing? Follow me." Yian was dragged along by her, trotting all the way. Although he was puzzled, he couldn't help but quicken his pace when he saw how excited she looked. They ran to an open area at the top of the hill, where the view was very good. Fireworks were blooming above their heads, like a grand visual feast. Ding Xinhui turned to Yian, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. "You can see it more clearly from here." As soon as she finished speaking, a yellow firework bloomed in the night sky. It lit up her pupils. Starry Cafe. Li Shueqian looked out the window at the night scene on the street, her face as dark as it was covered in clouds. She had been waiting from day to night, but Yian had never shown up. She couldn't get in touch with him either, so she just had to wait. The customers in the shop had already left one after another, leaving her sitting alone. At this time, the waiter walked over. "Excuse me, miss, we're about to close." On hearing this, Li Shueqian came back to her senses, and a flash of fatigue and loss crossed her eyes. "Let's settle the bill." "Miss, your total for this purchase is 400 for 10 cappuccinos." Li Shueqian was slightly stunned at first, before realizing that she had unconsciously drunk so much coffee while waiting for Yian. She nodded slightly and numbly took out her phone from her bag to scan the QR code to pay. However, her gaze still looked at the entrance of the coffee shop with unwavering determination, but that person still did not appear. After paying, Li Shueqian slowly got up. Her movements were a bit sluggish, as if all the strength in her body had been drained. She stood there for a while, her eyes filled with a mixture of disappointment and resignation. She just couldn't understand it. How dare Yian treat her like this? He had lost his job and was in huge debt. Why did he still have the nerve to stand her up? Was he still angry? She had just crossed her legs, hadn't she? It was a small mistake. Who doesn't make mistakes? Why hold a grudge? Li Shueqian took a deep breath, suppressed the resentment that arose in her heart, and dragged her heavy footsteps towards the door of the coffee shop. When she walked out the door, the cool night breeze hit her face, but she was oblivious. At that moment, the phone rang, and she glanced at the caller ID. It was Xiao Wenjun calling. She connected the call impatiently. "Xiao Wenjun, I'm in a bad mood, so don't bother me if it's not important." Xiao Wenjun's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Shueqian, something's happened to me, you have to help me this time." Li Shueqian's brows furrowed slightly. "What's wrong with you again?" "Shueqian, it's Yian's business." On hearing Yian's name, she unconsciously gripped the phone even tighter. "My company has a major project. Party A has designated Yian to be in charge, but he's not answering our calls at all now, and I don't know where he is." "You were with him for a long time before, so you must have a way to contact him, right? You must help me contact him, or I'm finished at the company." Chapter 38, I really feel like I've lost him. Upon hearing this, Li Shueqian felt an unknown anger rise in her heart. Yian even let her pigeon go, and she waited for him all day today, but he didn't show up. Now, Xiao Wenjun is telling her to lick his face to contact Yian. Why? Does she not care about her reputation? Li Shueqian said impatiently. "Xiao Wenjun, you are really interesting. Yian stood me up. I have been waiting since daybreak, and I haven't even seen him. Do you know that? I can't even contact him, so how can I help you? Besides, if something happens at the company, the worst that can happen is that you don't go to work, so just leave me alone." Li Shueqian's complaints made Xiao Wenjun even more anxious. "Shueqian, don't be angry, this time the situation is really different. If Yian doesn't come back, Party A will have to cancel the cooperation. Not only will I not be able to survive in the company, even our company will be implicated. By then, the marriage between our two families will also be affected." Li Shueqian paused when she heard this. Although she was still angry in her heart, she knew that what he said was not entirely unreasonable. It would indeed do her no good if Xiao Wenjun's company was affected. After all, she and Xiao Wenjun were still somewhat involved with each other's interests. Moreover, she was still unwilling to accept the fact and wanted to prove to Yian that she would still be able to make him grovel and do whatever she asked.
Xiao Wenjun noticed that Li Xueqian on the other end of the phone was silent.
She must have hesitated, thinking that there was a chance for a turnaround.
He quickly continued. Xueqian, just do your best. As long as you can try to contact him, I'll be grateful. Maybe Yian is just temporarily angry. If you step in, he will give you some face.
Besides, once this matter dies down, we can discuss it at length and deal with Yian slowly.
I understand. Li Xueqian impatiently answered and hung up the phone.
She stood in the doorway of the coffee shop, looking at the flashing neon lights on the street, her mind in a mess.
After a long while, she slowly started walking. On the way home. Bang! One after the other, fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating the night sky.
They also illuminated the surprised faces of the people on the street.
Wow, what beautiful fireworks! Yeah, if only we could see such beautiful fireworks every day. Look, not just here, it seems like the whole city is setting off fireworks. You're right, it really is. This is so romantic. Could it be that some rich guy is proposing? Li Xueqian looked at the fireworks above her head and a flash of envy also appeared in her eyes. If only something so romantic could happen to her. But has it really never happened?
Her thoughts could not help but return to the past. She remembered that once, she and Yian had attended a friend's party. At the party, Yian had been taking good care of her, fetching her food and drinks. But she felt that Yian was embarrassing her in front of her friends, so she scolded Yian in public, calling him a lackey. Yian listened to her taunts in silence and didn't say a word in reply. There was another time. Yian knew that she had been talking about a concert, so he stayed up late for several hours just to buy her precious front row tickets. When Yian handed her the tickets with joy in his heart, she only said lightly, "Oh, thanks." Then she casually threw the tickets aside and turned to her best friend Tian Shashan to chat about something else. She didn't notice Yian's eyes, which had suddenly dimmed.
Another time, Li Xueqian fell ill with a fever and was bedridden. Yian knew about it and immediately put down what he was doing.
She ran back and forth to the pharmacy to buy medicine, changed ice packs to lower the temperature, and made porridge for her to drink, taking good care of her. But as soon as she felt a little better, she resented Yian's nagging, complaining that the porridge was too hot and the medicine smelled bad. Li Xueqian stood on the street corner, the light from the fireworks reflecting on her face, but unable to dispel the gloom in her eyes.
She muttered bitterly. It seems like I really have lost him.
The surrounding laughter and exclamations sounded like mockery of him to her. Her footsteps slowed down, and her mind was filled with memories related to Yian. Each scene was like a knife, stabbing her heart fiercely. She began to reflect on her past actions.
Had she really gone too far? Was she really sorry for Yian? But so what? She is Li Xueqian, a well-off young lady. She can do without Yian. But Yian cannot do without her, cannot lose her. I just don't believe that you can live a good life without me, Yian.
Li Xueqian clenched her fists, her fingernails almost embedding themselves in her palms. On the other side of the hill, in the park, Yian and Ding Xinhui stood side by side, heads held high. Countless fireworks whizzed into the sky, exploding in the darkness. They were on an open hilltop, with a great view. Looking out, the colorful lights intertwined, enveloping the entire city in a dreamlike curtain of light.
Ding Xinhui turned her head and looked at Yian, smiling and asking, "Isn't it beautiful?"
At that moment, listening to her soft voice, all of Yian's previous worries vanished. It was as if a switch had been flicked off in his body.
For some reason,
being in her company had a magical effect on him, as if he had taken a deep breath and relaxed. Yian turned around, looked down at Ding Xinhui, and smiled.
"Well, it's beautiful.
These are the most beautiful fireworks I've ever seen, without a doubt.
Wife, thank you for taking me out today."
Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise, mixed with a hint of shyness, passed through Ding Xinhui's beautiful eyes. She lowered her head slightly and whispered, "As long as you like it, you have really been tired these past 2 days, and you should relax a bit." The colorful fireworks reflected on her pretty face, making her look even more charming. Yian was a little lost in thought, a little mesmerized. She really was very pretty. She was flawless. He didn't know whose fairy tale book had been left open, allowing the princess to escape. And it is such a beautiful woman in front of him, who will cook and serve him dinner herself and stay late with him at work. Today, she has again turned down work and found time in her busy schedule to accompany him for some fun.
For a moment,
He even wondered if she was using her beauty on him.
it made him want to play along.
He even hoped that they were a real couple, not just a marriage of convenience. It was precisely because it was a marriage of convenience, an agreement to part ways after a year, that he dared not let himself get too deeply involved, for he was afraid that the separation afterwards would break his heart. Yian shook his head lightly, trying to shake off these impractical thoughts.
Ding Xinhui sensed Yian's unusual mood and looked up. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
Yian came back to his senses, smiled, and said, No, nothing, I was just thinking that on such a beautiful night, I really hope that time can stop at this moment.
Ding Xinhui nodded, yes.
At this moment, with the last firework exploding, the world returned to tranquility.
Yian looked at the night sky, a little reluctant to let go. Ding Xinhui couldn't help but laugh to herself. This idiot. There's nothing she can do if he doesn't want to look enough. She had Wang Shuwei buy all the fireworks in the city.
With the end of the fireworks display, Li Shueqian also came back from her thoughts. She took out her phone and started dialing Yian's number. But what came out of the phone was still the cold voice saying, The user you have dialed is turned off.
She was still on Yian's blacklist.
Li Shueqian angrily threw her phone into her bag and gritted her teeth. Yian, I'll see how long you can keep up this act.
Chapter 39, Supporting You for the Rest of Your Life. On the way home, the Pagani Huayra roared down the road, turning all heads. Yian rested his head on the passenger seat and looked out the window.
He recalled the phone call from Liang Wuda not long ago, asking him to return to the company to complete the project. Now that he had calmed down, he began to hesitate. He wasn't sure whether he should go back to the company. His wandering gaze caught Ding Xinhui's eye.
What are you thinking about? Yian came back to his senses.
He was undecided, and it was a good time to ask his well-informed wife for advice.
I'm wondering whether I should go back to the company. I'd like to hear your opinion. Ding Xinhui concentrated on driving. After hearing Yian's question, she thought for a moment and laughed.
I think that if you go back, you may face some unpleasant people or situations from the past, but this is also a good opportunity for you to prove yourself. If you don't go back, you can get rid of those troubles, but you may leave some regrets behind. Hearing this, Yian was still a little undecided.
I'll think about it.
Ding Xinhui gave a wry smile and said, No matter what decision you make, I'll support you.
Stupid husband. Even if you don't want to go to work, I can support you for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha.
It was already 10 o'clock when the two returned to the villa. Yian took a shower, charged her phone, which had run out of battery, and then turned off the lights and went to bed. Ding Xinhui also lay in bed, reading the message just sent by Secretary Wang. Ding dong, I have fulfilled my mission. Secretary Wang sounded so pleased with himself on the other end of the line.
Ding Xinhui replied, Well done. Secretary Wang? That's it?
She made countless phone calls and mobilized thousands of people. It took her a short time to buy up all the fireworks in the city.
And she got a simple well done. She should be considered overtime. Can't she get some kind of material reward? Sigh.
She's going to complain to the boss's wife, saying that the boss is exploiting his employees. At that moment, Ding Xinhui sent another message.
Do a good job and I'll give you a pay rise.
Secretary Wang sat up suddenly. She pushed her black-framed glasses to make sure she hadn't read it wrong. Instantly, the corners of her mouth curled up. She was one step closer to her small goal of getting a promotion and a pay rise, marrying a rich and handsome man, becoming the general manager, and reaching the pinnacle of her life. Last time, she gave the boss advice on chasing the boss's wife, and this time, she was creating romance for the boss and his wife. It seemed that she had found a shortcut to achieving her small goals.
The next day. Liang Wuda's office.
At the moment, he had dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot pupils, and a haggard appearance that made him seem 10 years older than before. Yian had been unreachable, causing him to be tormented by fear all night. It made it difficult for him to sleep, and he was exhausted. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Liang Wuda thought it was Yian calling, so he quickly picked up the phone. However, when he looked at the caller ID, it was not Yian, but Manager Ma. He had a bad feeling, but after a moment of hesitation, he picked up the phone.
Hello, Manager Ma, this is Liang Wuda.
Manager Ma's tone was serious.
Liang, have you found Yian yet? The day is almost over. Liang Wuda wiped the cold sweat from his face as he anxiously said. Not yet, Manager Ma, please give me some time, I promise. However, before he could finish, there was a busy signal on the other end of the line. After being ruthlessly hung up on by Manager Ma, Liang Wuda slumped down in his chair, staring blankly at the screen of his phone. Ma Jitsai on the other end of the line had now also figured out Yi Yan's situation. Not only had Yi Yan been deliberately targeted by Liang Wuda, resulting in his dismissal from the company, but he had also been saddled with a huge debt of 10 million yuan. No one else would be able to come back so easily. But the old devil has already given the order that Yi Yan must be the only one to work on this project. But judging from the current situation, Liang Wuda is useless. So he plans to take matters into his own hands. At 9 a.m., Yi Yan woke up naturally. He picked up his phone, which was fully charged, and switched it on. He found dozens of missed calls, mostly from the same person. He vaguely remembered the last digit of the number, which was Liang Wuda's. Just then, a strange number called in. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Yan answered the phone. Hello? Hello, is this Yi Yan? This is Ma Jitsai. Do you have time? I want to talk to you about the project. Yi Yan didn't expect it to be Ma Jitsai from Party A calling. It seems that the other party wants to continue working with him on the logistics management system project. After thinking about it, he has also put a lot of effort into this project, and it would be a pity to give up so easily. Yi Yan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Manager Ma, I'm free right now. Okay, let's meet somewhere and have a good chat. It's hard to explain everything over the phone. Sure, Manager Ma, name a place, I'll be there on time. Ma Jitsai thought for a moment, then quickly said, let's meet at the Henteing coffee shop in the city center at 10 o'clock today. It's a nice place, quiet, and suitable for a good chat. Yi Yan wrote down the time and place. Okay, Manager Ma, I'll be there on time. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yan got up, washed up, and tidied up. After going downstairs to have breakfast, he slowly drove out of the villa in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Ding Group Headquarters. A most luxurious and spacious office. Secretary Wang knocked on the door and walked in. Ding dong, the evidence regarding Liang Wuda's behind-the-scenes shenanigans has been collected in full. However, although Xiao Wenjun is likely the mastermind behind it all, there is no substantial evidence. She pushed her black-framed glasses up and reported to Ding Xinhui. Ding Xinhui looked down at the document without looking up, and said indifferently, That Liang whatever, deal with it according to company regulations, fire whoever needs to be fired, sue whoever needs to be sued, we can't let people like this continue to cause trouble in the industry. As for that Xiao whatever, keep investigating, I just don't believe we won't find something on him. Secretary Wang nodded slightly, yes, Mr. Ding. After saying that, she exited the office. Just then, Ding Xinhui's phone rang. She put down the documents in her hands and answered the phone. Hello, Uncle Lin, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Xiao Hui, there is a project that our company is collaborating on, and there is a proposal that is very well done. I really like it. Guess who made it? Lin Xinyu said with a smile on the other end of the phone, with a hint of mystery in his tone. Upon hearing this, Ding Xinhui knew exactly who Uncle Lin was talking about. Uncle Lin, how could I guess? Just don't keep me in suspense. Ding Xinhui pretended to be ignorant, smiled, and there was a hint of cunning in her eyes. Chapter 40, So it was my husband. Lin Xinyu laughed heartily. You'll never guess, but that person is Yi Yan, your husband. This proposal is excellent. I was wondering who this outstanding young man was, and it turns out he's our Xiao Hui's son-in-law. Ding Xinhui pretended to be surprised. So it was my husband. I told you he was outstanding a long time ago. Uncle Lin, so you're asking me to hire him again? Lin Jinyua's tone was very affirmative, of course. Since Yi Yan is your husband, do you think he would be willing to come and develop at our company? Ding Xinhui's heart stirred upon hearing this. Uncle Lin is famously picky, and she never expected that one of her husband's plans would make him so appreciative and even develop a fondness for talent. Her little husband is really, really amazing. But she didn't want to influence Yi Yan's own decision. Uncle Lin, I'm afraid you'll have to talk to him about this yourself. As his wife, I naturally have to listen to my husband. Lin Jinyue laughed at the other end of the phone. Shall we, you two really have a good relationship. Okay, I'll talk to Yi and myself in a bit.
Ding Xinhui's pretty face flushed with a hint of red.
Uncle Lin, I'm afraid that's not possible recently. My husband was wronged because of that project from your company, and I guess he's dealing with it right now. Lin Xinhui frowned. Wronged? What's going on?
Ding Xinhui then briefly explained the whole story.
After listening, Lin Xinhui angrily said, "This is nonsense. Xiao Wenjun, right?
Since there is no evidence at the moment, I will give him a good warning, so that he will not stir up trouble again."
On the other side,
at the Henteing coffee shop, Ma Ji was looking across at Jian, who had just taken a seat, feeling very uneasy. Just a moment ago, his immediate supervisor, the old devil, had called. He had instructed him to properly handle this project and not let Ian suffer any injustice.
But before, when Ian was at his company,
he had not only lost his temper and thrown a fit in front of Yian's face. Later, Yian persevered and came downstairs to the company to find him to continue to explain and persuade him patiently. He still refused Yian ruthlessly. If he had known then, he would have patiently listened to Yian's explanation, and perhaps the cooperation would have been established long ago.
Unlike now. Before, it was Yian who came to beg him, but now it is the other way around, and he has to beg Yian for cooperation.
Yian is young, and at the age of youth, one is reckless. He is likely to take the opportunity to humiliate him, make things difficult for him, or make some excessive demands.
If so, will he be able to successfully complete the task Lin Zong has assigned? If he doesn't, will he be fired tomorrow for entering the company with his left foot first? I don't think so. Do you?
They are a respectable company.
He will only be fired for breathing the air in the company.
Ma Jikai's heart was racing, but he had to put on a calm face. He forced a smile and lowered his body.
Yian, I was in the wrong before. I shouldn't have rejected you without listening to your explanation.
I hope you can forgive me.
Listening to Ma Jitsai's sincere and humble tone, Yian understood instantly.
The other party was being so humble because he was afraid that he would take revenge. However, he was not such a petty person.
Moreover, the reason why Manager Ma had an unfriendly attitude towards him before and did not listen to his explanation
was also because he was responsible for the project, not to target him personally. He is not the same as Liang Wuda in the company, who stabs someone in the back when they fall. What's more, Manager Ma is also a senior executive of a leading company.
Getting on well with him means having one more friend in one more way.
There is no need to be petty over such trivial matters. Yian gave a slight smile and waved his hand. Manager Ma, it's all in the past, let's not mention those unpleasant things again.
Ma Jitsai froze. He never expected Yian to react like this.
He originally thought that Yian would mock him or put forward harsh conditions to make things difficult for him. But now it seems that he really judged a gentleman by the standards of a mean person.
Meanwhile,
in Xiao Wenjun's office, his face was so gloomy that water could drip from it.
He roared at Liang Wuda in front of him. You good for nothing. You good for nothing who is good for nothing. Liang Wuda's face was ashen, and he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, Vice President Xiao.
Xiao, I really can't get in touch with Ian.
What should we do? Who can I ask if I ask you?
Xiao Wenjun casually picked up a document on the table and slammed it at Liang Wuda.
Get out. Get out.
Useless trash.
Yes, yes. Liang Wuda rolled out of the office. Xiao Wenjun paced back and forth in the office.
The matter was long since out of his control, and he was tormented inside, not knowing what kind of ending he would have.
At that moment, with a bang, Xiao Honqiu slammed the door and walked in. Xiao Wenjun was startled and quickly turned around. Dad, why are you here?
Xiao Honqiu's face was ashen, and as soon as he entered, he pointed at him and scolded.
Facing his father's scolding, Xiao Wenjun's body trembled slightly. He lowered his head, afraid to look his father in the eye.
Xiao Honqiu forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart.
It's because of the good deed you did. Just now, Lin Xinhui personally called me. He also warned me that if we try anything against Yian again, he won't let us off lightly. Don't you know who Lin Xinhui is? Don't you know where he got the nickname Old Devil? You don't know how influential he is in this industry? We can't afford to mess with him. Xiao Wenjun's lips trembled. What? The Old Devil would actually call you personally for Yian? Isn't he just a young kid with no money and no background? How could this be?
Xiao Honqiu frowned and thought for a while.
Maybe the old devil values Yian's plan and thinks Yian is a talent.
He has a heart of pity for talented people, so he pays extra attention to him and will not tolerate anyone acting improperly towards him. Xiao Wenjun still found it hard to believe. Dad, even if Yian is a bit capable, it's not as if Lin Jinyue would go to such lengths.
Xiao Hongqiu blared at him and said, "What do you know?" And it cannot be ruled out that Lin Jinyue is Yi Yan's backer.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenjun's heart grew more and more panicked.
So what should I do now? Chapter 41, What are the conditions? You should mention them as soon as possible.
Xiao Hongqiu walked back and forth in the office a few times, then stopped and said,
"The situation is no longer in your control. The only way out is to put all the blame on Liang Wuda and let him take the fall.
Luckily, you only bragged before, taking the credit for yourself. If someone else had found evidence, the old devil would not have just made a phone call to warn you. You can't stay in the company anymore, so you should leave quickly and go home to hide out."
"You're not going anywhere without my permission."
Xiao Wenjun nodded, as this was the only thing to do now. Liang Wuda was just a small figure in the company, a dog he kept.
Liang Wuda was able to stay in the company because of him. Now let Liang Wuda contribute to this matter. 1,000 days of raising a dog, and it's used at a time. As for Yian,
Xiao Wenjun naturally doesn't believe that he would have a patron like Lin Jinyue.
Otherwise, why didn't anyone come out to say a word for him when Yian was fired?
This time, he left the company in disgrace, becoming the laughingstock of the entire company, and was scolded by his father.
It's all because of Yian, it's all Yian's fault.
The more Xiao Wenjun thought about it, the angrier he became, and his hatred for Yian grew a little more. Yian, don't think that just because you have Lin Jinyue's support you can be smug for long. When this storm passes, I will make you pay. He thought viciously in his heart. On the other side, at the Hentang coffee shop. Seeing Yian's sincere smile, Ma Ji confirmed that Yian was not just putting on an act.
At this moment,
he could not help but admire Yian in front of him.
So young, not only is he professionally competent, but also so generous.
He really was blind before, not realizing how outstanding Yian is. It's also because his boss, Lin, has such a discerning eye and can see talent everywhere, that he immediately saw how outstanding Yian is. Yian, our company hopes that you will take full charge of this project.
Just name your conditions. What do you say? Ma Jitsai looked at Yian with anticipation and a smile on his face.
Upon hearing this, Yian pondered for a moment and nodded. I can take over the project, but my current situation is not very optimistic. Ma Jitsai felt that there was a chance after hearing Yian's words, and his eyes lit up. Yian, just tell me if you have any difficulties, as long as our company can solve them, we will definitely do our best to help you solve them.
You are the key figure in this project, and we are all looking forward to working with you to successfully complete the project.
Yian let out a small sigh. Manager Ma, I'm sure you're aware that I was previously ostracized and fired from my previous company, and I also have a huge debt of 10 million. To take over this project, I need to make sure that I can devote myself fully to it, but that debt is like a huge stone weighing on my heart, making it difficult for me to sleep or eat. As soon as Ma Jitsai heard this, he understood immediately. Yian had indeed suffered a great injustice, and it was completely normal to have such a demand. So, he quickly spoke up, Yian, don't worry about this. This time, we, Party A, will step forward and let your original company apologize to you. As for the so-called 10 million debt, it's nonsense.
If this project is completed, not only will our company not lose money, we will also make a lot of money, so your debt is simply not an issue. After saying this, Ma Jitsai looked at Yian to see his reaction. However, Yian just smiled and took a sip of coffee without saying a word. Seeing this, Ma Jitsai couldn't help but feel his heart pounding.
He thought about it and felt that it wasn't enough just to save Yian's face.
So he continued, Yian, how about this?
As long as you agree to take over this project, our company will draw up a contract that clearly states that 85% of the profits will go to you. 15% goes to your company, and your company will pay the taxes. Ma Ji's words really surprised Yian. He didn't expect the other party to offer such generous terms. Not only did he help him save face, but he could also make such a large sum of money. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted.
Seeing that Yian still didn't say anything, Manager Ma became anxious.
Yian, if you have any other conditions, you should mention them as soon as possible, or I'll kowtow to you first. After saying this, Ma Ji-kai gritted his teeth, got up directly, and was about to kneel down in front of Yian.
Yian? No. He didn't say no either. Sure enough. Once a person gives up, they can do anything. Of course, this doesn't include math problems. Seeing this, Ian quickly pulled Ma Ji-kai back. He smiled and said, "Manager Ma, you don't have to do this, I'm not that kind of greedy person." Ian pulled Ma Ji-kai back to his seat. Ma Ji-kai was very excited. "So, you agree?" Ian nodded slightly. "However, I would like to take a closer look at the specific content of the contract. After all, there may still be some differences between what is said orally and what is actually written down. After I have read the draft contract and confirmed that there is no problem, I will give you a definite answer." "Is that okay?" Ma Ji-kai nodded his head like a nodding pig. "Okay, Ian, this is completely fine. I will have the legal department prepare a draft contract as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Ian smiled and nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you, Manager Ma. I hope that our cooperation will go smoothly and that we can get this project done well." Ma Ji-kai was also beaming with a smile. "Definitely, Ian, I have full confidence in you." Afterwards, the two discussed the specific details of the contract. "Ian, the contract can be drawn up this afternoon. How about we go to your company to sign it then?" "No problem, see you this afternoon." After seeing Ian leave, Ma Ji-kai took out his phone and made a call. On the other side, the office where Xiao Wenjun and his son are located. Xiao Hongqiu's phone rang, breaking the dull atmosphere. Xiao Hongqiu took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Ma Ji-kai calling. "Hello, Manager Ma, what's the rush? Is there something new?" "Mr. Xiao, you don't need to bother contacting Ian anymore. I've already convinced him. The contract will be ready this afternoon, and I'll come by to sign it." Manager Ma's tone was tinged with displeasure. The people at Xiao Hongqiu's company were really useless. He still had to rely on their party A to get Ian to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongqiu's heart leapt with joy. "Really? That's great. Manager Ma, thank you so much. Then I'll see you in the afternoon, we'll be waiting for you." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Hongqiu's face revealed a relieved smile. He turned to look at Xiao Wenjun, who was sitting nearby with a worried expression on his face, and couldn't help but scold him. "I knew I couldn't count on you, and I had to rely on Party A to get Ian back. And remember, things are getting pretty hot lately, so don't mess with Ian, he's not someone you can mess with." Xiao Wenjun lowered his head. Although he was dissatisfied with his father's scolding, he didn't dare show it. This time, Ian was lucky. But since Ian had agreed, Party A would still cooperate with their company. He hadn't messed up this time, and the company would make a lot of money. Moreover, outsiders wouldn't know the twists and turns of this matter, and the credit would still go to him. Once the project is over, he'll see how he can slowly get back at Ian. Will he be afraid of the storm? The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Chapter 42, This is a fair distribution. At this thought, an imperceptible, sinister look appeared on Xiao Wenjun's face, but it quickly disappeared. He looked up and smiled, saying, "Dad, you're right, I'll learn more in the future." Xiao Hongqiu glanced at him and nodded slightly. "It's good that you know. Now go inform everyone and get ready, so that you won't be flustered when the time comes." "Okay, Dad, I'll go right away." Xiao Wenjun nodded in response, then got up and left the office. After Ian returned to the villa, he casually cooked a bowl of noodles to eat, and then Guyu lay on the sofa and quickly swiped his phone. While he was swiping, Manager Ma's phone rang, informing him to go to the company to sign the contract. Ian agreed, hung up the phone, and then drove off in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. In the company car park, Ian parked the car and went upstairs to the company's boardroom. Inside the meeting room, there were already quite a few people waiting. Ma Ji saw Ian come in and smiled, rising to greet him. "Ian, you're here, we've been waiting for you." Ian nodded slightly, then sat down at the meeting table. Xiao Wenjun and his son had arrived a long time ago. Xiao Wenjun saw Ian slowly make his grand entrance, and a flash of resentment appeared in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. "Humph, let you bloat for now." Then Ma Ji-kai took out the contract and began to explain the terms. When it came to the profit distribution clause, Xiao Wenjun's previously careless expression instantly froze. His eyes widened as he listened in disbelief as Ma Ji-kai read out. 85% of the profits go to Ian, and 15% go to the company, which will also have to pay the corresponding taxes. Xiao Wenjun was dumbfounded and stood still. His mind went blank, and a wave of panic washed over him.
He had originally thought that as long as he signed the contract, the company would get a lot of benefits from it, and he would still have a lot of benefits. But now this situation completely surprised him. 15% of the profits meant that the company would get almost nothing after paying taxes.
The benefits all went to Ian, and the company didn't get a penny.
On the surface, a partnership was formed with Party A, but since no money was made, it was actually meaningless. He looked at his father, Xiao Hongqiu. Xiao Hongqiu's face had also become extremely ugly, his eyebrows furrowed, his eyes full of anger and shock.
Xiao Wenjun couldn't help but say, "Manager Ma, isn't this profit distribution too unreasonable? Our company has borne so many risks and costs, how can we only get such a small amount? How can we accept this?" Ma Jicai gave him a faint look. "This is a decision we have made after careful consideration.
Yi Yan's role in this project is crucial, his plan and ability are the key to the success of the project. Without Yi Yan, it is questionable whether this project can continue, let alone your company making a profit."
But Xiao Wenjun wanted to argue. Xiao Hongqiu, however, reached out to stop him, holding back his anger. "Manager Ma, can we discuss this some more? This profit distribution is too disadvantageous to our company.
We had no idea it was like this before.
Ma Jicai shook his head. "Mr. Xiao, the contract terms are just like this. If you don't agree, I'm afraid this cooperation cannot continue.
Moreover, this is a decision that our general manager Lin has agreed to, and I cannot change it personally." Yi Yan sat on the side, looking at the flustered and angry expressions of Xiao Wenjun and his son, and said indifferently,
"I think this is a very fair distribution.
You should know how much I have contributed to this project.
And if the company hadn't treated me so badly before, none of this would have happened." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenjun gritted his teeth in anger. "Yi Yan, you did this on purpose, didn't you?"
Yi Yan looked calm, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "You're mistaken. Party A proposed the conditions, and I'm just accepting them.
If you don't want to, that's fine.
But I'm sure that if I go to another company, Manager Ma will come to me for cooperation."
"You."
Xiao Wenjun was at a loss for words and had no way to refute. He was angry, but only for a moment. At this time, Ma Jicai also spoke up to defend Yi Yan.
"Yi Yan is right. We will cooperate with whichever company he goes to." Ma Jicai's words made the atmosphere in the meeting room become even more tense. The other senior management personnel looked at each other, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Their CPUs began to freeze. The project contract, which they had originally thought was a development opportunity for the company, turned out to be such extremely unfavorable profit distribution terms for the company. They looked at Xiao Wenjun and his son with reproach in their eyes. It was all the fault of Xiao Wenjun and his son for failing to do their jobs properly and getting the situation into such a mess. Xiao Wenjun's face was ashen. He felt the stares around him like arrows, piercing him with discomfort. He cursed Liang Wuda countless times in his heart. It was Liang Wuda's ineffectiveness that had made him so passive. Now he had also made a big mistake regarding the crucial profit distribution. Xiao Hongqiu tried hard to remain calm, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the panic in his heart. Although the project company will not make a single penny this time, it can cooperate with a leading enterprise like the Old Devil. It will benefit their company's reputation and potential future business development. Therefore, Yi Yan must definitely be retained, and only in this way will Party A cooperate with their company. This is also their only choice at the moment.
He took a deep breath before slowly speaking.
"Everyone, don't panic. Although the profit from this cooperation with Party A is small, we cannot only look at the immediate benefits.
Party A is a pivotal player in the industry, and Yi Yan's capabilities and value in this project are obvious to all.
With Yi Yan on board, the project will definitely be completed successfully."
At this point, Xiao Wenjun, with a face full of reluctance, leaned into Xiao Hongqiu's ear and whispered,
"Dad, we can't just let this kid Yi Yan get away with it."
Xiao Hongqiu glared at him fiercely and scolded in a low voice.
"Shut up. What time is it now, and you still dare to say such things?"
After saying this, Xiao Hongqiu put on a slightly forced smile and looked at Manager Ma, "Just do as it says in the contract, our company will cooperate fully." His words carried a hint of helplessness, but also showed sincerity in cooperating. In this way, the contract was successfully signed.
"Since we've finished talking about the contract, let's talk about something outside of it," Ma Ji said indifferently.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongqiu's brows furrowed slightly, and he had a bad feeling in his heart.
"Manager Ma, what is the problem? Please speak."
Ma Jicai looked up slightly, his gaze sweeping over the people in the meeting room, and said slowly, Ian was previously treated unfairly in your company, and we are all very aware of this. In order to ensure that the project can be carried out in a good atmosphere, we, Party A, hope that your company can give Ian a formal apology, including a company-wide written apology.
Chapter 43 Ian, I was wrong. Xiao Hongqiu's face changed. He didn't expect Ma Jitsai to make such a request. A written apology from the entire company would undoubtedly be a slap in the face for him and the entire company. But he didn't dare refuse, so he could only hold back his anger. Manager Ma, isn't this a bit too difficult for us? We can resolve minor internal conflicts internally, there's no need to make such a big deal of it. Ma Jitsai's face fell.
Mr. Xiao, this is not a minor conflict.
You have not valued Yian's abilities and value, and instead, you have excluded him.
This has seriously affected the progress of the project.
If you cannot even offer an apology, how can we, Party A, believe that you will fully cooperate with Yian to complete the project?
Xiao Wenjun listened on the side, his face turning red with anger. He was about to speak in rebuttal, but was stopped by a glance from Xiao Hongqiu. Xiao Hongqiu took a deep breath and said with gritted teeth,
Fine. Manager Ma, we promise. Ma Jitsai nodded with satisfaction, and since there was no better time than the present, he said, let's do it now.
Xiao Hongqiu's face was grim, and he swept a look at the senior management, all of whom had different expressions on their faces. He said, You all heard it, a written apology will be implemented as soon as possible and distributed to all departments. Then he forced a smile and looked at Yian. Let's go downstairs to the office area, where I will apologize to you in public on behalf of the company.
Yian's expression was calm, and he just nodded slightly and stood up. Ma Jitsai's actions made Yian admire him. Ma Jitsai's company was indeed a very reasonable company.
It was very fair and just, and would not look down on him just because he was a newcomer. On the contrary, it also highly appreciated his talent and was able to listen to his opinions.
He couldn't help but become curious. What kind of person was Lin Jinyue, the old devil of this company?
Xiao Wenjun looked at Yian, who was beaming with springtime joy, and clenched his fists in anger.
He roared inside, Yian, we'll see about this.
After saying that, he also turned and left. Subsequently, Xiao Hongqiu led Yian and Ma Ji's group of people out of the meeting room.
Meanwhile, in the office area of the company, everyone's attention was drawn to the sound of an argument coming from Liang Wuda's office. Why? You can't fire me. Liang Wuda roared in frustration. The head of the Human Resources Department looked at Liang Wuda expressionlessly. Director Liang, this is the company's decision.
Now even Party A is strongly demanding that we deal with this properly, and we can only take this measure.
Liang Wuda flushed, with veins bulging on his forehead. Because of that, Yian? What's so great about him? You can't do this to me just because of him.
I've been with the company for so many years, and I've done my fair share of work.
The head of the Human Resources Department just sneered. Liang Wuda, do you want me to spell it out? You know best what you have done. You have repeatedly interfered with this project and pushed Yian out, almost causing the project to fail.
This is not simply a work mistake, but a serious damage to the company's interests.
Today, you must leave the company. Liang Wuda wanted to argue, no.
That's not true, I really just wanted to fight for more benefits for the company. I didn't think Yian was reliable, so I was afraid that he would screw up the project. His voice became smaller and smaller, and even he felt that this reason was too far-fetched. The voice of the head of Human Resources also cooled down.
Liang Wuda, you really don't know until you see the coffin.
The notice of your dismissal has now been issued to all departments. There are also chat records of your little tricks, and screenshots of the video as evidence, including all the evil deeds you have committed over the years, such as pocketing money and secretly taking kickbacks. In view of the considerable losses you have caused the company has decided not only to fire you, but also to sue you.
Just wait and see you go to jail. Upon hearing this, Liang Wuda was shocked and quickly took out his phone to check the company's internal news. There was not only a written apology to Yian,
but also a statement of his dismissal. When he saw the conclusive evidence, his face instantly turned pale.
His hands trembled uncontrollably, and he almost dropped the phone.
His legs went weak, and he slumped down in his chair. His eyes were full of panic and despair, and his voice trembled as he said,
No. It's impossible, how could you have these?
The head of the Human Resources Department looked at him coldly.
You thought you could get away with what you did. Now that the evidence is conclusive, you have nothing to say, right?
When the colleagues around them heard these words, they all gasped.
Oh my god, I never thought Liang Wuda was such a person.
Not only did he target Yian at every turn, he even abused his position for personal gain. Yes, I felt a bit sorry for him when I heard he was fired, but now it seems that you can't really know a person's heart. He's not involved in anything, and this kind of person deserves to be punished. Exactly, he didn't make things difficult for us often, but I didn't expect that he did so many disgusting things behind our backs. People like him don't deserve sympathy, they should go in and step on the sewing machine. Just as the colleagues were discussing this, Xiao Hongqiu, Yian, Ma Zhizai and the others arrived in the office area. The office area, which had been noisy, instantly fell silent, and all eyes were focused on them.
Just as everyone was wondering why Yian and the others had appeared, Liang Wuda looked up and saw it was Yian.
It was as if he had grabbed the last straw. He jumped up from his chair and stumbled towards Yian.
Liang Wuda fell to his knees before Yian.
Yian, please forgive me for the sake of our friendship. He clasped Yian's legs with both hands, his face streaked with tears, pleading piteously. Yian looked down at Liang Wuda, who was kneeling at his feet, and there was no mercy in his eyes.
He broke free of Liang Wuda's hands and said in a cold voice, Liang Wuda, you're begging for forgiveness now? When you first ostracized and framed me, did you ever think that this day would come? Liang Wuda shook his head desperately, tears streaming down his face. Yian, I was wrong, I really know that I was wrong. I was confused too.
You are a generous person, so please forgive me this once.
Now the company wants to sue me, and if I go to prison, my life will be over. Please help me talk to the company and let them let me off.
Yian was not moved at all, and remained expressionless. You almost made me incur huge debts and ruined my career.
I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you expect me to help you? Dream on?
You can learn if you're uneducated, you can change if you're ugly, but there's no cure for a bad heart. Liang Wuda became more and more panicked when he saw Yian being so resolute. He wanted to jump up and hug Yian again, and kept saying in his mouth,
Yian, please.
Seeing this, Yian directly avoided him with a move from Pan Zhou Tang.
Chapter 44, His wife is truly his lucky star.
Xiao Hongqiu frowned slightly at the sight and shouted, Security, drag this disgraceful thing away. Soon, 2 security guards quickly arrived. They immediately understood the situation when they saw the scene in front of them and immediately went forward to hold Liang Wuda back.
Liang Wuda struggled, still shouting in his mouth, Yian, you can't be so heartless. Just help me this once.
Yian's voice remained cold.
Liang Wuda, you have only yourself to blame for this.
You made a mistake, and you must bear the consequences yourself.
Liang Wuda saw that Yian was so ruthless and had no intention of speaking up for him at all.
His eyes became vengeful.
Yian,
you're just a fresh college graduate, so what makes you worthy of the old devil's favor? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been fired and ended up in this situation.
His words left Yian speechless. Dasha Chun, you are deeply sinful. Yian looked at him like he was a fool, and evil deeds will eventually come back to haunt the doer. If you deliberately didn't target me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't be a pushover, and don't be a bully. Who knows where you'll be in life? Yian's words were reasonable, and Liang Wuda opened his mouth, unable to refute anything.
So, Liang Wuda turned to Xiao Hongqiu on the side and begged. Mr. Xiao, I was also confused for a moment.
Give me a chance. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person.
Xiao Hongqiu snorted, Fine, go tell the judge, and see if he lets you be a good person. After saying that, he gave the security guard a wink. The security guard understood what he meant, and ignored Liang Wuda's pleas.
He quickly restrained Liang Wuda and dragged him towards the elevator.
Liang Wuda struggled as he was dragged by the security guards, while still screaming at the top of his lungs.
No, you can't do this to me. One of his leather shoes fell in the panic and lay alone on the ground.
Xiao Hongqiu frowned, and a flash of disgust passed through his eyes.
Pick up the shoe. Hearing the order, the security guard stopped. One of the security guards released one hand, quickly picked up the leather shoe, and then continued to drag Liang Wuda towards the elevator.
Liang Wuda was almost crazy by now, his eyes full of despair and unwillingness. His hair was messy, and tears were streaming down his face. Mr. Xiao, Yian, please, give me another chance.
I really know I was wrong, I don't want to go to jail. However, his hoarse roar came to an abrupt end when the elevator door closed. Yian just coldly watched him being dragged away, his face expressionless, but inside he couldn't help but feel emotion. If this was in the past, his words would carry little weight. Without money or a background, and merely being capable, he would also be bullied and suppressed by people like Liang Wuda. His end would definitely be tragic. But since he got a wife for free, not only has his life been much smoother, but his work has also gone much more smoothly. The cancer in the company has been eradicated, and everything seems to have gotten better. This cheap wife has really been his lucky star. I wonder if behind all this, his wife is mediating. Ma Jikai frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Hongqiu beside him. Mr. Xiao, this kind of person must not be tolerated. We, Party A, do not want the project to be affected by such a person. Xiao Hongqiu nodded quickly. Manager Ma, don't worry, we will learn from this and strengthen management. The surrounding colleagues watched this scene quietly. Some colleagues secretly felt relieved in their hearts. After all, Liang Wuda had bullied them a lot before. Some others shook their heads slightly, lamenting that Liang Wuda had brought this on himself. At this time, Xiao Hongqiu glanced around, cleared his throat, and said loudly, I hope everyone will take this as a warning, abide by the company's rules, and not do anything that harms the company's interests. Previously, something happened at the company that targeted Yian, and it has now been clarified that Liang Wuda was the culprit. Of course, the company is also responsible, as poor management led to this kind of thing happening, causing an outstanding employee like Yian to suffer. Therefore, on behalf of the company, I would like to solemnly apologize to Yian. As he said this, Xiao Hongqiu really bowed deeply towards Yian. His words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart, without any ulterior motives. Yian was just a newcomer, a fresh graduate. But Yian's talent and ability were obvious to all. He had also taken a special look at the plan Yian had made, and it was indeed top-notch in the industry. No wonder he had won the appreciation in favor of the old devil. Therefore, Yian's talent must not be wasted or lost, otherwise it would be a huge loss for the company. The scene of Xiao Hongqiu apologizing to Yian in public made the surrounding colleagues suddenly explode. My goodness, I've never seen such a scene before. The general manager actually apologized to an employee like Yian. It's really unprecedented. There is nothing wrong with President Xiao doing this. Previously, Yian had suffered so much injustice. If it weren't for Liang Wuda's behind-the-scenes scheming, would Yian have been treated that way? Yes, Liang Wuda was really blind to exclude Yian. Now it's fine, the truth is clear, and President Xiao's bow can be considered to vindicate Yian. I told you that Yian is not the kind of unreliable person. Before, Liang Wuda suppressed him, and I felt that something was wrong. Now, Liang Wuda has got his comeuppance, and Yian has also been vindicated. Yian watched Xiao Hongqiu bow to him, his face remaining calm, but his heart still stirred. Now, he was no longer the foolish student who could be manipulated as he wished. When he was with Li Shueqian, he truly treated her as his girlfriend and as one of his own. Even though he experienced all kinds of things at the time, he clearly knew about Li Shueqian's difficulties and meanness towards him. But he also chose to swallow his anger and endure. Later, he experienced unfair treatment from the company, deliberate targeting and suppression, and it wasn't until now that his grievances were finally resolved. All of this made him understand one truth. Blind tolerance cannot earn respect and fairness. Only by becoming strong can you defend your dignity and rights. In the future, anyone who wants to bully him will have to pay a price. But at the moment, for some reason, his mind began to involuntarily conjure up the image of that beautiful figure. That gentle figure in his formal marriage. Obviously, they were just in a formal marriage, just a relationship of exchange of interests, each taking what they need. However, after spending time together for a while, he always unconsciously thought of her at important moments. Just like now. He had been vindicated and gained the respect of others. He had also successfully signed a contract with the old devil's company, and was the first to do so. His first thought was actually to share it with her. Chapter 45, this couple is definitely the one she will be with for the rest of her life. Xiao Hongqiu bowed very low. He held his position for several seconds before straightening up. He looked at Yian with sincere eyes. Yian, our company has always emphasized the importance of talent, but we made a serious mistake in this incident. We almost let a talented person like you go unnoticed because of the selfishness of some people. This apology is something that the company should do. Yian could also feel the sincerity in Xiao Hongqiu's eyes and words.
Since the other party had sincerely apologized, he was not the type of person to hold a grudge.
So he said,
President Xiao, I accept the company's apology. All the unpleasantness before is now in the past. The surrounding colleagues couldn't help but cast admiring glances when they heard Yian respond so magnanimously. Yian really has a big heart. If it were me, I probably wouldn't accept the apology so easily.
Yes, Yian really has a big heart. Ma Ji smiled and nodded.
Yian, you have such a big heart, which makes me more confident in this project. He looked at Xiao Hongqiu.
President Xiao, you are lucky to have such an employee.
Xiao Hongqiu also nodded with a smile, and Manager Ma was right. Then, Xiao Hongqiu cleared his throat and looked at his colleagues around him. His voice was loud.
After careful consideration, the company has decided that Yian will replace Liang Wuda as supervisor, in view of his outstanding performance during the preparation of this project. We believe that Yian is fully capable of leading the team to a successful conclusion of this project. The words fell like a bomb in a calm lake.
The colleagues were stunned at first, and then burst into warm applause.
Congratulations, Supervisor Yi. You really deserve it. We will rely on you for a lot of things in the future.
Yian was also a little surprised, but quickly calmed down. He nodded slightly to express his gratitude for everyone's congratulations. He knew that this was not only the company's recognition of his abilities, but also a heavy responsibility. Of course, this was still far from his small goal of achieving financial freedom, but it was a good start. Xiao Hongqiu walked over to Yian and patted him on the shoulder. Yian, I'm counting on you for this project. I hope you can lead the team well and communicate with me at any time if you have any questions.
Yian nodded. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, I'll do my best.
Ma Jikai also walked over, smiling. Yian, the burden on you has become heavier. But I believe you have the ability to do it, and I hope we can cooperate happily on this project.
Thank you, Manager Ma, for your trust. I will definitely not let you down.
Yian also responded with a smile.
Meanwhile,
Ding Xinhui's luxurious office.
Secretary Wang is reporting to Ding Xinhui about what just happened at Yian's company.
Ding Xinhui is holding her phone, her beautiful eyes fixed on a photo on the screen. The photo shows the bun Yian made for her last night using disposable chopsticks. She listens quietly to Secretary Wang's report, and the image of Yian remains in her mind. After Secretary Wang has finished reporting, Ding Xinhui smiles.
Her little husband is really outstanding. Not only has his ability been recognized by everyone, he has also been promoted. She is sincerely happy for him.
Secretary Wang looked at Ding Xinhui's pretty smile and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
The boss is really in love. Is the boss's wife being promoted to supervisor really that happy?
In the past, no matter how big a contract was won or how much money was made, the boss never looked happy.
Moreover,
when she came to work early this morning, the boss was staring at his phone and giggling from time to time.
It's obvious that whatever's on the phone must be related to the boss's wife. The boss is really in love. Hey! When did she ever fall in love?
It's probably because her salary was less than 20,000 yuan a month, and there were only financial disputes, not emotional ones.
Ding Xinhui seemed to sense Wang's secretary's strange gaze. She coughed lightly, put away her smile, and restored her usual icy demeanor. Secretary Wang, you can go out first. Secretary Wang was shocked inside.
Her boss's face could change at least 10 times faster than flipping through a book.
Okay, ding dong. Secretary Wang responded, preparing to exit the office. Wait a minute.
Ding Xinhui spoke again, calling her back. Secretary Wang paused, her heart pounding.
It's over. Is she going to be fired because she knows the boss's secret about falling in love? No, boss. She promised to keep the secret. She'll be a lifelong fan of this couple and never betray them. Secretary Wang turned stiffly, smile.jpg. Ding Xinhui didn't notice Secretary Wang's nervous thoughts at all.
After thinking for a moment, she said,
Go arrange it and contact some of our partner companies. Tell them that we are looking to recommend Yian's company to participate in our new projects. Let them know that this is a project that I particularly value. Secretary Wang was momentarily stunned. Huh? That's it? Secretary Wang's CPU froze. Secretary Wang's CPU crashed. Secretary Wang's CPU restarted. Secretary Wang reacted, nodding quickly. Yes, yes, ding dong, I'll make the arrangements right away. Secretary Wang then exited the office, secretly relieved.
It seems that the boss is trying to help the boss's wife gain a firmer foothold. It turns out that it was all about relationships after all.
Damn, I thought I was going to get fired. After Wang's secretary left the office, Ding Xinhui picked up her phone again.
Looking at the photo, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. She knew that her husband was very motivated in his career. These projects would also be a great opportunity for Ian. Not only will it allow him to further consolidate his position in the company, it will also allow him to accumulate more resources and experience. On the other side of the building. After completing the paperwork for his promotion to supervisor, Ian arrived at his office. He saw the fat man, Zhou Shang, peering around the office door, acting like a sneaky dog, and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Shang, what are you doing there? Come in. Zhou Shang gave a hee-hee laugh, scratched his head, and then walked into the office. Director Yi, congratulations on your promotion. I didn't want to disturb you, and you must be busy with all the work that comes with a promotion. Ian laughed and waved his hand, saying, Nonsense, we're friends, so just call me by my first name. Zhou Shang could tell that Ian wasn't just being polite, but was genuinely sincere, and that he didn't look like a person who had become arrogant because he had achieved his goal. He smiled and said, Ian, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Then he suppressed his smile, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. Ian, although you just got promoted, I shouldn't pour cold water on you, but I consider you a brother, and I can't help but feel upset.
Ian couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and whispered. Zhou Shang, just say what you have to say, there's nothing between us that we can't talk about. Chapter 46, Village Committee Director.
Zhou Shang nodded, his expression serious.
Liang Wuda deliberately targeted you before, and Xiao Wenjun is probably the real mastermind behind it.
And now that you've been promoted, that guy Xiao Wenjun definitely won't let it go.
He's always had a narrow mind and is extremely jealous.
I'm worried that he'll try to trip you up, so you have to be careful.
Ian nodded, I see, but how did you find out? Zhou Shang laughed, you've forgotten? My second cousin's son's cousin's aunt's sister is the cleaning lady at the company.
When she was mopping the floor, she heard Mr. Xiao and his son arguing in the office about you.
Yi-un.
She's a cleaning lady indeed.
If this were the village committee, she'd at least be a director.
Ian laughed and patted Zhou Shang on the shoulder, thank you for telling me this.
But I have nothing to fear. I have done nothing wrong, so I don't believe he can do anything to me.
That being said, you should still be careful. Zhou Shang was still a little worried, but Ian had already said it, so he didn't know what else to say. Ian continued, go and tell everyone to come to a meeting to discuss the details of the project.
No problem, I'll go right away. Soon afterwards, Ian is in the meeting room, enthusiastically discussing the details of the project with the new team members. He is talking non-stop about the content of the plan and some technical issues. His colleagues are deeply impressed by his creativity and ability.
Some colleagues who were previously skeptical about Ian have also put aside their doubts and are listening intently to Ian's explanations. Ian stood in front of the whiteboard, holding a marker in his hand, while he drew a simple framework diagram of the project process on the whiteboard. He said in detail, everyone, look, this is the initial stage of the project. His colleagues listened attentively, asking questions from time to time.
Meanwhile, in the general manager's office,
Xiao Wenjun pushed open the door, sat down on the sofa with his legs crossed, and looked carefree.
Dad, why did you call me here?
Xiao Hongqiu saw his son's usual manner of a spoiled brat and a feeling of helplessness and anger welled up in his heart.
He frowned and scolded. How many times have I told you, use your title when you're working? Are you afraid that people don't know you're my illegitimate son?
Xiao Wenjun shrugged his shoulders, but he didn't dare to be too unrestrained, and lazily replied. Xiao Hongqiu looked at his perfunctory manner and was even more infuriated. The problem with the Yian project had just been resolved, and his son had revealed his true colors, reverting to his usual carefree, lazy self.
If his son were half as good as Yian, the smoke from his ancestors' graves would be billowing. Why did he have to give birth to such a thing? What a sin! Sigh.
Xiao Hongqiu sighed heavily in his heart. He suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke sternly.
I called you here to emphasize something once again.
Yian is in charge of a very important project right now, and he is also a rare talent in the company.
Don't pull any more tricks behind my back, I don't want you to bring me down because of your nonsense, do you hear me? Xiao Wenjun's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his father was really angry this time.
But he still refused to admit defeat in his heart and reluctantly said, "President Xiao, I heard you.
I understand. Yian is just a nobody. There are plenty of other people.
He made you apologize in public this time, which is a big loss of face.
The worst that will happen is that we will fire him again after the project is completed."
Xiao Honqiu snorted, "Are you telling me what to do?
Don't think I don't know what's going on in your head.
Aren't you just jealous of Yian?
But don't you think about it.
Yian has only been at the company for a short time, and he has convinced everyone of his abilities. He has now been put in charge of such an important project.
And you? All you know how to do is slack off. Can't you be more ambitious?"
Xiao Wenjun hung his head in shame. His father had praised Yian so unreservedly in front of him, but had belittled him so much. His hatred for Yian grew by the second. But he didn't dare say anything more, and could only mumble in response.
"General Manager Xiao, I will work hard in the future."
Xiao Honqiu waved his hand, saying, "That's enough, you can go now."
"Remember what I said."
Xiao Wenjun felt as if he had been pardoned, and quickly got up, walking out of the general manager's office in a dejected manner. As soon as he left, the little pretense on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a face full of resentment and unwillingness. Just as he was cursing Yian in his heart, his phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at it. It was a message from a WeChat chat group.
Group name, We Are Not Useless 5.
The group was full of Xiao Wenjun's friends, some of them second-generation rich kids.
"At Xiao Wenjun, I heard that you are collaborating with the old devil this time?" "Really?
General Manager Xiao is awesome plus. Wow, our young Master Xiao has made it big."
"Who was it that looked down on our young Master Xiao?"
"Blackie, speak."
666.
"Young Master Xiao, not bad, you've got to do well."
"Yeah, don't forget to bring your brothers along when you make a fortune."
"That's right, don't forget about us." Xiao Wenjun couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth as he read the messages in the group praising him.
These idiots, they don't know anything and they're just stirring up trouble.
This project is clearly being led by Yian, it has nothing to do with him.
What's the point? None at all.
His fingers flew across the screen, but he didn't know how to reply to these messages.
To be honest, that would be too embarrassing.
To go along with what they were saying would be stifling, because after all, the credit wasn't even his. He was really stifling.
The group chat continued. "President Xiao, shouldn't we treat them to dinner tonight? There's a new club that just opened up, you know."
"Where's the courtesy? Where's the shame? Where's the address?"
Xiao Wenjun.
Xiao Wenjun thought about it for a while and casually sent a message in the group chat to get it over with. Meanwhile, people at the company were secretly talking about Xiao Wenjun behind his back. Someone even recorded a video of Xiao Wenjun, full of himself at the time, saying that he would treat everyone to a meal.
They are watching it right now and laughing their heads off.
Look at Xiao Wenjun's smug expression. If you didn't know any better, you'd really think that he was the one who got the project.
Exactly, he's just doing Yian a favor, and he's still acting like it's his own idea. It's killing me. So Xiao Wenjun's invitation is off, isn't it? What nonsense is that? For this question of yours, I can only give you an 85 because I have 15 words.
I can only give this video a 57 because Xiao Wenjun gave me 15 words, but this video is filmed with 16, and I watched it all, which seems to give me 12.
Your evaluation is 10 points complete.
Chapter 47, Our Chairman Ding is in deep trouble. Yian had been busy all afternoon, and finally arranged the details of the project. Back in his office, he glanced at the time and realized that he had half an hour before he had to go home. At this moment of leisure, the beautiful figure suddenly popped into his mind again without warning. Yian took out his phone, opened the WeChat chat interface, and clicked on his wife's chat box. He wanted to share with Ding Xinhui everything that had happened at the company today. He had taken the lead in getting the important project, gained everyone's respect and recognition, and even got a promotion. His fingers tapped lightly on the screen, editing the message.
"Are you busy?"
But the moment the message was sent, Yian regretted it.
What kind of stupid message did he send? Isn't this nonsense? She's such a big boss with a million things to do, how could she not be busy?
Just as Yian was about to withdraw, Ding Xinhui replied almost immediately.
"Not busy."
Seeing this message, Yian let out a sigh of relief.
If she wasn't busy, she probably wasn't bothered.
Yian stared at the WeChat interface and continued to edit the message.
But after typing over and over again, he still hesitated to send it. I want to share some good news with you. Deleted.
I had a really productive day at work. Deleted.
Yian was torn between two emotions. Send it, and feel like I'm bragging.
In the eyes of her boss, a big boss and an elite in the business world, this little achievement of his might not even be worth mentioning.
Don't send it, and it's like a kitten is scratching inside, tickling him. Even he himself is not sure. Ding Xinhui is clearly just a simple marriage partner. But at the moment, he hoped that she could be a part of these important moments in his life. Just as Yian was hesitating, a phone call came in.
Yian looked at the caller ID and saw that it was his grandmother's nurse, Auntie Huang.
Yian's heart tightened. Had something happened to his grandmother? Normally, he would be the one to ask about his grandmother's condition, but today, it was Auntie Huang who called. Yian quickly answered the phone. Hello, Auntie Huang, why are you calling? Is there something wrong with my grandmother?
He asked anxiously, his heart hanging in the air, his hand holding the phone unconsciously tightening.
Auntie Huang on the other end of the line sounded a little excited. Mr. Yi, your grandmother just woke up. Dr. Song just finished checking her and said that all the indicators are good. As soon as the old lady opened her eyes, she kept saying your name. Yian was first stunned, then a huge wave of joy and excitement washed over him. Really? Auntie Huang, that's great. I'll be off work soon. I'll come over right after. Meanwhile, Ding Xinhui kept staring at her phone, and the WeChat chat box kept showing that the other person was typing. What did her husband want to say? Was it possible that he had encountered some tricky problem at work and wanted her help with an idea? But she didn't think so. After all, he had just been promoted and was in charge of an important project, which should be a good thing. Could it be that he wants to share with her the joy of solving a work problem? Just then, the other party was typing, and it changed to the words husband. At this moment, Ding Xinhui's heart felt a little lonely. Her husband should want to tell her something, right? Looking at the chat box, which had changed back to notes, she suddenly lost her concentration. If it really is a difficult problem at work, then she needs to help him analyze it properly. She can't let her husband feel aggrieved at work again. Ding Xinhua was daydreaming when she almost forgot that she was working on an important document, if not for Wang Shi's gentle reminder. Ding Xinhua finished processing the document and handed it to Wang Shi, saying lightly, "Just do as it says, I've already signed it." "Okay, ding dong, I'll get right on it." Just then, the phone vibrated. Ding Xinhua hurriedly opened the message, which was from Yian. "Honey, my grandmother has woken up. I'm rushing to the hospital now." Her original feeling of loneliness was instantly replaced by joy. She was glad that it wasn't bad news, and at the same time, she was sincerely happy that Yian's grandmother had woken up. Because she knew that Yian and his grandmother had a very deep relationship. And Yian's grandmother, who was also her grandmother, was her family. She really wanted to go visit her grandmother with Yian, but her heart began to waver. She and Yian suddenly got married, but would grandma object? Would she blame her for stealing her grandson? Would she dislike her as a granddaughter-in-law? Would she ask her to leave Yian? Would Yian listen to grandma and break up with her? Ding Xinhui became more and more uneasy as she thought about it, and her slender fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. She knew Yian's respect and dependence on grandma. What if grandma doesn't approve of her? She paced back and forth in the office, trying to calm herself down. On the one hand, she wanted to go to the hospital immediately to be with Yian. Being by his side at this important moment would also show grandma that she cared. On the other hand, she was afraid of facing a situation that might be awkward and not be accepted by grandma. After much hesitation, Ding Xinhui decided not to go to the hospital just yet. She wanted to give grandma some time alone first. After Yian has revealed to her grandmother that they are married and they have had a full exchange, she will find a suitable opportunity to visit her. So, she took out her mobile phone again and sent a message to Yian. "That's great, grandma waking up is really a great event. You first spend some time with her, I will find an opportunity to visit her again." After sending the message, Ding Xinhui felt slightly relieved. She sat back down in her chair and continued to deal with the affairs of her company. But her heart was always concerned about Yian and the situation with her grandmother. As the minutes ticked by, Ding Xinhui became restless. Despite her efforts to focus on her work, her thoughts kept drifting to Yian and her grandmother.
There was nothing she could do, so she took out her phone and dialed the number of her best friend Su Chanqian, who lived on the other side of the world. After a few rings, Su Chanqian's voice came through. "Darling, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Is it about you and Yian again?" Ding Xinhui took a deep breath, a little helpless. "Yes, Chanqian, I'm so confused right now." Then she told Su Chanqian about Yian's grandmother waking up and her internal struggles. "Gee, it seems like our Ding president is really in deep. I'm getting more and more curious about Yian, who has turned our ice-cold beauty into a love-struck fool." Ding Xinhui said lightly, "Chanqian, stop messing around, I'm really worried now, so please help me out with some advice." Chapter 48. Don't you want to inspect the goods? After punching the clock to leave work, Yian went straight to the company parking lot and ran at the speed of Su Bingting. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the hospital in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. After parking the car, Yian got out and took the shortcut to the hospital's inpatient department. Along the way, he walked hurriedly, his eyes anxious. As soon as he entered the hospital building, the pungent smell of disinfectant hit him in the face, making Yian can't help but rub his nose. Then he lifted his foot and stepped into the elevator. There weren't many people in the elevator, and Yian stood in the corner, his eyes fixed on the floor numbers as they flashed by. In the ward, Dr. Song was holding a medical record folder in his hand and was doing a ward round. Grandma was in a single bedroom, which was very quiet. Warm sunlight filtered through the half-closed curtains, creating golden patches on the polished floor. It made the room feel warm and bright. Dr. Song asked Grandma carefully about how she was feeling. "Does your chest feel stuffy? Do you feel any pain or itching in the wound?" Grandma answered Dr. Song's questions with a smile. Although her face is still a little pale compared to a healthy person, her mental state seems to be good. Dr. Song is also very relieved. While recording Grandma's answers, he can't help but be curious. Before the surgery, Grandma's situation was very pessimistic. Not only did she need an expensive surgery fee, she also needed a consultation with a domestic expert. He also had some understanding of Yi An's situation. The family's financial situation was average, and he was just a college graduate. But he never expected that all the problems would be solved so smoothly and in time. He wondered how Yi An had managed to do it. Could it be that some rich woman had fallen for the handsome young man? Dr. Song thought to himself, joking. "Grandma!" A vibrant voice came from the doorway of the ward. Yian hurriedly pushed the door open and took a few steps to Grandma's bedside. He first looked at Dr. Song and nodded slightly. Then he shook Grandma's hand tightly, his eyes slightly red. "Grandma, you've finally woken up. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Are you hungry? Do you want some water?" Grandma smiled kindly, patted Yian's hand, and said, "Shaoan, you're asking so many questions at once, which one do you want me to answer first?" Yian realized that he had indeed been a little anxious after hearing Grandma's words. He scratched his head and asked, "Grandma, can you tell me how you feel?" Grandma laughed and shook her head. "I feel pretty good," she said. "My chest doesn't feel stuffy anymore, and the wound occasionally hurts a little, but it doesn't bother me. Dr. Song also said that this is normal and that I'll get better soon." Yian let out a small sigh of relief. "Grandma, are you hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat. You just woke up, so you need to eat something nutritious to build up your strength." Grandma waved her hand, "Silly child, I'm not hungry yet, so don't bother, just stay and chat with me." "Okay." Yian nodded and sat down by the bed. "By the way, you and Li Shueqian should have already gotten married, right?" On the other side, Ding Xinhui's office. "You have to help me out with some advice." Su Chanqian laughed on the other end of the phone. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. You were right to choose not to go yet. Wait until Grandma's health and mood have stabilized a bit, and then you can visit. Just let Grandma feel your sincerity." Ding Xinhui's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "I'm just afraid that Grandma won't accept me, that she won't think I'm good enough for Yian, or that she won't approve of our sudden marriage." Su Chanqian hurriedly reassured her, "Sister, just show your confidence. You're so outstanding, beautiful, and capable. As long as you treat Yian and Grandma with all your heart, and spend more time with her, she will definitely like you." Ding Xinhui had been loved by everyone since she was young. She was smart and pretty, and everyone liked her. That's why she had always been confident. But when it came to Yian, and especially now that his grandmother was involved, she began to feel a little insecure. Ding Xinhui continued, but this marriage is so sudden.
If Grandma finds out, will she think I'm a girl who doesn't take things seriously? Su Chanqian on the other end of the phone also smiled helplessly.
My dear, you're thinking too much.
Grandma is a veteran, she can definitely feel your sincerity.
Just behave yourself and Grandma will understand. Upon hearing this, Ding Xinhui felt slightly relieved.
By the way, have you and Yian done anything fun recently? Ding Xinhui thought for a moment and said that there wasn't anything particularly fun.
My husband got a promotion at work and is in charge of an important project. I was going to celebrate with him after work today, but he had to rush over when Grandma woke up. Su Chanqian teased, "Wow, your little husband is quite capable and looks like a potential stock in the future."
Thinking of her husband's handsome figure, a gentle smile appeared on Ding Xinhui's face.
He really works hard and is very talented, and... Oh dear, I know, you've already praised him 800 times.
Su Chanqian interrupted directly, but she was also happy for Ding Xinhui.
She knew that if Ding Xinhui, who is usually calm and self-possessed, could praise and care about someone so much, then Yankin must have his own merits.
Ding Xinhui couldn't help but smile embarrassedly when Su Chanqian interrupted her like that.
Oops, I just blurted it out,
who can blame him for his recent good performance? Su Chanqian rolled her eyes at the other end of the line.
Yes, you look so pleased with yourself.
You haven't even done anything yet, and you're already praising your husband to the skies.
But then again, sister, if you want to speed things up, go for it, just seduce Ian. You should try what it's like to be a man who lusts after women, and you are a legal couple. Upon hearing this, Ding Xinhui blushed with shame.
Shallow, what are you talking about? How can this be? We haven't even reached that step yet. Her voice unconsciously raised a few decibels. She was ashamed and annoyed, and even a little bit looking forward to it. Su Shallow laughed. I'm serious, you're both married, don't you want to test the goods? See if he's any good? If there's anything lacking, you can treat it early.
Really, baby, listen to your sister. Ding Xinhui listened, and her face flushed all the way to her ears. She quickly hung up the phone, her heart still pounding, and the heat on her face refusing to fade. She had originally asked Su Chanqian to help her out with some advice, but how did the conversation end up going in that direction? She was really embarrassed. Ding Xinhui sat in a chair, fanning the air with her slender, white hands, trying to cool her hot cheeks.
But the image of Yian kept popping up in her head uncontrollably. She thought about Su Chanqian's bold and revealing words. The little bit of expectation in her heart seemed to be quietly spreading again, but she still felt more embarrassed. Chapter 49 Love is easy for a young chicken. And, you should have married Li Xueqian by now, right?
Upon hearing this, Yian's heart suddenly felt a sharp tug. Because of her illness and hospitalization, Grandma still didn't know that he had broken up with Li Xueqian.
Although the reason for the breakup was Li Xueqian's cheating, not his fault.
He was still afraid that telling her would upset her. After all, she had just woken up and still needed to recuperate in peace. Besides, he didn't want his grandmother to worry about him. He didn't want her to be distracted by his love troubles.
Yian's expression began to look a little unnatural.
He opened his mouth, not quite sure how to answer. Dr. Song also sensed the slightly awkward atmosphere. He felt that his presence might not be appropriate at the moment, so he planned to leave first.
He coughed lightly and said to Yian and his grandmother,
"Well, I'll go to the other wards and continue my rounds. You've just woken up, and your body is still recovering, so you must pay attention to your rest and diet. If you feel uncomfortable in any way, just ring the bell to call the nurse or contact me."
Yian quickly got up.
"Okay, Dr. Song, thank you for your hard work. I'll take care of Grandma." With that, he escorted Dr. Song out of the room.
Yian returned to the bedside and sat down, hesitating for a moment.
He looked at his grandmother and slowly said,
"Grandma, Li Xueqian and I have broken up."
Upon hearing this, his grandmother's face showed surprise. According to what his grandmother knew, Yian and Li Xueqian had already reached the stage of discussing marriage.
Why had they suddenly broken up? Broken up? And, what's going on? Weren't you two doing well before?
Yian pursed his lips, feeling a little helpless.
But he didn't want to hide it from his grandmother.
And sooner or later, she would find out anyway, so he told her the truth. "Grandma, it was Li Xueqian who cheated on me and fell for someone else, so we broke up." When she heard this, her brows furrowed tightly. Her tone was tinged with a mixture of pity and anger.
Oh dear, how could Li Shueqian have behaved like that? She sighed and gently took Yian's hand. My dear, it's not your fault. It's that girl who doesn't know how to treasure you. You're so good, and you'll definitely meet someone who treats you with sincerity in the future.
Yian's heart warmed at her words. He smiled and, in turn, comforted his grandmother, saying,
Grandma, I'm fine. It's all in the past.
Yian thought about it for a moment and planned to tell his grandmother that he and Ding Xinhui had already gotten married. He wanted to let her relax and focus on getting better.
So he continued. And now I've also gotten married, so don't worry about me. Grandma was stunned again, even more surprised. Married? So soon? And who is this person? Why haven't you told me about her?
Yian scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Grandma, her name is Ding Xinhui, she's very good to me. He hid the fact that it was a marriage of convenience. First, he was afraid that Grandma would find it hard to understand. Second, he didn't want Grandma to worry about this complicated situation just after she woke up.
Grandma nodded slightly upon hearing this, but she was still a little confused. So she continued to ask. What does this girl do for a living? Where is she from? How old is she? Grandma, she is a big boss.
Not only is she very rich, she is also very pretty. She is a native of Shanghai. As for her age, Yian felt a little guilty as she spoke. She is 12 years older than me.
Grandma's eyes widened. 12 years older? That's pretty unusual. And she is a big boss. Beautiful and rich. How could such an outstanding girl fall for her own grandson? How could such boundless wealth fall on her grandson's head? What is she after? Because she is kind? Grandma's face was full of shock and worry. And, are you being cheated?
There are so many scammers in society nowadays, cheating for money in marriage.
There are even things where the kidneys are sold and then taken away. Grandma can't just stand by and watch you jump into the fire. Yian's mouth twitched, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Grandma, it's not what you think. Ding Xinhui is not a liar.
Grandma still didn't believe him, and her tone became a little more serious.
Silly boy, you just graduated from university, you don't have much money or social status. Why would she like you? There must be something wrong.
Yian was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain it so that Grandma would believe him.
But he also didn't dare to tell her the truth about their marriage of convenience.
Now his grandmother's misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, and he could only worry about it.
Just then, Yian's phone rang.
It saved his life. He quickly swiped the screen to answer.
Hello, Zhao Yuan, what's up? Yian, where are you? I'm off work here, do you want to come out for a drink to celebrate your promotion?
In the afternoon, Yian had already told Zhao Yuan about the company.
It so happened that Yian didn't know how to explain things to her grandmother. So she simply agreed. Sure, meet me at the usual place.
Then Yian said hello to her grandmother, got up quickly, and jumped out of the ward. Her grandmother looked at Yian's back as she left, and let out a small sigh. This child. On the other side, in Ding Xinhui's office.
At the moment, she was still a little restless. Should she go visit her grandmother in the hospital now?
After thinking it over, Ding Xinhui called in Secretary Wang and planned to seek her advice.
It wouldn't hurt to ask a few people about this kind of thing. After listening to Ding Xinhui's statement, Secretary Wang pushed her black-framed glasses.
She looked at Ding Xinhui's big, clear eyes.
She laughed inwardly. Finally, it was time for her to step in again. She, Secretary Wang, had read all of Liu Bei's romance novels. In front of a boss like her, who is such a novice in love, she can be described as experienced and a relationship expert. Ding dong. Can I help you capture Mr. Ye's heart as soon as possible? Do you believe it? Ding Xinhui was slightly taken aback. She then looked up and down at Secretary Wang. Although this little girl is usually clever, can she really come up with any great ideas in relationships? But looking at her composed and confident appearance, she couldn't help but feel a little moved. Ding Xinhui blinked her big, watery eyes. You believe me, don't you? Secretary Wang pushed his black-rimmed glasses further up his nose. Okay. Then. Can you give me a pay rise first? Ding Xinhui? Turn the tables on him? Secretary Wang, smile.jpg. Not only can you flirt with your boss online, but you can also be his boss. Even if the boss gets back at you later, you can still make a profit. Ding Xinhui looked at Wang Shiyu's appearance and was really angry and amused. She couldn't help but give Wang Shiyu a cold stare. Okay. If what you say is reliable, I'll consider the pay raise. Chapter 50, Visiting Grandma. Wang Shiyu pushed his black-framed glasses. Ding dong, I think you still need to visit your grandmother. Think about it, Yian's grandmother is now equivalent to your family. If you don't go at this time, it will seem like you don't value the relationship. And if you think about it later, you might regret it. Ding Xinhui listened as she pondered Secretary Wang's words, and she felt that they made some sense. Although she had many concerns in her heart. She worried about whether her grandmother would accept her. Or whether she would have a problem with her marriage to Yian. But she also understood that temporary avoidance would not solve the problem. She had to go in person and spend time with her grandmother face to face. Let grandma feel her sincerity. Only in this way can potential misunderstandings and worries be gradually dispelled. Secretary Wang kept an eye on Ding Xinhui's expression as he spoke. Seeing that she seemed to be wavering a little, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "And, Ding Dong, you are so outstanding. As long as you show your sincerity and kindness, Grandma will definitely like you. If you gain Grandma's approval, then it will be even easier to win Mr. Yi, won't it?" Ding Xinhui rested her delicate hands on her head. After thinking about it, she made up her mind. She took a deep breath. And slowly exhaled. "Then I'll do as you say and give it a try." Secretary Wang was relieved to see this. "Ding dong, I'll arrange a suitable gift for you, so get ready." With that, Secretary Wang turned around and quickly walked out of the office. He went to prepare the things Ding Xinhui needed to visit her grandmother. Ding Xinhui stood up and walked over to the huge mirror in the office. She checked her clothes and hair in the mirror. She wanted to look gentle and friendly. On the other side, Yian pulled up in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and stopped at the intersection. When they entered the restaurant, Zhao Yuan was already there. Since he worked close to the restaurant, he arrived a few minutes before Yian. "Yian, this way." Zhao Yuan waved at Yian as he walked in the door. After Yian took a seat, the two of them ordered a few small dishes and a few bottles of beer. This is no longer the time when they were in college. They still had to work tomorrow. So they could only drink a little, not get drunk. "Come on, brother, let's drink first." Zhao Yuan raised his glass. The two of them clinked their glasses and drank in one go. "Brother, you're something." Zhao Yuan put down his glass, his eyes full of admiration. "It's only been a short time, and you've been put in charge of important projects and got a promotion. You're really something." Yian smiled slightly, saying, "It's just good luck. Since I have the opportunity, I'll just seize it." Zhao Yuan picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. "Chewing," he said. "Between you and me, there's no need to be so modest. I knew it when we were at school. With your abilities, it was only a matter of time before you stood out. If you can't get ahead in the company, I doubt the boss's judgment." Yian smiled and took a bite of his food. "Don't just talk about me, how's things with you?" Zhao Yuan put down his chopsticks and took another drink. He sighed slightly. "Me, it's still the same as always. Nothing as exciting as what you've been up to. I work step by step. There haven't been any major breakthroughs, but it's still pretty stable." Yian raised an eyebrow. "Is that all? What about relationships? What's new with you and your girlfriend?" Zhao Yuan gave a bitter smile and waved his hand. "I'm increasingly feeling that it's better to be alone." "Oh?" Yian was a little surprised and put down his chopsticks. "Why did you suddenly say that?" Zhao Yuan poured himself another glass of wine and gently shook the glass. He looked at the beer and instant noodles inside. He said slowly, "My girlfriend and I had a big fight the other day, and now we're breaking up." "What happened? Didn't she promise to give you a year to prepare the dowry and the house?" Zhao Yuan took another sip of wine, a wry smile on his face. "She did promise, but it didn't last long." He gently shook the glass in his hands. His eyes were a little dull as he continued. "A while ago, she went shopping with some friends. She saw how other people's boyfriends gave them designer bags and took them on trips. When she got back,
she started complaining to me about everything. She said I was incapable and couldn't give her the kind of life she wanted, and that she would only be able to live a hard life with me.
Yian frowned, a little angry inside. This is really going too far. This woman really dislikes poverty and loves wealth. Everyone's situation is different, how can you compare like this? Zhao Yuan sighed.
Yes, that's what I told her, but she wouldn't listen. She said all her friends had found good-looking boyfriends. She was still with me, a poor guy who had just graduated and didn't have much money. She also said that she had agreed to give me a year to prepare the bride price and a house, but now she thinks that was stupid, because she can't wait.
Yian shook his head. Is this even human language? This is so materialistic. Fortunately, his wife is not like this. Ding Xinhui never looked down on him when he was delivering takeaways. She chose to marry him without hesitation.
Although it was a marriage of convenience. But Ding Xinhui has never looked down on him.
On the contrary.
She is very considerate of him at work and in life. Such a rich and handsome woman who cares for him so much.
She is really a rare and good woman. I don't know what kind of good luck I've had to meet such a rare woman. Even if he can only maintain a marriage with her for 1 year, he feels incredibly lucky. Just as Yian was thinking this, Zhao Yuan added. The other day, we had a big fight.
She directly said that her mother had introduced her to a rich second generation, and she was going on a blind date.
Zhao Yuan said, and gulped down another large drink. Brother, you drink slowly. Yian's brows furrowed even tighter. How could she treat Zhao Yuan like this? Just because of money, she threw away their relationship.
Perhaps, in her eyes, relationships are not that important. Her mind is full of material things, and she feels that there is no hope in following Zhao Yuan.
It's just that Zhao Yuan is too poor. He can't even afford to fall in love.
Although he now has 200,000 yuan to spend.
It won't solve the fundamental problem.
Yian patted Zhao Yuan on the shoulder.
Brother, this kind of woman is not worth your sadness.
She is so materialistic and fickle, and even if you stay together against your will, there will be conflicts in the future. It's good that you saw her true colors early, so you won't get stuck even deeper in the future.
Zhao Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes still dull. I know. But it still feels pretty bad. After all, we've been together for a while, and I've put some feelings into it. I never thought that in the end she would just leave me because I had no money. Yian thought for a moment and asked. So did she go on the blind date with the rich guy? What happened now? Chapter 51, This girl is really pretty.
Zhao Yuan poured another glass of wine and gulped it down.
She went on the date and came back even more arrogant.
She said that the rich guy was really nice. He sent her flowers and took her to dinner, and took her to fancy places. She's now all set on getting together with that rich kid. She's even colder to me now, hinting at me to leave her alone.
Zhao Yuan became more and more agitated as he spoke, and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Isn't this bullying an honest person? What does she take me for? A spare tire?
Yian sighed, feeling sorry for Zhao Yuan too. Brother, you can't handle a girlfriend like this. You shouldn't continue to get involved with her. Just think of it as gaining experience with someone else's wife. Since things have developed to this point between Zhao Yuan and her,
there's really no need to talk about it anymore.
A woman like this, even if she is really rich, you shouldn't want her.
In comparison,
he feels more and more that Ding Xinhui is very rare and precious.
She never talks about material things. When he is with her,
he can appreciate her care for him.
This is what a comfortable and down-to-earth life is like. On the other side of the road. Half an hour later, Ding Xinhui got out of the Rolls-Royce. She was wearing a beige dress today, simple yet elegant.
In one hand she was carrying the gift that Wang the secretary had carefully prepared, suitable for nourishing the body of the elderly. In the other hand she was holding a bouquet of carnations.
Ding dong, let me help you.
The driver, Mr. Wu, quickly got out of the driver's seat, walked over to Ding Xinhui, and held out his hand to help her take the things she was holding. As her personal driver, he had worked for her for a long time.
He knew her well. She was always decisive and carried an irresistible aura. But today seemed a little different.
Ding Xinhui shook her head gently.
No need, Mr. Wu, I can take it myself. The person I want to see this time is very important.
Her gaze turned to the hospital's inpatient department. A trace of barely perceptible tension and anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Chef Wu couldn't insist any longer and respectfully said, "Then please be careful, Mrs. Ding, there are a lot of people in the hospital, and the floor may be a bit slippery." Ding Xinhui nodded, slightly adjusting the position of the gifts and flowers in her hands. This allowed her to hold them more steadily. She strode towards the hospital's inpatient department. Each step seemed light, but they carried heavy concerns. After all, she was meeting her husband's closest grandmother. Chef Wu looked at her back and couldn't help but feel very puzzled. Usually, Ding Dong is a person who calls the shots in the business world. Many people want to get on her good side by hook or by crook. Even if they just get a few words in, they feel like they've been greatly honored. But now, she's going to meet someone so solemnly. And she's carrying things herself, without any airs. Just who is this person that can make Ding Dong treat her like this? Chef Wu scratched his head in confusion. He couldn't figure it out, and could only sigh inwardly. It seems that this person really means a lot to Ding Dong. Ding Xinhui walked through the bustling lobby of the hospital and headed straight for the elevator. She arrived at the floor where her grandmother's ward was. Ding Xinhui got out of the elevator and looked left and right at the room numbers on the doors. And walked towards 509, where her grandmother was. Corridor. Several family members of patients, who had been quietly chatting, happened to look up and see Ding Xinhui, and their eyes fixed on her instantly. One middle-aged woman couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. "Wow, this girl is really pretty." Her companion next to her nodded repeatedly, her gaze following Ding Xinhui's figure. "Isn't that right, she has outstanding temperament too, I've never seen such a bright girl before." Front desk. The young nurse who has been looking after Grandma Yi and is buried in paperwork. She looks up when she hears a noise. When she sees Ding Xinhui, her eyes widen. "Wow! This young lady is really pretty. The aura, the looks. She's amazing. Could it be that a famous movie star has come to visit? I wonder who her family is. I can ask for an autograph later." Wait a minute. Wait. The room she went to. Isn't it Yi Yan's grandmother's ward? The other side. Li Shueqian's office. Tian Shaosan watched Li Shueqian pace back and forth in the room. She looked anxious. Her heart was racing. Right now, the development of their company's financial risk warning system is not going well, and it is difficult to move forward. Although they have hired experts who are well known in the industry, they have been unable to complete it. At the moment, there is only a framework. The core technology is missing. The entire project is in an awkward situation of being half finished. Li Shueqian recalled that Yi Yan had said in front of her at the time. Yi Yan vowed that he would continue to work on the system. She was even more infuriated and felt like she had lost face. It was as if Yi Yan had anticipated her current incompetence. Experts? I think they are just a bunch of idiots. Li Shueqian could no longer hold back her anger and cursed. "Shueqian, what do we do now? Jinhui investment is already pressuring us." Tian Xiaoshan's voice was also full of anxiety. She looked at the project documents spread out on the desk. There were only a few pages, but they felt like a mountain. Upon hearing this, Li Shueqian felt her insides churning. Then, a sharp pain came from her stomach, like a sharp needle stabbing in. She quickly covered her stomach, her eyebrows furrowed in a V shape. Her teeth clenched together, making a hissing sound as she drew in breath. Tian Shaoshan saw this and knew that Li Shueqian's stomach problem had returned. She rushed to the desk drawer and fumbled around looking for the stomach medicine. When the bottle was found, Tian Shaoshan quickly unscrewed the cap and poured out a few pills. She hurriedly poured a glass of warm water and trotted over to Li Shueqian. She handed her the medicine with one hand and took her arm with the other. "Shueqian, it's time to take your medicine." A short while later, Li Shueqian took the medicine and felt better. She sat quietly in her chair. Things had developed out of her control. She had thought that once she had the investment and the money, she could hire the experts and complete the project as scheduled. But she never imagined that Yi Yan would actually have the core technology in his hands. At this moment, she had to admit that she had underestimated Yi Yan. Yi Yan's abilities are indeed top-notch in the industry. Even these experts pale in comparison in his presence. A sense of remorse rose in her heart.
Why hadn't she realized how outstanding Yian was at the beginning? If Yian were still here now, with his abilities, then this project would have been completed successfully. The company would have made a lot of money and gone from strength to strength. If she had known, she would have done anything to keep Yian by her side. Even if he hadn't fooled around with Xiao Wenjun and continued to put up with Yian's clumsiness, she would not have let him go so easily. And now, things have come to a head. She can't get in touch with Yian either. The phone always rings with a busy signal. Even if she could get through, she couldn't bring herself to beg Yian to hand over the core technology. She clenched her fists, her heart torn between conflicting emotions. In the end, a resolute look flashed in Li Shueqian's eyes. There was no other way. The conventional route was no longer viable. She looked up at Tian Shaoshan. We have to go steal Yian's core technology. Chapter 52. Are you the daughter-in-law Yian married? Success or failure depends on this. I will arrange for reliable people to do it. Tian Xiaoshan's eyes widened upon hearing this. Stealing technology? This is illegal. Once it comes to light, not only will she be disgraced, she will also have to go to prison and step on the sewing machine. The company will also go down with her, and all the hard work and accumulation of years will be for nothing. She didn't realize that Li Shueqian would do such a crazy thing when she panicked. She didn't want to suffer the same fate as Li Shueqian. So Tian Shaosan quickly persuaded her. Shueqian, this is absolutely not allowed. Let's think of another way. Li Shueqian was already in a headspace and simply couldn't hear it. She waved her hand impatiently and interrupted. Another way? What other way is there? Stop talking nonsense and just do as I say. Li Shueqian knew exactly what was going on. Time was running out, and Jinhui investment would not give them any grace period. Because the investment they had attracted was fraudulent. If the project could not be completed on time, the company would face astronomical compensation. Such a large sum of money would definitely cripple the company. What was even more terrifying was that the company would be branded as a fraud. By then, the company would completely collapse. Their Li family will also be finished. It is not an exaggeration to say that they will even end up on the streets. But as long as this matter is done secretly and quickly, and afterwards the technology is completely integrated into the system, no one will know. Who will be able to detect it? Once the project is complete, Jinhui investment will be satisfied. Not only will their company be able to stand firm, it will also be able to regain its former glory. Tian Shaosan looked at Li Shueqian's desperate expression. She knew that no matter what she said, she would not be able to get through to her. Sigh. She really has it hard. How could she choose to be Li Shueqian's best friend? Originally, if life was hard, she hoped to be like Kurrigan. Now, she has to steal technology. If she is discovered, not to mention Kurrigan, she is afraid that she will not even be able to ride a small electric bicycle. Ding Xinhui stood at the door of Ward 509. Her eyes grew deeper. They were filled with an unmistakable tension and anticipation. The blood under her skin surged like a never-ending flood. Even the gift incarnations in her hands trembled. Ever since she was a child, no matter if it was a big or small exam, or the ups and downs of the battlefield that was the shopping mall, she had never been as nervous as she was now. She took a deep breath, raised her soft, pale hands, and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Inside the room came the slightly weak, but gentle voice of her grandmother. Ding Xinhui steadied her nerves and pushed open the door. Hello, Grandma, I'm Ding Xinhui. Grandma was originally half reclined against the bed, her eyes slightly closed as she rested. Hearing Ding Xinhui's voice from the doorway, she slowly opened her eyes and looked over subconsciously. This look startled Grandma. The girl in front of her was tall and well-proportioned, with a graceful posture. Her fair face is even more beautiful than the rest. She exudes a generous and gentle aura. It's hard to take your eyes off her. The moment she walked in, the light in the hospital room seemed to soften a little. Because of her presence, Grandma has lived most of her life and seen quite a few handsome men and pretty women. But someone like the girl in front of her
who has both beauty and temperament, is really rare. Standing together with her grandson, they are definitely a good match.
I wonder. Does this girl Ding Xinhui have a boyfriend? Wait. She said her name is Ding Xinhui. Isn't that the name of Anne's wife? You are Ding Xinhui?
Grandma's words carried a hint of disbelief.
Could it be that you are the daughter-in-law that Anne married?
Upon hearing this, a gentle smile spread across Ding Xinhui's face. Her face flushed slightly. It seems that her little husband has already told her about their relationship. This also means that Yian has already approved of the relationship.
Yes, Grandma, I am Ding Xinhui. I am Yian's wife.
Ding Xinhui spoke softly and walked slowly to the bedside. She placed the gift incarnations in her hands on the table nearby.
Yian told me that you just woke up, so I immediately came to visit you. Ding Xinhui's words confirmed her identity to Grandma.
She looked at the beautiful girl in front of her. Deep down, she couldn't help but worry. If what Yian said was true, she was still a big boss.
Then why did she marry Yian? What was the point? Just because of Yian's good looks?
Although she really hoped that Ding Xinhui was sincere about becoming her granddaughter-in-law, she was also afraid that Ding Xinhui was a liar.
Grandma was full of doubts. Her eyes followed Ding Xinhui's every move in the hospital room.
Ding Xinhui had just placed the gifts incarnations. In the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the spittoon by the bed. Since her grandmother had previously had lung cancer, she would often need to spit. The spittoon stood out against the white tones of the ward. It also gave off a faint, if indistinct, odor.
Ding Xinhui couldn't help but frown slightly. Why hadn't the nurse cleaned the spittoon in time? It will breed bacteria over time. Grandma has just had an operation, so she must not get infected again. Thinking of this,
Ding Xinhui did not hesitate or feel disgusted. She rolled up her sleeves to reveal her fair arms.
Leaning lightly forward, she reached out and steadily lifted the ashtray.
Grandma, I'll go clean this up first, you rest for a bit. Ding Xinhui said softly, before quickly walking towards the bathroom and the ward. In a moment, the sound of running water could be heard from inside.
She carefully rinsed the spittoon and wiped it with a paper towel. She didn't come out until the spittoon was as clean as new. This scene
fell into Grandma's eyes, causing ripples in her heart. This girl looks soft and delicate. I'm afraid she hasn't even done any heavy work. But when faced with the dirty spittoon that gave off a strange smell,
she didn't show the slightest trace of disgust or hesitation.
Her movements were swift and natural. From the perspective of someone who has lived most of her life, it was easy for Grandma to judge.
This was no show. If the girl really had any evil intentions,
she would never have agreed to do such a dirty and tiring chore.
Even if she was just pretending, she would have acted a little more pretentiously.
But what Grandma saw in her face
was only genuine concern and anxiety.
It was for her own sake, worried about the growth of bacteria affecting her recovery after surgery. Just as Grandma was lost in her thoughts,
Ding Xinhui made her next move. Chapter 53, Call Me Handsome.
Just as Grandma was lost in her thoughts, Ding Xinhui saw that the thin blanket covering her body had slipped a little. She stepped forward, gently pulled the blanket up with both hands, and carefully tucked in the corners. Her fingers touched Grandma's arm inadvertently, and the warm touch made Grandma's heart stir slightly.
Grandma, you just had surgery not long ago, so don't catch a cold.
The temperature in the ward is still comfortable, but you still need to keep warm. Ding Xinhui's mouth curled up into a smile, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Grandma was about to speak when she felt a pain in her chest and started coughing slightly.
Seeing this, Ding Xinhui's heart instantly ached. Why did Grandma suddenly start coughing? Is she not feeling well?
I hope nothing has gone wrong with her post-operative recovery.
I need to quickly find a way to make Grandma feel better. Ding Xinhui did not hesitate for a second.
Instinctively, she reached out a hand and gently patted her grandmother's back. She wanted to make her grandmother feel better. With the other hand, she brought it directly to her grandmother's mouth. She caught the phlegm that her grandmother coughed up. She did not care about the dirt or the smell. She did not want her grandmother to cough up phlegm everywhere.
That would be so uncomfortable.
At that moment, she did not think about whether it was dirty or appropriate. It was purely an instinctive reaction born out of her concern for her grandmother and her desire to care for her. Seeing this, her grandmother was very surprised. This girl, even if she were a nurse, she might not be able to do what she did. She didn't mind getting dirty. Her movements were so natural. It was as if she were treating her own dearest family member. This was truly rare. After receiving the phlegm, Ding Xinhui quickly turned around and took the paper towels next to her to wipe her hands clean. Then, she quickly picked up the kettle and poured a little water into the palm of her hand to test the temperature. It felt neither hot nor cold, just right. Then she slowly poured the water into her grandmother's cup. She gently blew on it before handing it to her grandmother. "Grandma, drink some water to soothe your throat. You must be suffering from a bad cough." Her movements were fluid. Natural. It was as if she had done these things countless times before. Because in Ding Xinhui's eyes, she had long since regarded her grandmother as her own flesh and blood. All these things she did to take care of her grandmother were not done with any ulterior motives. Nor was she forcing herself to do them just to look good. She sincerely hoped that her grandmother would be comfortable, and that she would recover soon. Grandma took the glass and sipped a few times. Looking at Ding Xinhui bustling around, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Young lady, don't mind me asking. You see, you are in such good condition, good looking, and you are also a big boss. And is also a good boy, but compared to you, he looks ordinary no matter how you look at him. Are you really sincere about being with him? You are in such good condition, why do you like Aaron?" Upon hearing this, Ding Xinhui slowly sat down on the chair by the bed. Her hands were folded on her knees, and her eyes became serious and sincere. "Grandma, I know that at first glance, it may seem incomprehensible. But in matters of the heart, how can these worldly conditions be used to measure?" Ding Xinhui said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Age, status, and other external things are, in the face of true affection, not worth mentioning at all. I truly want to walk hand in hand with Ian for the rest of my life. I want to be filial to you with him by my side. We will run this family of ours together, happily and warmly. There was a different kind of radiance in her eyes. It was the deep affection that comes out when you talk about someone you love. Grandma listened quietly. From Ding Xinhui's slightly trembling voice. From her eyes full of longing. She truly felt her strong and sincere emotions. Plus, ever since Ding Xinhui came in, she had been taking good care of her. At this moment, Grandma's doubts melted away like the remaining snow meeting the warmth of the spring sun. She had been worried before. Even if Ding Xinhui wasn't a liar. She was just an ordinary girl, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep her. But what Ding Xinhui had done and said finally made her feel better. She reached out and gently shook Ding Xinhui's hand. Her eyes were full of compassion and approval. "Xiaohui, you're such a good girl. You have a kind heart." Ding Xinhui shook her grandmother's hand back. She gently stroked it, feeling the vicissitudes and wrinkles of the years on it. Misty clouds filled her eyes. "And oh, Grandma, you know what? He also saved my life." Yian, on the other hand, had not drunk much and was still sober. He paid the bill and helped Zhao Yuan out of the restaurant. Zhao Yuan, still drunk, muttered, "Yian, I'm serious, find a rich woman. With your qualifications, you can definitely do it. That way, you can help your brother out." Yian, holding Zhao Yuan steadily, was a little at a loss for words. "Hang on, you again. Can I just find a rich woman if I say so?" Zhao Yuan continued to mutter to himself, swinging his arm in the air, almost hitting Yian's face. "Call me handsome. I've seen it all now. Without money, you're nothing. Relationships are a luxury." Yian let out a small sigh, ignoring his drunken ramblings, and helped him to the roadside. He was going to hail a taxi to take him home. Why didn't Yian give him a ride in his Mercedes-Benz? That's because you don't drink and drive, and you don't drive and drink. Just then, Yian's phone rang. It was Ding Xinhui calling. She had already visited Grandma. Grandma told her that Yian had gone out to dinner with friends. But when she left, she realized that Yian still hadn't returned. A little worried, she called to check. Yian supported himself with one hand. Zhao Yuan, who was limp and leaning against him,
while pulling out his mobile phone and answering the call.
Then he used his shoulder to hold the phone in place with difficulty.
Hello, honey, where are you?
The gentle and concerned voice of Ding Xinhui came from the other end of the line.
I was just about to take Zhao Yuan home. He's drunk and can't even stand up straight. Where are you two? You've been drinking too, it's not safe to drive. Send me your address, I'll come and pick you up. Without waiting for Yian to reply, Ding Xinhui had already hung up.
He wanted to say that he would take a taxi so as not to trouble her.
He listened to the busy signal on the other end of the line. He felt a little helpless, but at the same time, he felt a little warm. Then he sent the address.
Zhao Yuan was half carried and half supported by Yian to the side of the road. He was waiting for Ding Xinhui to arrive.
Just then, Zhao Yuan's dazed eyes glanced at the Mercedes-Benz at the street corner.
The whole car glistened with a cold, hard luster under the street lamp. His eyes grew a little feverish, and he forced his way out of Yian's supporting hand. He staggered a few steps towards the Mercedes-Benz. He muttered under his breath,
"Damn it!
Yian, look, that Mercedes-Benz."
Chapter 54, Sister-in-law, you're so nice. This is a Mercedes-Benz, so cool.
This is the kind of car a man should drive, this is the car of my dreams. Yian saw this and hurriedly chased after him. He grabbed Zhao Yuan, afraid that he would fall if he lost his balance.
Yian was a little between laughter and tears. Zhao Yuan still didn't know. This Mercedes-Benz is his. Right now Zhao Yuan had drunk too much. He didn't bother telling him.
He would take him for a ride again next time he had the chance.
Only,
the car belongs to Ding Xinhui, not him. Otherwise, it wouldn't hurt to let him drive it for a while.
Buddy, you've had too much to drink, don't wander off, I understand.
Zhao Yuan, however, acted as if he hadn't heard, still pointing his finger at the car and leaning forward. If Yian hadn't held him back, he would have probably pounced on it.
What do you know?
When I'm rich, I'll get a whole fleet of them.
Let those who look down on me step aside. Okay, let's talk about it when you're rich. With that, he helped Zhao Yuan back to the curb. Soon after, a Rolls-Royce Wraith stopped steadily by the curb.
The luxurious and noble body of the car drove along, like a moving yacht, attracting the envious glances of passers-by.
Under the gaze of the crowd, a pair of slender, white legs reached out.
Ding Xinhui got out of the car with an elegant posture. She was wearing a beige dress. The slim-fitting design completely outlined her graceful figure.
She walked towards Yian and Zhao Yuan. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her steps. The black high heels made a tapping sound.
It was as if she were stepping on the hearts of the crowd.
Although Zhao Yuan was drunk, his gaze was instantly attracted to Ding Xinhui. His eyes widened.
He muttered to himself, "Yian, look, a beautiful woman.
Which big star is this?" Yian couldn't help but smile.
Ding Xinhui's appearance was naturally beyond reproach, and she was the most dazzling presence wherever she went. Now that she was here, there was no need to hide it from Zhao Yuan anymore.
He patted Zhao Yuan on the shoulder and said, "She's my wife, what do you think? Isn't she beautiful?"
Although Yian and Ding Xinhui's marriage of convenience was only temporary, it was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Zhao Yuan froze for a moment, then waved his hand and said drunkenly, "Don't kid around and say I'm drunk."
"You're the one who's drunk, can you marry such a beautiful wife?"
As he said this, he burped. His body swayed, and he almost lost his balance again. Ding Xinhui quickened her pace and came to Yian and Zhao Yuan, with a warm smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes kept looking at Yian, and she found that Yian looked very sober, so she felt relieved. Then her gaze swept over Zhao Yuan's flushed, drunken face.
She looked back at Yian and asked with concern, "Why are you so drunk? Are you okay?"
Yian smiled and said softly,
"I'm fine."
Zhao Yuan is in a bad mood and has drunk a bit too much.
Look, he can't even walk steadily.
At this moment, Zhao Yuan froze.
He looked over.
Ding Xinhui was raising her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, which had been blown about by the wind. Then he looked at Yian next to her. There was an understanding and tenderness in the eyes of these two people as they met.
In an instant, he had sobered up almost halfway.
Yian knows this beautiful woman. From the tone of their voices and the look in their eyes.
Holy shit. Could it be that she is Yian's wife?
Zhao Yuan's eyes widened, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He shook his head vigorously to shake off the drunkenness, and then stared intently at Yian and Ding Xinhui.
Yian, are you serious? Is she really your wife? Before Yian could say anything, Ding Xinhui naturally took Yian's arm.
Her voice was as pleasant as a silver bell.
Hello, I'm Ding Xinhui, Yian's wife. You must be Zhao Yuan, I've heard Yian mention you a lot. At this moment,
Zhao Yuan felt like his world was collapsing.
Shit.
The Ding Xinhui in front of him was beautiful and rich.
She was really Yian's wife? Yian really found a rich sister-in-law. I was just joking before. I didn't realize Yian was so quick. Brother. You really let me down. We promised to be poor together. But you snuggled up to a rich woman. FFF. Zhao Yuan's face instantly turned red.
Ding Xinhui thought his drunkenness had returned, so she asked,
Are you okay? Do you need a ride to the hospital?
Zhao Yuan came back to his senses and scratched his head. His voice trembled with nervousness and a little bit of drunkenness.
Hello, sister-in-law, I'm fine. His face was full of an awkward and innocent smile.
I just didn't expect Yian to have such a big surprise up his sleeve. You're so beautiful, like an angel, Zhao Yuan said, stealing glances at Yian, his eyes full of envy.
He couldn't help but marvel at Yian's good fortune.
He couldn't help but think of his own girlfriend, who had abandoned him for a rich man. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, and the bitterness in his heart spread. Hearing Zhao Yuan not only call her sister-in-law, but also praise her for being beautiful, Ding Xinhui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Her heart was sweet, and she was a little pleased. She said softly,
Thank you.
Then, Ding Xinhui turned to Yian, her gaze full of reproach and concern.
Don't just stand here, either. The wind will make the alcohol go to your head. Hurry up and get in the car, we'll take him home. Afterwards,
Ding Xinhui helped Yian help Zhao Yuan into the car. The three of them walked towards the Rolls-Royce.
Zhao Yuan's feet were unsteady, and he muttered, Sister-in-law, your car is so domineering.
I'm afraid I'll never get to ride in such a nice car again in my life.
Thanks to Yian, I got to see it today, and it was an eye-opener.
Ding Xinhui opened the back seat door and smiled.
Not at all. If you get the chance in the future, let Yian take you for a ride, anytime.
Yian helped Zhao Yuan sit in. He adjusted his sitting position, pulled the seatbelt over to one side, and gently fastened it. Ding Xinhui took out a small pack of wet wipes from her handbag and handed one to Yian. She wiped his face first to wake him up. Yian took the wet wipe and started wiping his face.
Immediately afterwards,
Ding Xinhui adjusted the temperature of the car's air conditioning to a comfortable level. She also took out a bottle of mineral water from the car's refrigerator. She unscrewed the cap and handed it to Yian, saying that he would feel better after drinking some water.
Good.
Yian took the water bottle and fed it to Zhao Yuan's mouth.
Ding Xinhui's thoughtful and considerate actions fell into his eyes.
Although Ding Xinhui and he were in a marriage of convenience,
Zhao Yuan was indeed his friend.
He and Ding Xinhui had only just met and were just passing acquaintances. He had thought that Ding Xinhui had done her best to be polite and offer him a ride.
He never expected
that she would be so attentive. From the caring look in her eyes when she and Zhao Yuan first met, to handing him a wet tissue and adjusting the temperature in the car. Then there was the series of caring actions of taking out mineral water.
Every action
was very genuine and natural.
There was not the slightest trace of perfunctory or contrived behavior. His wife is really thoughtful and kind-hearted. Now, this gentleness and kindness
has also spread from him to his friend.
Yian became more and more certain within. Being able to form this bond with Ding Xinhui was a great blessing bestowed upon him by the heavens. Cough cough. Brother, I can't drink anymore. Chapter 55, is it still time to get off the bus?
Zhao Yuan's sudden bout of coughing made Yian snap back to reality, and he hurriedly stopped feeding him water. Yian was a little embarrassed, so he gently patted Zhao Yuan's back to help him calm down.
Okay, if you can't drink it, don't drink it, just take a break. After Yian got into the passenger seat,
Ding Xinhui also got into the driver's seat and started the car. In the midst of everyone's gaze, the Rolls-Royce smoothly pulled away from the curb. The street lamps outside the car window flashed past like shooting stars, reflecting the warm yellow light inside the car. Yian turned his head to look at Ding Xinhui, who was concentrating on driving. Her fair side face looked even more beautiful in the interplay of light and shadow.
Thank you for coming to pick us up today.
Yian broke the silence in the car with a soft and sincere voice.
Ding Xinhui smiled and glanced at Yian. We're husband and wife, what's there to talk about trouble?
But you, don't get drunk like Zhao Yuan.
Otherwise, I'll take away your pocket money. Yi Yan's mouth twitched.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I'm not like him.
Zhao Yuan? No.
Buddy, I'm still in the car.
Can't you two wait until I get home to show off? Is it still possible to get off the bus now? He sighed inwardly.
They were brothers who had entered society together from campus, but their situations were worlds apart. He was now being ruthlessly disdained and abandoned by his girlfriend, simply because he didn't have much money in his pocket. Yian, on the other hand, had not only landed a major project at work but also been promoted. He had also married such a beautiful and virtuous rich woman as his sister.
As the old saying goes, money can make the ghost turn the millstone.
A rich woman is good, a rich woman is wonderful, and I want to crow like a rich woman.
Why hasn't a rich woman fallen for him?
He also wants to be turned.
No, a few turns are fine. As long as the rich woman likes it.
After a while, the Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up to the building where Zhao Yuan rented a room. Yian got out of the car first, opened the back door, and patted Zhao Yuan.
Brother, we're home. Wake up.
Zhao Yuan grunted a few times, slowly woke up, and seeing the familiar surroundings, knew that he had already arrived home. Yian unbuckled his seatbelt and with difficulty helped Zhao Yuan up. Zhao Yuan's drunkenness had subsided a little at this time, but his feet were still a little unsteady, and he muttered.
Thank you, sister-in-law, for your trouble today.
Ding Xinhui smiled and responded, Don't be formal, get some rest. Yian also patted his shoulder, saying, It's okay, don't be a nag, hurry up and go upstairs and get a good night's sleep.
Then, Yian helped Zhao Yuan walk towards the hallway.
Ding Xinhui watched the two of them disappear into the hallway before turning around and returning to the car.
Zhao Yuan's room.
Yian put him on the bed and covered him with the quilt.
Brother, get a good night's sleep, you'll be fine tomorrow.
Zhao Yuan's eyes were bloodshot from drunkenness, and he muttered in a low voice.
Brother, thank you for your concern. Actually, I'm not alone.
Yian leaned down and put his ear close, listening carefully. Sometimes I am a black sheep, a bucket for carrying rice, an embroidered pillow, a tipsy butterfly, a drum that retires from the hall, a scapegoat, a fish that paddles, a weed on the wall, a stick for stirring shit. Zihan's mother.
Yian? Brother Day, your language is beginning to sound like a niche.
Yian straightened his body and looked at Zhao Yuan, who was rambling nonsense and drunk on the bed, and smiled helplessly.
Then Yian walked out of the room and closed the door behind him.
Ding Xinhui saw Yian come down, so she started the car and the two of them continued on their way home. The car was quiet, and Yian leaned back in the passenger seat. His eyes were slightly closed, and his mind was still echoing Zhao Yuan's drunken words. Ding Xinhui glanced at Yian secretly and asked softly,
Is there some kind of trouble with your friend that made him drunk like that?
Yian sighed and told Ding Xinhui about what Zhao Yuan had been through recently. After listening, Ding Xinhui comforted him gently.
Zhao Yuan just met the wrong people.
I'm sure he'll meet someone who treats him sincerely in the future. Yian nodded slightly, hoping that would be the case. Although Ding Xinhui was concentrating on driving, she could sense that Yian truly considered Zhao Yuan a friend. Since he was her husband's friend, he was naturally her friend too. When a friend is in trouble, she decided to help. It was already 8 p.m. when the two arrived home. Yian took a shower and then went straight to the study to continue working on his financial risk early warning system.
Although he was doing quite well at the company, it was just the beginning.
The financial risk early warning system is not only his brainchild, but also a way to make a fortune.
After all, who doesn't like money?
Seeing Yian tapping away at the keyboard in his study, Ding Xinhui quietly called Wang Shu. She asked her to arrange a job for Zhao Yuan as soon as possible. Ding Xinhui has many companies under her control, so arranging a job for someone is naturally easy. Although she can't make Zhao Yuan rich, at least she can ensure that he has a stable and considerable income. Yian was so absorbed in his work that he was oblivious to the careful arrangements that Ding Xinhui had made outside. There was still some time before the system would be complete, and it could not be rushed. He planned to copy the system and take it to the company to work on it. After all, he was now a supervisor, and did not need to do everything himself. Moreover, with his abilities, he could completely finish his own work and still have a little spare time to complete the system. The night grew darker. Before he knew it, it was 11 o'clock. Ian stretched and rubbed his aching eyes. He got up and walked out of the study, lying down to sleep.
Early the next morning, Ian punched the time clock on time and went to work.
He just sat down in his office and organized the documents on his desk. He hadn't even had time to take a sip of coffee to refresh himself. The fat man Zhou Shang rushed in.
Ian, something big has happened. Chapter 56. Ian is simply a genius. Ian frowned slightly. What's wrong? Take your time and tell me. Zhou Shang ran in panting, wiping away the sweat. Don't you know yet? A few big clients came to the company early in the morning, all asking to talk to you about the project by name.
Ian looked confused before he could say anything.
Zhou Shang continued, You're quite something, kid. You've struck up a partnership with the Devil's Company. Your business acumen is excellent, and the word is out. That's why so many big clients are coming to you.
Ian nodded in response. He was sorting through the documents on the table while pondering in his mind. He knew the Devil's Company had always been strict and demanding in its business requirements. To be able to strike up a partnership with such an influential company was indeed something to be proud of, and it would indeed attract the attention of others. But these clients came knocking on the door too soon. It's only been a short time since they started working together, and at the very least, he should wait until he finishes the project in hand. Meet Party A's requirements and do a good job. Show results, and then these big clients will flock to him. The current situation is really a bit unexpected. But Ian also knows that this is not the time to dwell on it. Since the clients have come knocking on the door, then deal with it properly. Tell me about these clients. Well, these clients are all well-known figures in the industry. After listening, Ian stood up and said, Okay, I understand. So they are all waiting in the conference room now? Zhou Shang nodded quickly and followed Ian to the conference room. On the way to the conference room, Ian was thinking quickly. So many big clients are knocking at the door, which is a rare opportunity. If he can successfully win these projects and do a good job, then his position in the company and even in the industry can be further consolidated and enhanced. This will be a great help to his future career development. At that time, he will be one step closer to achieving the goal of financial freedom. Ian and the other person arrived at the meeting room. There were already several well-dressed people sitting inside. The moment they saw Ian walk in, their originally serious expressions became eager and expectant. Director Yi, I have heard a lot about you. A middle-aged man spoke first. The others chimed in. Director Yi is indeed a person of talent, no wonder he was able to win over President Lin's project. Yes, I have also heard of Director Yi's outstanding performance, and I have specially come to visit today, hoping to have the opportunity to work with you on the project we have in hand. Ian quickly responded politely, with a humble smile on his face. You are all too kind, I am just doing my part, and it is an honor to receive your recognition. However, I currently have ongoing projects on my hands, and my energy may be somewhat limited. But I will try to coordinate and see if I can meet your needs. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly livened up. Everyone started introducing their current projects one after the other. Ian listened carefully, occasionally asking key questions, demonstrating his professional competence. In fact, among these clients, some of them came after hearing that Ian had won the Lin Jinyue project and sought him out on their own initiative. Some were arranged by Ding Xinhui through Secretary Wang. Although they also knew that Ian had won the project of the Old Devil, they still had some doubts. After all, Ian was too young, a college student who had just entered society, so how much skill could he have? It was estimated that this young guy was just some poor relative of Ding Xinhui's who was planning to take care of him. But they dare not come because of the pressure from Ding Xinhui's reputation. Offending such a big shot as Ding Xinhui, they will never be able to survive in the industry. But now, listening to Ian's talk, every point is clearly explained. Every analysis is precise and to the point. Almost instantly, he pinpoints the many thorny issues in the project. Their hearts, which had been filled with a little contempt and doubt, were suddenly filled with shock. This was not something that a rookie could have done.
Yi Yan's aura gave them the impression that he was a veteran of the business. Their eyes involuntarily widened, and their mouths opened slightly.
All that was left in their minds was Yi Yan's calm voice and the astonishing content of his words. At this time, the discussion in the meeting room became more and more in-depth. These major clients all spoke highly of Yi Yan.
Meanwhile, outside the meeting room in the office area, the atmosphere was electric.
Have you heard? Yi Yan has been approached by so many major clients again.
How many years will it take us to catch up?
Yes, the business is piling up, and his luck is just too good. He is practically possessed by the god of wealth.
In contrast, I'm on the blacklist of the god of fortune. Yes, I've even got the GPS on, so why hasn't the god of fortune found me? I think Yi Yan is like a god sent from heaven.
Not only did he win the project from the old devil, but now so many big clients are coming to him.
We can never hope to match his strength and luck. Yes, Yi Yan has really made it now, unlike me, who dares only to drink a bowl of beef soup after getting paid. Buy 2 tails of beef and tie it to the tap, so you can drink beef soup every day. Pour it on. Great idea.
There are still experts?
In the corner of the workstation, a man in his 30s with a gloomy face.
He tightly gripped the coffee cup in his hand, and his knuckles turned white from the force.
His name was Liang Zhizhang, and he was the nephew of Liang Wuda. But he just got lucky and landed a few projects, so what's the big deal?
Liang Zhizhang cursed under his breath, his voice coming out between his teeth, full of sour jealousy. If it weren't for Yi Yan's sudden rise to the top, he would have landed the key project on his own merits. His uncle Liang Wuda would not have been kicked out of the company, and he would not be facing prosecution and going to prison. Liang Zhizhang only had a high school education and was not very capable.
But Liang Wuda manipulated the system and falsified Liang Zhizhang's academic qualifications to get him into the company.
In the past, with his uncle's support, he was very comfortable in his department. He spent his days leisurely, doing the easiest work, but still getting a not inconsiderable salary. He also flaunted his wealth in front of his colleagues from time to time.
Now,
the unstinting praise his colleagues lavish on Yi Yan is like a sharp knife stabbing him.
The white knife enters and the green knife leaves. Each stab pierces Liang Zhizhang's gallbladder. He knows that because of his uncle Liang Wuda, the company is about to conduct a major review. This review is rumored to be very strict. At that time, once his high school education as a family member is exposed, without Liang Wuda's protection, he will definitely be fired.
The thought of having to face the dilemma of having no way to find a job and returning to the bottom in the future. He broke into a cold sweat and felt extremely panicked.
Just then,
Liang Zhizhang's phone rang with a notification tone, and someone sent a text message. He took out his phone and saw that it was from an unknown number.
Want to get back at Yi Yan? I can help.
Liang Zhizhang's heart suddenly sank when he saw this text message.
A flash of panic and hesitation instantly crossed his eyes. It was quickly replaced by a dark and foreboding sense of anticipation. He looked around warily, making sure no one had noticed him, before once again focusing his gaze on the screen of his phone. His fingers trembled slightly. The few short words in the text message seemed to carry some kind of bewitching magic. But there could also be a trap hidden in there that he wasn't aware of. Liang Zhizhang's brows were knitted together as his mind raced. Although his hatred for Yi Yan burned fiercely in his heart. But he was also afraid that this text message from an unknown source might be a trap. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and replied. Who are you? How can you help me? Chapter 5757. Do you know a big star?
As soon as the text message was sent, Liang Zhizhang regretted it and felt that he had been too impulsive. But now that it was done, there was nothing he could do but wait for a response. After a while, the phone vibrated again, and the other person replied. You don't need to know who I am. As long as you do what I say, I guarantee that Yi Yan will lose his reputation and everything he has now.
Liang Zhizhang stared at the screen of his phone. The other person then sent another message.
Not only that, but after the job is done, you will receive a generous reward.
Liang Zhizhang stared at the screen, his throat rolling as he swallowed. He glanced around again.
His colleagues were still immersed in their envious discussions about Yi Yan, and no one had noticed anything unusual in this corner. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his pounding heart. He knew that this was his chance to turn the tables, and he must not miss it. He didn't want to be swept out the door and return to the bottom. Living a life worrying about rent and utilities, and suffering from not having enough to eat. This reward was like a lifesaver for him.
And if Yian hadn't interfered, how would his uncle have gotten into trouble? It was all Yian's fault. No matter what the other person would let him do, he would make Yian pay. Then he sent a message to the other person. Tell me what to do. The other person quickly replied. I need you to copy all the data from Yian's computer. An anonymous email address was also attached. Liang Zhizhang had expected the task the other party wanted him to do to be difficult. But it was surprisingly easy. Just to be sure, he wanted to test the other party. I can do this, but I need a deposit first. The other party also responded promptly. Okay. Soon, Liang Zhizhang received a transfer of 100,000 yuan to his bank card. He looked at the text message prompt on his bank card and his eyes widened instantly. That series of numbers instantly dispelled his inner doubts. It seemed that the other party was very sincere. The deposit was 100,000 yuan, so wouldn't the reward be even more after the job was done? With this unexpected windfall, even if he lost his job, he could rely on this money to temporarily support himself and find a new way out in the future. He glanced secretly in the direction of Yian's office, his gaze full of calculation and determination. Yian, you have put me in this situation, but don't blame me for being ruthless. Liang Zhizhang muttered under his breath, a twisted smile on his lips. Time passed quickly. The door to the meeting room opened. Yian, with a smile on his face, shook hands and said goodbye to each of the big clients. From their expressions, it was clear that the meeting had been a great success. Yian turned and returned to his office, sat down in his chair, and let out a long sigh. Although he had just handled himself well in the meeting room, he knew full well that the pressure and challenges he faced this time were not small. So many projects need to be promoted simultaneously, and every link needs to be carefully arranged. A reasonable allocation of time and energy, and a slight carelessness may lead to mistakes, which could undo all the hard work. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes and began to sort out the key points of each project and the next work arrangements in his mind. He didn't notice at all the pair of sinister eyes outside the office. During lunch break, Yian arrived at the company parking lot. He drove to the hospital in his Mercedes-Benz. On the way, he ordered 2 meals, one for himself. The other was a nutritious meal specially selected for his grandmother to aid in her post-operative recovery. When he arrived at the hospital, Mr. Yi, here to see your grandmother again? The young nurse at the reception desk smiled and greeted Yian. Yes, is my grandmother okay? Of course she is fine, she is doing very well. Yian nodded slightly and was about to turn around and leave when the little nurse continued, Do you know a big star? Yian was puzzled, what big star? Yesterday I saw a young lady go to your grandmother's ward, she is very pretty and has a charming demeanor, she looks like a big star. Yian was taken aback when he heard this. Could the little nurse be talking about Ding Xinhui? Last time Zhao Yuan also said that Ding Xinhui looked like a big star. And she also knew the news that Grandma had regained consciousness. Thinking about this, Yian no longer felt surprised. Ding Xinhui was indeed beautiful and had outstanding temperament, so it was normal for people to mistake her for a celebrity. He just didn't expect that someone as busy as Ding Xinhui would come to visit his grandmother specially. As the time he spent with her grew longer, she not only showed her gentle and considerate side to him, but also to his friends. She even makes a point of visiting her grandmother. Could it be that in her eyes, their relationship is more than just a marriage of convenience? I don't think so. Maybe she's just a kind person, and doesn't have any other thoughts or intentions. He smiled when he thought about this, and said, You should be talking about my wife. The young nurse's eyes lit up with envy and curiosity. Mr. Yi, you are so blessed. Not only is your wife beautiful, but from what I can see, she is also very caring towards your grandmother. Hearing the nurse's words, Yian's smile grew even wider, and his heart was filled with warmth. After thanking the nurse, he walked briskly towards Grandma's room. He opened the door and the room was full of warm sunlight. Grandma was leaning against the bed, looking a little better than yesterday. Grandma, I've come to see you, Yian said, placing the meal on the table next to the bed. Grandma had a kind smile on her face. And, you're here. Yian sat down by the bed, took Grandma's hand and looked closely at her face. Grandma, how are you feeling today? Is your body feeling better? Grandma gently patted Yian's hand. I'm feeling much better, and don't worry. Just knowing that you're thinking about me makes my heart feel warm and my illness is getting better.
Yian smiled and opened the nutritious meal she had brought for her grandmother.
Grandma, I specially chose this for you.
It's good for your post-operative recovery, so try it.
Grandma looked at the meal and nodded with a smile.
It's still Mayan who cares about other people and thinks of me and everything.
The two of them just ate while chatting about family matters.
As they chatted, Grandma thought about her granddaughter-in-law who had visited her yesterday. Grandma put down her chopsticks, looked at Yian, and said with deep meaning in her words, "Yian, I can tell that Ding Xinhui is a good girl. You must treat her well and not let her down." Yian was slightly taken aback, but then a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded quickly.
Grandma, don't worry, I know. I will definitely treat her well. But Yian sighed.
After spending time together for a while, he naturally knew that Ding Xinhui was very good.
She was extremely considerate and gentle in every way.
Whether it was towards herself, her friends, or even her grandmother, she was like that.
But their relationship was just a marriage of convenience.
From the very beginning, it lacked a genuine emotional foundation. After a year, they would part ways. It was just that now her grandmother's health was still recovering and she needed to be in a good mood. If she knew the true situation of their marriage, it would be a shock. So Yian decided to keep it a secret from his grandmother for now. When his grandmother's health has fully recovered, even if she knows that her relationship with Ding Xinhui has come to an end,
she will be able to handle the news.
Although Yian had a million thoughts racing through his mind, he maintained a relaxed smile on his face. He continued to chat with his grandmother while they ate.
Chapter 58, You Have a Visitor.
Yian and his grandmother ate and chatted. He listened to his grandmother tell old stories from the past. Although he had heard them many times before and knew them by heart, he never tired of listening. From time to time, he would interject a few words, which made his grandmother laugh heartily.
Meanwhile, in a spacious, brightly lit office with luxurious decorations,
the assistant knocked on the door 3 times, and after receiving permission,
enters, bends slightly, and says respectfully, "Mr. Lin, is the triennial business sea banquet to be held as scheduled? Preparations are waiting for your instructions."
Lin Jinyue holds a blue and white porcelain teacup in his hands, with wisps of steam rising from the cup. He takes a sip of tea, then slowly sets the cup down, looks up at the assistant, and says,
"Of course it will be held. This banquet cannot be discontinued.
Tell those old friends of mine that the event will be held this weekend.
Make sure everything goes smoothly." "Yes, Mr. Lin, I'll get right on it."
The theme of this banquet is gathering the talents of the business world at the summit. It is meticulously prepared by the most prestigious business alliance in the industry, which controls a vast amount of resources. The purpose is to bring together talented people from all walks of life to discuss industry trends.
Every banquet attracts countless talented young people eager to participate.
During the banquet, there are high-end forum sessions, where business tycoons take turns sharing their success stories. For young people, this is undoubtedly an excellent shortcut to meet industry leaders and broaden their network. Lin Jinyue has a high reputation in the business world and is one of the organizers of the banquet.
Just as the assistant was about to leave. "Wait."
Lin Jinyue raised his hand to indicate. He leaned back in his office chair, and his fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest.
The name Yian involuntarily popped into his mind.
In this project with Yian, the young man's proposals were truly unique and highly feasible.
Every detail demonstrated his talent and wisdom. With this ability, he is indeed qualified to attend the upcoming business banquet. Go and give Yian an invitation.
Remember, hand-deliver it to him personally, and make sure he knows the importance of this banquet. Lin Jinyue gave his assistant an order with a hint of expectation in his eyes.
"Yes, Mr. Lin." The assistant left after receiving the order.
Lin Jinyue picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Ding Xinhui's number.
"Hello, Uncle Lin, what can I do for you?"
The capable voice of Ding Xinhui came quickly from the other end of the line. She was currently in her office, fully engrossed in handling the group's documents.
"Xiao Hui, it's Uncle Lin. I hope you can come to the business banquet this weekend. By the way, I've also invited your husband Yian."
Lin Xinhui said with a smile, his voice carrying a hint of intimacy. Ding Xinhui was momentarily taken aback by these words. The movement of her hands processing the documents also stopped. Then an uncontrollable feeling of joy welled up in her heart. As the chairman of the Ding Group, she naturally knew the significance of this business banquet. This banquet was not an ordinary gathering, and the people who received the invitation were all well-known and powerful figures in the business world. It was simply more difficult than climbing to the sky for an ordinary young person to enter this threshold. Now Uncle Lin had taken the initiative to invite Yian, which was undoubtedly a great recognition of Yian.
This banquet is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Yian.
She sincerely feels happy for Yian.
Uncle Lin, I thank you on behalf of Yian. You don't need to thank me.
Yian has earned this for himself. He has done a very good job in the project cooperation, and I have high hopes for him. Yes, Yian is indeed very capable, and I believe he will also do well at the banquet.
But you must try to come to the banquet this time.
It's been a long time since I've seen you, as your uncle. Ding Xinhui let out a small sigh, with a hint of regret. Uncle Lin, I really want to go, but I have a very important international video conference scheduled for the weekend. I really can't get away, so I'll have to find another opportunity to visit you next time.
Oh, that's a shame.
Work comes first, but never mind, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
Well, thank you, Uncle Lin, for understanding.
Don't worry, although I won't be there in person, I'll tell Yian to behave himself and not to embarrass you.
I'm sure Yian won't let us down.
You go ahead and take care of your work, and we'll talk again when we have the chance. Lin Jinyue hung up the phone after saying that. Ding Xinhui put down the phone, a smile still on the corner of her mouth.
This banquet is a great opportunity for Yian.
Although I can't go with him, I must help him prepare well.
I can't let him make any mistakes at the banquet.
I have to help him make a good impression at this business feast. As she thought about this, she got back to work. However, from time to time, various scenarios of Yian at the banquet would pop into her head, causing her to feel both anticipation and a little worry.
After leaving the hospital,
Yian returned to the company, parked the car in the parking lot, and went upstairs to punch the time clock. He had just sat down for a while, and was organizing project materials on his desk. His phone suddenly rang, and it was his friend Zhao Yuan calling.
Hello, Yian, I have some great news for you. Zhao Yuan's voice on the other end of the line was full of uncontrollable excitement. A major company called me and said they want me to work for them. They're offering me twice the salary I'm getting now. Do you think my luck has changed?
Yian listened to Zhao Yuan's excited words. He couldn't help thinking about yesterday, when Zhao Yuan had been drinking to drown his sorrows after breaking up with his girlfriend. Now that such a good job had come his way, it could be considered a change for the better. Congratulations, it seems like you're about to turn a corner, you should seize the opportunity.
Zhao Yuan laughed happily at the other end of the line. That's right. I can't believe this good fortune has suddenly come my way.
Now that you're also doing well at the company, we're both on the rise, so we should look out for each other in the future.
Yian smiled.
Of course, we've worked hard together from the time we were at school, and we should naturally share the good things.
If you run into any problems at your new job, feel free to talk to me. After hanging up the phone, Yian was full of emotion.
He was about to continue sorting through the data when the office door was knocked on. Before he could answer, the fat man Zhou Shang pushed open the door and entered, wearing a mysterious smile on his face.
Yian, you have a VIP guest. Chapter 59, Your luck is about to run out.
Yian put down the documents in his hands and stood up with confusion.
Valuable guest? Could it be that a big client came to discuss a project with him?
Just as he was thinking this, Zhou Shang stepped aside.
Lin Jinyue's assistant walked into the office.
He was dressed in a well-cut suit, and his every move showed his professionalism. The assistant smiled and first politely leaned forward slightly. Then he handed over an exquisitely gilded envelope with both hands. The envelope was thick and heavy, with delicate patterns decorating the edges.
It gleamed with an understated luxury in the office lighting. Hello, Mr. Yi, I have heard a lot about you.
I am Lin Jinyue's assistant, and I have been specially tasked by Mr. Lin to deliver this invitation to you for this weekend's business gathering at the summit. His voice was solemn and respectful.
As Lin Jinyue's assistant, Yi Yan's outstanding performance was naturally known to him.
And having been Lin's assistant for 10 years, he was also well aware of it.
At Yi Yan's age, to be valued so highly by Lin Jinyue was extraordinary.
Over the years, there had only been Yi Yan. So he truly respected Yi Yan from the bottom of his heart. The assistant continued. Lin Jinyue greatly appreciates the outstanding talent you have demonstrated in recent collaborative projects. So he hopes you can attend the banquet and exchange ideas with the industry's elite. Yian was stunned for a moment, and then a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Jinyue, known as the Old Devil, actually values him so highly.
He even sent his own assistant to personally deliver the invitation.
He has also heard that the business sea banquet is very important in the business world. The coveted admission ticket is now in front of him.
This is a great opportunity to broaden his network and gain experience.
Of course, he was also a little worried that he might make a fool of himself in front of all these big shots. Yian quickly stepped forward and accepted the exquisite invitation with both hands. With a grateful smile on his face, "I am grateful for Mr. Lin's kindness and it is my honor to be invited to such a grand event. Please also convey my deep gratitude to Mr. Lin on my behalf, and I will be there on time." The assistant nodded with a smile, saying, "You're too polite, Mr. Yi. President Lin has high hopes for you, and I'm sure you'll shine at the banquet."
After that, he briefly informed Jian of some important things to note at the banquet. For example, the general schedule and possible networking opportunities.
Then the assistant took his leave. Zhou Shang patted Yian on the shoulder and grinned.
"Yian, you're something.
This Shanghai banquet is not a place that just anyone can get into. The Old Devil himself has personally extended an olive branch, so it seems that you are going to soar to the sky. You will surely be very successful in the business world in the future." His tone was full of envy and congratulations. He had already been working at the company for 5 years.
He had endured Liang Wuda's exploitation for 5 years. My goodness. 5 years. Do you know how I spent those 5 years? Do you know?
Later, with the appearance of Yian, Liang Wuda left the company in a flurry and was duly punished. It was Yian who saved him from the fire. And now, Zhou Shang looked at the invitation in Yian's hand, which was shining brightly.
He knew that Yian would definitely soar in the future. This is a sure winner in life.
Thinking about this, his eyes were full of emotion and relief. Yian was a little embarrassed by Zhou Shang's words, and he scratched his head, humbly saying,
"Don't tease me, I'm still feeling a bit nervous. Although this is a rare opportunity, the banquet is full of industry leaders. If you don't pay attention and say the wrong thing, you'll just embarrass yourself."
Zhou Shang waved his hand, looking unimpressed.
"Don't be afraid, you're a person with real skills.
This banquet is a great opportunity for you to show off your skills and make connections. The ones who should be nervous are the people who don't have any skills but are still trying to force their way in.
Don't be intimidated, just go there with confidence."
Yian listened to Zhou Shang's words, and the slight unease in her heart eased a little.
"I'll take your words as good luck then." An hour later.
The news that Yian had received an invitation was shared by Zhou Shang with the cleaning lady. With the publicity of the village committee director, the news spread like wings, flying through all floors and departments of the company.
For a time, the pantry, corridors, and office areas were full of talk about it.
"Have you heard? Yian received an invitation to the business banquet, and it was personally delivered by Lin Jinyue, the general manager." A young planner said with amazement, stirring his coffee while talking to his colleague next to him, his eyes full of envy and admiration.
"Zundu Jiadu?
Other people saw it with their own eyes, how can it be fake? I've been in the industry for so long and I've always wanted to get into this banquet to broaden my horizons and bask in the light of the bigwigs."
Don't even think about it.
Although Yian has only been at the company for a short time, he was spotted by General Manager Lin immediately due to his outstanding talent in the project.
This is real talent.
I've heard before that the standards for this banquet are extremely high. Without an invitation, even if you're rich, you'll be turned away.
Holy cow, is it really that impressive?
Yes, I heard that the tickets to this banquet are extremely strictly controlled, and the invitations are issued in limited quantities.
It's useless even if the host is your own father. In the corner workstation.
These discussions were like sharp cones, piercing Liang Zhizhang's ears word by word. At first, he just frowned, a little displeased.
These people really haven't seen the world. It's just a measly invitation. Why make such a fuss?
However, as the chatter grew, he heard nothing but praise for Yian. His face gradually grew dark. His hand holding the mouse tightened unconsciously.
He was just lucky. What did he, a greenhorn, have to be jealous of?
Jealousy spread like a vine in his heart, suffocating him. With Liang Wuda being kicked out of the company, his current situation is also very dismal. He has already been marginalized by his colleagues, and seeing him is like seeing the plague, so they avoid him as much as possible. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets, and the more he feels like sitting on pins and needles, not wanting to stay in the company for a moment.
Moreover, the company will conduct a major review next week. He must copy the data in Yian's computer as soon as possible.
Then hand it over to the mysterious person and get paid.
During the lunch break today, Liang Zhizhan wanted to go to Yian's office and do it.
But at that time, there were still many colleagues present, so he didn't dare to take any rash actions.
Time is running out for him.
Now that Yian is going to the business banquet this weekend, it will be difficult to take revenge on him in the future.
But on the other hand,
Yian will definitely not be in the office during the weekend, which is the perfect opportunity for him to steal the information. He looked up at Yian, who was busy in his office, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Yian. Your good luck is about to run out. Chapter 60, do it as soon as possible.
The other side.
A famous high-end restaurant in the demon capital.
The environment is elegant and luxurious, with warm yellow light from the crystal chandeliers. The diners around them are chatting softly, and there are even quite a few foreign friends.
Li Shueqian is wearing a white dress with delicate makeup on her face.
Her brows are slightly furrowed, making the powder on her forehead more obvious.
Last time you vowed that you could get Yian out of the company. But now, not only has he won the project from the old devil, he's also been promoted. What's wrong with your plan?
She looked across at Xiao Wenjun, her tone full of doubt and dissatisfaction. No wonder Yian dared to stand her up. She had made her wait like a fool in the coffee shop all night. She had drunk 10 cups of coffee. As a result, she felt sick and nauseous whenever she saw coffee now. If Yian were to be fired from the company, he would definitely come begging for her forgiveness and begging for her to take him back. Then she could forgive him out of the kindness of her heart.
With Yian on board, her financial risk warning system would be complete.
Instead of being as passive as it is now, she would have to resort to such an unscrupulous means as stealing technology. Xiao Wenjun was wearing a designer suit and had wanted to show off his style at this meal.
Hearing Li Shueqian's questioning, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. He coughed twice lightly and prepared to muddle through.
Oh, there's been an accident.
Who could have predicted this kid's run of bad luck?
But don't worry, he won't be around for long.
Li Shueqian didn't respond, obviously not happy with his answer. Sure enough,
Xiao Wenjun is still the same boastful rich kid. Except that he can bring her temporary pleasure.
The only thing she can show off is his background in family. With Yian's departure,
she sometimes wonders if she made the wrong choice. Yian is obviously so talented, but she turns a blind eye to it. Just as she was thinking this, Xiao Wenjun continued.
The reason I asked you to dinner today is to share some good news with you.
What good news? Xiao Wenjun smiled complacently. I'm going to attend the business elite's banquet this weekend. The banquet will be attended by top figures in the business world, and you can casually make a few friends.
In the future, you will be like a fish in water in this business circle, won't you? Really? Congratulations.
Upon hearing this, Li Shueqian's eyes widened slightly, and a flash of envy passed through her.
She naturally knew about this triennial business banquet.
She thought that Xiao Wenjun must have received the invitation because of his family connections. After all, his uncle is also quite famous in the business world. He is also one of the organizers of the banquet. With such a background and connections, Xiao Wenjun can also take good care of her company in the future.
So what if Yian is a bit talented?
Even if he works hard for a lifetime, he is unlikely to even touch the threshold of this banquet. Therefore, she did not make a mistake in her choice at the beginning.
What's the use of being talented? You have to be well connected. You have to have power and a background. And Yian doesn't have any of that.
Compared to Xiao Wenjun, he is just a small nobody. Thinking about this, a smile spread across her face, and her tone was slightly coquettish.
I haven't seen what the invitation to that business banquet looks like yet. Hurry up and get it out so I can have a look. Although Li Shueqian is the general manager of the Li family company,
the threshold for this banquet is extremely high, and even she is not eligible to enter. Now that she has the opportunity to see what the invitation looks like, she naturally doesn't want to miss it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenjun's heart sank, and the smile on his face froze.
He didn't have any invitation.
It was just that last time he tried to steal Yian's credit, he bragged about it on the phone with his uncle.
His uncle just verbally agreed on the other end of the phone.
However, since the host, his uncle, had said it,
there shouldn't be a problem attending the banquet. right? Xiao Wenjun didn't want to show his ignorance in front of Li Shueqian.
He quickly put away this doubt in his heart and pretended to be calm. Oops, I don't have the invitation with me, it's at home in the safe. That thing is precious, I'm afraid it will get knocked or broken if I bring it out. Next time, I'll definitely show it to you. He raised his hand to fix his tie, looking composed. Li Shueqian's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion, but she didn't pursue the matter, just smiling lightly and nodding. Just then, the waiter pushed a small dining cart to serve the food. He placed a jar of caviar on a small scale and began weighing it. Xiao Wenjun's face fell when he saw this. What's this? The waiter wore a professional smile on his face. Sir, we charge by weight. Xiao Wenjun's vanity was at work, and he really wanted to impress Li Shueqian today. His face instantly fell. What's wrong with this? If the foreigner next door sees this, he'll think I can't afford it. How can anyone eat just this little? One more can, one can each. As he spoke, he waved his hands around dramatically, looking like a nouveau riche with his tail between his legs. There was no trace of the elegant bearing he would normally have in a designer suit. The foreign friends at the next table? They still understood a little of the language of the Dragon Kingdom. One can each? They get one too? Is there such a thing as a good deal? Li Shueqian's brows knitted together, and a flash of embarrassment and displeasure crossed her face. She whispered, "Come on, stop it. They're just following the rules, and you're embarrassing yourself." The waiter had no choice but to bow slightly again. "Yes, sir, I'll go ask you to prepare it." As he watched the waiter leave, Xiao Wenjun began to calm down. He didn't forget to turn his head and give Li Shueqian a stiff smile. "Shueqian, don't mind it. In a place like this, you have to be tough." Li Shueqian just perfunctorily twitched the corners of her mouth, and inwardly she despised Xiao Wenjun's behavior just now. Although Xiao Wenjun had a background, he was shallow and impetuous. He couldn't hold his temper when things happened, and he caused this scene just to save face. Compared to Yi Yan's unruffled, introverted, and calm nature, it was simply night and day. However, she quickly suppressed such thoughts. In this real world, interests come first. The family behind Xiao Wenjun is the one she should rely on. Soon after, the screen of the phone on the table lit up. Li Shueqian put down her knife and fork and picked up the phone to check. It was a message from Tian Xiaosan. She said that Jinui Investment Company was pressuring her again, asking Li Shueqian to quickly come up with the system she had previously promised. Li Shueqian frowned and thought for a moment. She sent a message to an anonymous number. "Tell that Liang Zhizhan to get moving as soon as possible. I need it within 3 days, or I'll go find your boss myself." The other person replied immediately. Okay. Everyone in the City of Demons had heard of the reputation of Boss San. His name was Zhang San, and he was known as the outlaw of the law. The person contacting Li Shueqian was actually one of Boss San's henchmen. Working with someone like this was no different from dancing with the criminal law of the Dragon Kingdom. But she had no choice.